The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Alarm.com New Year's Eve 10.5 at Sebring International Raceway. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. And we are live here at Sebring International Raceway. Welcome, everyone. So great to see the cars getting ready to go on the track, but unfortunately we are under a bit of a fog delay here. But Happy New Year's, everybody, as we come up on 2023. That's right, it's the final race of the season here at Sebring International Raceway. A 10.5 is queued up and ready to go. Just waiting for Mother Nature to lift the fog so we can get going here this morning. There is no ETA at this time, so we're just going to wait and see how it works out and go from there. But we've got cameras all over the racetrack to show you just how foggy it really is. And we've got Brian Beasley, our guest commentator, up here in the booth with us, along with Tiffany Alexander. Brian, Tiffany, good morning.
Good morning.
And Tiffany, you're going to be driving today. It's with the Trophy Wife team. Is that right?
That is right. Yeah, I'm going in second. I think I'm doing the second stint and the fourth stint.
Well, Tiffany, you were out here yesterday taking laps. And, of course, yesterday the conditions, I don't think they could have been any better. It was absolutely gorgeous out.
Gorgeous and warm.
So what was your impression of the racetrack?
I mean, this place is historic. You know, the two guys that I'm with this weekend have never driven this track for real. They've only done it on sim. So they were really looking forward to this race and excited about it and all that stuff. The look on their faces when they came back from their first practice session was magical. They were like, this place is so cool. So they really got to see the character of this track and why everyone loves it so much.
Yeah.
I did my very first race ever here.
Okay, so you've been here
millennia
before.
ago.
Okay. So
back when dinosaurs roamed Sebring.
Gotcha. And it probably hasn't changed at all since you're...
No, it's still just as bumpy, yeah. But it's an amazing place to be. The history, but also just the character of the track is just doesn't compare to anything else.
Yeah, Doc and I used to joke all the time that this track has the highest elevation of any racetrack in the country. It's just 3 inches at a time.
Right.
Right.
When you add it all together, yeah.
But, we're getting ready to do this thing. 3.7 miles is the distance. 17 corners on this extraordinarily challenging racetrack because of all the bumps and harsh racetrack. And our guest commentator, Brian Beasley. Brian, first of all, again, good morning. Thanks for joining us. Let's learn a little bit about you as you've come into the broadcast for today.
All right. Well, I started off racing here in Sebring in 1991. I first started coming here in 1988. Went to work for Joe Vardy when he was running at first we were running a couple of Camaros in the Firehawk series, and then after 3 races into the season, GM decided they wanted Pontiac to win the IMSA championship, and they wanted Chevrolet to win the SCCA Endurance Championship, so we had to switch out to Pontiacs in the middle of the season. Got to go, 19 years old, went to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, Portland, Oregon, Sears Point, California. Basically lived out of a suitcase in the back of a crew cab dually for 2 months. But at 19
Sounds
years
like a good
old,
time,
at 19 years old, I was living the high life there. Got to see places like Siebkens and the hotel there before, they had, I think, had a fire there a few years back. So most of that stuff isn't there anymore, but got to see that. Missed out on going to Watkins Glen because that was the weekend my dad and my stepmom got married, and I ended up having to drive to Texas for that. Yeah, I got to. We even won the championship that year. Got to learn a lot of things about racing that you heard stories about, but you kind of wondered if they were really true or not. And yeah, being on the road with a race team, there's some weird stuff that happens.
Right.
So yeah, just a lot of fun doing that. And like I said, got started in '91, running here. This first track, I ran on the short course from my driver school. Me and my dad borrowed a GT4 Toyota Corolla. I think it was a 72 Corolla 1600 Deluxe.
Nice.
And there was a guy that had a used car lot, and he had that car just sitting there on a trailer for years. And so my dad made him an offer that we'd kind of get it back up and race worthy again if I could take it to driver school. And turned out to be a whole lot more work than we ever thought it would be. But we got it up and running, and came out here and ran, and it was fairly quick, despite it sat for a while. I would imagine it probably only had maybe about 140 horsepower left in it instead of the 200 that it should have had. And really old slicks, but luckily. Just learning, that was probably the best thing. And it even rained a little bit during one of my stints, and somehow managed to keep it on track and pass everybody while I was on slicks, which was fun. But the biggest thing I remember, the first time going down to the hairpin when they turned us loose with the green flag, was how bad my right foot was shaking. I could hardly hold the gas pedal down to the floor. Tiffany was talking about the mystique of this place, and I watched a lot of they used to show clips of this race. I think they would show like the first hour, and then they'd break in during commercial breaks on TBS way back in the early '80s, and so I would always tune in for that. They did that for the Daytona 24 as well, and I grew up with this. My dad was really into racing when I was growing up. He did short track, both dirt and asphalt, and motocross as well. Autocrossed, and then got into road racing. Built a C Sports racer that he took to Texas World Speedway about probably 6 months after it opened and do his driver school with, and built it out of an NSU Sports Prinz, which was a little German car, and I believe it was a rotary motor if I remember right, and didn't know much about aerodynamics, and so he built the body out of sheet metal, like AC sheet metal, and put a bullet nose on it, and above 100 miles an hour up on the high banks there at Texas World, it would get a lot of air under the front end, and just about lift the front tires off the ground. He said that you could almost take the steering wheel and turn it lock to lock and not have much happen at all until it slowed down.
Right.
Yeah, he said it was almost, the front wheels acted almost more like rudders than tires.
Yeah.
And but yeah, he kind of got that figured out, and came off a jump wrong one time on his motocross bike and compressed a couple of vertebrae. Spent a couple of weeks in the hospital, another couple of weeks at home in bed, and kind of got out of racing for a while and decided to get into racing sailboats, which kind of sounded safer at the time, but just as expensive and probably almost as dangerous. But yeah, so I kind of grew up with the boats a whole lot more than the cars, but I remember the cars from growing up. And so when I got to driving age, he had an 81 X11 Citation that I ended up buying off of him, I think for $250 or so, and we used to autocross that for a while, and then kind of got back into racing. Like I say, borrowed that GT4 car and got started, and then he ended up buying an ITC 74 Corolla SR5 from a guy in North Carolina, And it was a really well-sorted car. They've got the Southeast Atlantic Road Racing Championships at Savannah, Georgia, every year for this region of SCCA. And it had won the championship one year, and I think he finished second another year with it. So, like I say, it was a really well-sorted car. And so we brought it down here. Of course, my dad hadn't raced in a while, and I was new to it, but I'd done a lot of autocrossing. So we still had the Rookie X on the stripe, and we brought it here on the short course and set a new track record with it, with the rookie stripes on there. Really set the paddock abuzz there in ITC.
That had to be fun.
Oh yeah. Like I say, my dad had been racing a long time at that point. So but nobody knew us down here because we had just moved from Texas, and in fact, the very first race, because my dad drove it on Saturday and I drove it on Sunday. The second place guy tagged him going down into what on the long course is turn 10, but they called it turn 3 there on the short course. Tagged him, spun him around, and he had to wait for the entire field to go by and before he could rejoin. I think he managed to get back up to third by the end of that. And then when I ran it on Sunday, I fell back to second because it was the first time. The qualifying session was the first time I had ever driven the car, and I just kind of latched on to an ITB Rabbit, and I didn't realize that I was really running that hard. So I kind of fell back a little bit in the first race with it, and some guy was in a Honda CRX SI about 4 cars back, and we were going down into the old hairpin here at Sebring, and I think he got target fixation on the car in front of him, and when that guy hit the brakes, it kind of surprised him. He dove for the inside, and of course by then he was way too late to get on the brakes, and he met me at the apex and T-boned me pretty good, bent that side of the car up, knocked me into the tire wall on the outside so hard that it bent that side of the car up as well. And that was back when everybody wore the foam collars. Nobody had even
donuts.
Began to even dream about the Hans device at that point. So took a trip to the hospital. They loaded me up on a backboard and sent me in. I've learned that unless I'm just really, really hurting, that's probably, I don't know if I want to take that trip again. They taped me down to the backboard, and every time they hit the brakes, I would slide on the backboard, and the tape they had across my forehead. By the time I got to the hospital, the tape was across my eyes. Couldn't even open my eyes because of the tape. And then they stuck me in a dark room for at least an hour before they even came in and talked to me. And the whole backside was numb from the board, and it was just a miserable experience all the way around.
Yeah, after my motorcycle accident, they put me on a backboard, and they brought me into the hospital, and they said, "What hurts worse?" They said, "It's the spot behind my head where you guys strapped my head down, taped my head down to that plastic board." After being there for 15, 20 minutes in the ambulance ride, getting into the hospital, that starts to hurt after a while.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
It's pretty funny.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, like you were talking about, how there hadn't been many changes since Tiffany's been here. But when I first started coming here, turn 3 was actually down past the flagpole. Mm-hmm. So the straightaway from 1 to 3 was much longer, and then the carousel was actually turn 3 before you started going back down towards the old hairpin. And then they would go out and around the warehouses. So instead of turning right at turn 10, you kept on going a ways until you were down on the back side, on the north side of the warehouses, and then came back. And then also the back stretch. There wasn't really a turn 16 like there is now. Mm-hmm. You kind of came out of that part that put you on the old part of the runway there. And then it was just 150 foot wide backstretch. Used to hear stories all the time about guys that would spin coming out of that last corner and then they'd have to wait for another car to come along so they could tell which direction to go back on track, because there was just so much concrete out there, and it was dark. You couldn't tell, what exactly direction you were supposed to rejoin in after you'd spun 3 or 4 times out into the grass.
Yeah, that happens at a lot of tracks. We get the warning every time we go to Road America. Make sure when you re-enter the track, you're going the right way. Yeah. You're not going counter direction, and they get pretty animated about that.
I was talking to a few of the safety guys last night down there at the Turn 7 hotel, and they said during the SVRA event back at I think it was the 3rd and the 4th here, they had a few guys that I guess the vintage guys like to take the shortcut to get back into the paddock, and so they back there at turn 14, they'll come in on what's the cut through for the short course.
Yeah.
He said, but they had quite a few cars that went all the way through to turn 3 and then would turn left at turn 3 and be going counter race to get back to the pits.
Oops.
So yeah, they had to make a huge announcement for that to keep some of those guys from creating a huge accident.
So if you're just joining us, folks, welcome to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race. The Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5 at Sebring International Raceway. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Tiffany Alexander and our special guest commentator you've been listening to, Brian Beasley, one of the, local. We called you a local racer here at the track. And we're under a fog delay right now. We don't have an ETA as to when we're going to start because, well, that's really up to Mother Nature. But it probably won't be too much terribly longer, right? We try to keep it positive. But this is the final race of the year. And get this, we've set a record in Champ Car. Nearly 90 teams have made it to this 10.5-hour race. It was scheduled to be for 10.5. Now, that remains to be seen with this delay. But nevertheless, record, we had, I think, 87 teams signed up for this race today. And so an incredible complement of cars are out here this weekend for this race. Very excited about it. I've never heard so much animation and excitement down below me. I'm sitting in the tower 3 floors up, and the drivers' meeting was just electric with activity. The guys hooping and hollering and shouting and just whistling and having a great time as they're getting ready to go out and start this race. We had a fantastic time of practice yesterday. Tiffany, you were out in the practice. I really thought there was going to be more cars out there than there was. The weather was perfect. And but it didn't look like it was as many teams as we had. I didn't think it was as congested out there as I expected it to be.
It didn't seem congested. I think a lot of people just did some laps. Maybe got some new drivers in the car. There's a lot of veteran teams here who have a lot of time at Sebring, so they're probably not super worried about wearing out tires and brakes and that sort of thing. They're just getting here and getting everything settled in and that sort of thing. They're probably not doing a lot of practice time. So I think it was a lot of the new teams or new drivers to this track probably getting out there, or do a different setup change and make sure that that's actually what you want to go with for the race, right? We disconnected that sway bar. Oh, that's not good. Let's put it back.
Now, as we're working through this fog delay, one car we should point out, a very special entry for us as a staff, as a crew. The Doc Waldrop Special is here this weekend. It's the old 860. The original Doc Waldrop Brew Crew car has been rebuilt, revitalized. Now, this car was retired for the 86 car for Brew Crew Racing. This car was rebuilt by Matt Harper and Andrew Sides, and they actually put a whole new front clip on it. I mean, they did a lot of work on this car.
This car burnt to the ground at NCM several years ago. The fact that they were able to put this car back together, I looked over it yesterday. They've done a fabulous job.
It's gorgeous. They've got all the electrics. I was talking with Matt at the hotel. He said when he first drove the car, the only electrics that were working were an oil pressure gauge. Everything else was down, which I'm not surprised. And it's gorgeous right now. They've put this thing together and done such a fantastic job, put a lot of money, time, and love into getting this car back together. And what's special about this car is that bringing it here in running form, they allowed anybody with any of the Champ Car staff, me included, to take the car out and drive it around the racetrack during the practice day. And then it's going to be Champ Car staff and some of his friends. They're going to be racing the car today too. So it's really, it's not so much race for the win. It's race for the fun and honoring our good friend who passed away last year.
Absolutely. Doc would be pleased. We actually have the lineup. Ray Frank is going to be starting the car whenever the fog allows. Dana's going to be in the car. Our CEO, Dana, is going to be in the car second. Jackie, our newest event director and often our pace car driver, she's going to be in the car third. Then your old buddy Bill will be in there.
Right.
And then one of their friends, Shan, and then Thomas is going to finish it out for them if the numbers and the time holds true. But we'll see how all that shakes out. But that's their driver lineup for the weekend.
Okay. Well, thanks for that, Tiffany. Yeah, and so weather today, we're expecting to be back up into the high 70s, low 80s, and a possibility of rain, about a 50% chance of rain, which if you ask Brian, that means monsoon is going to happen here in Florida. Around the time that Bill gets in the car, it's going to be fantastic. So we'll be making fun of his lap times when he gets back up here. But nevertheless, thanks for joining us, everyone. Welcome to ChampCar.Live. If you're just joining us, it's thealarm.com New Year's Eve, Sebring 10.5 at Sebring International Raceway. It's kind of a mouthful. I've been training up to try and get all of that out without stumbling over it. We'll see how it goes. Right now, we are under a fog delay. And so we are under a bit of a fog delay. We can see some teams that got some pictures still being taken in the fog. I guess that's kind of fun. And I don't know that it's really changed that much. This is a bit difficult to see, but it's actually, this camera is placed at the end of the front straightaway, looking down towards the cars as they come at you. This is that camera we typically have. So the starter stand, the bridge and everything there. This other one is turned 16. This is I planted at 16, looking at the cars as they come through 15 and 14 towards 16 there. So you get an idea. This one's up on the bridge there. It takes you up, I believe, over the track. And this is looking at turn 17 as the cars come out onto that front straightaway, which they've done a little bit of change to the 17. It gets a little bit narrow now on the way in. There's a wall that comes out so that you can't go out quite as wide as I guess you could a few years ago. We've got a camera in the Hazmat Motorsports Ford Mustang, that beautiful 66 bronze Mustang that's here this weekend. We've got a camera in the Trophy Wife car, and again, this is the team that Tiffany is going to be driving in later today. We've got a camera in the Team Infinity car, the original Shark car. Of course, we've got one in the Doc Waldrop Special, and we've got one in the Level 1 Racing Miata, as well as Treasure Coast Racing, one of their cars here. Actually, I think it's the other car number, not the 74. I'll have to get that corrected. So that's what we have here, folks, as we're waiting for the fog to lift out here at Sebring International Raceway. And we're just going to sit tight, just like all of our drivers and teams, as we get ready for the beginning of this race. But it should be a good one. I'm excited. You know, we're heading in. This is New Year's Eve, and we're closing out the season. 14 points is on the bubble as far as making it to the championship race, which is going to be just in February, just a couple months from now.
It's our next race.
Yeah, it's at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. And if you look at the standings right now, we've got quite a few people that are with 14 points. They're on the bubble. 75 cars are eligible to enter. But because it's a soft bubble, which means if you're tied for points, you'll still be able to sign up for the championship race in February. And right now we've got 78 cars actually eligible. But we've got a few cars that have 15 points. If anybody gets up into that 13-point range, they could start dropping people out, especially if they get 12 points, 10 points. They're going to start pushing those 14s down to the point none of those teams may be able to get in to the event. They may be able to race with us, of course, but they may not be able to race for the championship title.
because it's their best two finishes combined that gets their points that allows them to be qualified for our national championship.
Right. We take it. It's kind of like golf. It's the lowest score, so a win is 1 point. Second place is 2 points, et cetera, et cetera. And so if you go over to our website, you'll see the point standings there, and you can see where your team ranks. But you would have to have run at least 2 events with us in order to show up in the standings. And right now we've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams, all with 2 first-place finishes and at least 2 events. That's Pinky's Out, NSL Racing, Lone Star Rallycross, Visceral Racing Group, who's not here this weekend, JSK Racing, Team Sailing Ketchup, Whiskey Tango. That's it. RVA Graphics and Wraps. That's the last. That's the last of the teams that have finished with 2 first-place finishes, and of course they're at the top of the board. I've heard at this point Visceral Racing Group is not signed up for the Michelin Raceway event. I don't think Team Sailing Team Sailing's going to be there either, so we'll see about that. So there's going to be some movement there as far as the number of teams that actually arrive, but it's not going to affect the point standings though. So we'll see what happens in February. It should be a lot of fun. My colleague Bob Varsha is going to be joining us for that race to help call the race.
Hey, Bob.
So that's going to be a lot of fun. So we've got a lot we're looking forward to, and setting a record this weekend for the number of entries at Sebring. Champ Car's never brought this many cars to Sebring for an event, and so it's pretty exciting to see how the club is continuing to grow. We have new teams that sign up with us every race. We have new teams arriving, so it's pretty exciting to see how the club is growing in that respect.
Absolutely. We've got a ton of cars down there just, itching and waiting and ready to go to start this race. I think the timing really worked out well this year. Like New Year's Eve, most people have, because New Year's Day fell on a Sunday, so a lot of people get Monday off. So it kind of made it easier on the schedule-wise for a lot of people to be able to get down here, race, and be able to get home and not have to take a lot of time off work. Or I know that was for my team. This one really made a lot of sense for us in that way, even though we all come from different states and had a good bit of a drive to get here. It was worth it because of the timing too, and they wanted to drive Sebring, and I always want to drive Sebring. So so I kept telling them all year, I'm like, but we should keep Sebring, the New Year's Eve event, on, in mind. I just kept planting that seed, watering it, throwing some sunshine, a little more water, and here we are.
Yeah, some of the teams here this weekend: Four Paws Racing, Atlanta Speedworks. We've got Average Joe's. We've got, Clark Motorsports is here. We've got, of course, the Doc Waldrop Special. We've got the Floridians team back here with their Porsche.
Yep, and we've got the Atlanta Speedworks team. They brought 2 Boxsters. Those cars look nice. Gorilla
Stickers brought a double entry. Of course, I mentioned Hazmat. There's a lot of Mustangs out here this weekend. Open Throttle Racing has brought 4 or 5 cars. We've got Palm Tree out here. Reeves Racing is here this weekend. Rotary Rocketeers. Running Bulls. I saw Michael at the hotel. They're pitted, of course, right next to the Doc Waldrop team. We've got Start Racing, Speed Farm. We've got Team Infinity. He brought 2 cars out here, so they've got both of them. Team Jackie Yakes. They brought their Mitsubishi out here. We've got Triple R Motorsports. They brought a couple. Valerian Steel. Wankel is here. And ZR Nunn. So, wow.
Triple R, I think, is running. Don't they have like 3 Mustangs or so? Says I ran with them. It's been, I guess, 2 or 3 years ago when it was raining quite hard.
Yeah.
And they wanted me to start because none of them had ever been here to Sebring before. And so they wanted me to start the car in the rain. And so coming to the green, I had Randy behind me in Doc Goldie's Mustang, V6 Mustang. And so I was kind of hoping that I was going to let Randy through and then try to follow him for as long as I could. But coming to the green, coming down the backstretch, the guy in front of me left probably 50 yards between him and the group of cars in front of him. So by the time we started coming out of 17 and they pulled the yellow flag in, there was a pretty good gap. So I took off and went around him, and I figured maybe by the time we get to 3, Randy will be ready to go around me, because the car that was in between me and him had backed off quite a bit too. So I was coming to the green, and they do drag racing. Well, I don't know if they still do any drag racing here, but back then they were doing drag racing down this front stretch. And so the burnout boxes, when it rains, you might as well just be pouring dish soap down on the track.
Yeah.
Oh, it was absolutely horrible. And so the 3 cars in front of me, one was on the far right-hand side up against the wall, and 2 were on the left-hand side up against the wall. And so they left me the middle lane, and I was going probably a good 20 miles an hour faster than they were. And right as I got up to them, the last car in line on the left-hand side decided he needed to be in the center. And I probably should have just hit him in the back end and hoped for the best. But trying to avoid him, when I tried to avoid him, I touched the last part of the burnout box there, and I heard the tire, the RPMs just jump about 2,000 RPMs, and it went towards the wall. And I tried to save it, and I came back, and I ended up tagging that car that had moved in front of me, and I sent him spinning around. And I thought it was going to straighten me up, and it just kept on going and into the wall, and I stopped maybe 100 feet of going across the start-finish line to take the green to start the race. Yeah, it was. So we spent the rest of the day getting that car ready so they could get it back in the trailer and take it somewhere. They had a backup car with them, and so I was pretty sore by 4 or 5 hours in of helping them pull stuff off of that car so they could get it in the trailer. And so I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to drive tomorrow, so I'm probably just going to go home. And when I tuned in, the son of one of the guys had started the car, their backup car, and about an hour into the race, he was coming out of 17, and the steering column dropped in his lap while he was exiting 17.
Oh.
So he hit the wall there when the car straightened up, because when it fell in his lap, the steering wheel just straightened up, and it just took him right into the wall.
That sounds very unpleasant.
Oh, yes. So, yeah, they destroyed 2 cars that weekend. So those were BMWs then. I notice they're all in Mustangs now. So
that's not a good time.
Yeah, that's a weekend where you're just like, wow.
Destroy the car, destroy the checkbook.
You start wondering how much fun you're really having.
Yeah, I posted a picture. Somebody found a banner in a shop somewhere. It says, "We don't do this because it's easy. We did it because we thought it was going to be easy." That's much more like what it really is. But thanks for joining us, everybody, here on ChampCar.Live. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're under a fog delay right now and just waiting for the fog to lift so that we can get this race started. And so right now we're just playing the patience game, hurry up and wait. It was kind of like that for my wife and I as we're celebrating our 30th this year.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We were on our way down here from Indiana. And on the first leg, we were stopped. We had about an hour's worth of gridlock. But on the second leg, the second 9 hours, 5 of that was under stop and go, just sit and wait. It was
so frustrating.
We're just lucky that we didn't have any. I try to look at the bright side of things. We had no mechanical, no breakdown issues. So I found out that my van can idle for an amazing long period of time without any trouble. So I did
Good to know.
give that the test. But the travel conditions, there was a lot of congestion. I heard that from several other staffers as they were trying to get down here. I don't know what your experience was.
Oh, yeah. The Highway 75 was insane.
I usually drive the busy stuff. My wife might pitch in and drive this, when things are a little bit more relaxed. There was none of that.
No.
When we left the hotel.
I mean, in all of Florida, none of that. I mean, There was
It was insane.
the tags. When me and my team member were talking on the phone on the way down here, it's like Illinois, Ontario, New York, Michigan. It's like the entire east and northeast has abandoned home and come to Florida all at the same time.
Yeah, they've abandoned the 10 degrees with a minus 15 wind chill.
Yeah, it was -8 on Christmas Day for us. So being down here when it's 80 is like summer, and so it's very, very comfortable. But yeah, we the wildest. We found license plates from Ontario. We found one from Washington State.
Oh wow, that's a long drive.
And that Corolla was clean too, so he must have been getting it washed. But but we didn't see. I didn't notice any racers. But anyway, it was. Yeah, we're just glad to be here. We did eventually make it, of course. And
the holidays, especially the Sunday after a holiday. Of course, Christmas was on the Sunday this time. I remember coming back from, we went to an awfully prestigious basketball tournament in Murfreesboro, Tennessee for Thanksgiving one time. And the trip back on the Sunday after Thanksgiving, basically from Atlanta to Bradenton was bumper-to-bumper traffic. And it was just a lot of going 20 miles an hour and then down to 5 and then back up to 20 and then down to 5. And just an extremely long trip.
We really thought that the tollway was going to be faster, but no.
Yeah, there's so many toll booths, or at least there used to be. I don't know. Now they kind of just tend to have them whenever you get on and on ramps and off ramps.
It's getting better on the tollway that we came through. Now they're just taking a picture of your license plate.
Oh, yeah,
just go.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
The biggest insult is when you're coming up to those little speed signs that say your speed is, and they always have the speed limit posted, so it says 60. Your speed is 37. Shut up. I know that. I know it sucks.
That was not my intention.
But yeah, we're still under that fog delay, and it doesn't look like it's really lifted very much. We're waiting for that sun to come out so it can burn this stuff off. And you're a native to this area, Brian. Is this something that usually goes away pretty quick once the sun comes out?
It depends on how much cloud cover is above there.
I'd say total.
Once the sun comes up, it should burn it off pretty quickly. I can actually see across the midway now, which is a good sign. So hopefully that means within the next 20 minutes or so, it'll be enough that you can corner workers can see down to the next station. Because I think that's pretty much their what they need to be able to put cars out on track. So,
to be able to safely communicate with those drivers, and the drivers can see them. And,
because especially from the turn 16 station down to turn 17A, that's an awful long stretch of track.
Right. You want to have good visuals with the corner stations and the cars.
I would imagine too, Brian, coming out of 5 there, heading through what's that big bend, heading down. You're coming so fast as you go under that bridge. You would want to be able to see clearly, because that turn 7, to me, it looks like the slowest corner on the racetrack.
Yeah, pretty much.
Really getting shut down right there. You're going from a very high speed.
Yeah, usually in my Spec Miata, it was probably closing in. Sometimes if you had a good tailwind, I might get into 5th there. And then you're down to probably 35 miles an hour, maybe 40, if you can really hustle it through there. So yeah, you're bleeding a lot of speed through there. I did some McLaren track day instruction. A friend of mine that works for a rather high-end dealership in St. Pete, and he called me up one day and was like, "Hey." So we have to, as part of being a McLaren dealership, we have to have 2 McLaren track days a year. He said, "Do you want to be an instructor?" And of course, my reply was, "Well, let me check my schedule." Yeah. And so I came out, and the last time I was out here, my student had a 720S, which is 710 horsepower, weighs about 3,000 pounds, has a lot of downforce. It makes you feel like Superman driving that car. And that was probably closing in on 140, 145, getting down to the hairpin. That's a very serious car for a track with this much straightaway. The backstretch, when I had an opportunity to take my friend around in the car for as kind of a thank you for getting me the gig, and he observed 168 on the speedometer getting down into turn 17,
Nice.
which is faster than what the GT3 cars run. Here they probably hit about 162, 165 maybe. So yeah, that's really hauling the mail. It maybe the fastest I've been down the backstretch before was maybe 130. It's amazing what closing in on 170 will do to the length of that straightaway.
It goes much
by-
quicker,
Oh
huh?
yes,
It
yes.
goes pretty quick. Well, that's going to do it for the first 30 minutes of waiting. So we're going to keep waiting. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Sebring International. I'm Paul Belton. We're going to be joining you. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the alarm.com. New Year's Eve, Sebring 10.5 at Sebring International Raceway. We are under a fog delay right now as we're waiting for the fog to lift. And I'm listening to Dana talking about he's just announced an optimistic 9 o'clock start, he's saying. So I don't know if you folks can hear that or not. He's talking about they're hoping for a 9 o'clock start. That's only 25 minutes from now, Tiffany. I don't know, but we're all kind of hoping that the sun comes out very quickly and
I think the
burns
sun
the
is
stuff
out.
off.
We just can't see it.
Gotcha. Yeah,
it's out there somewhere.
I'm just gonna trust you.
We
on
know
that,
the
Tiff.
general direction that it's in. That's
I'm not even
about
sure
it.
of the direction. I just think it's up there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going to trust you on that. It's on its way. So yeah, Alarm.com has sponsored the race. Now we've had them sponsor before. I'm not sure they sponsored a race before, but Alarm.com, they make devices that you can mount on doors. Say, for instance, you have a shed. Maybe you have a gate into your property. I know a lot of guys are using them on their trailers as well. So if a trailer door gets opened and it's not unlocked, you'll be notified on your phone. There's probably some other alarms that kick off as well. Just helping you keep track of anybody coming or going, anybody going through your property, anybody going into your trailer, that kind of thing. You get notification. So
it's got some nifty little features.
Yeah. I used to have a commercial for them. And anyway, you can head out to alarm.com, check out their website. Some pretty nice stuff there. And so, yeah, check them out. And we appreciate them very much for sponsoring this race for us this weekend.
Now, they did a 2022 mini championship. Do we have any word whether we're going to try and do that again yet, or to be announced?
A mini championship?
Yeah, this year. I think this is the fourth race of the four.
Oh, okay. I know what
So
you're talking about.
Daytona, PBR, AMP, and Sebring was the Alarm.com Southeast Mini Championship.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't tracked that, so I apologize.
I haven't either. I just remembered it. I bet Bill should be keeping up with it.
Well,
There's not a mini championship. It was per race.
Okay, so it's a per race thing.
It was a per race thing.
saw-
Okay.
The winner gets 2 alarms for their trailer. One for the front door, one for
Oh, the winner gets 2 alarms, one for their trailer and one for something else.
Yeah, front or back.
Front
You know,
door,
you've
back
got your main entrance door, and then you got the ramp that comes down. So.
People like to steal trailers, so that's a. I mean, I've seen it on Facebook so many times where they're like, this trailer with the car and all of our tools went all missing at the same time, you know. So, any kind of protection on that? Just kick him whenever you
Bill
get a
found
chance.
out there was a camera open, so that's why he had to stick his head in there. I know, Bill. Yeah, I know it. So thank you, everybody, for joining us here on ChampCar.Live. Yes, the Alarm.com New Year's Eve, Sebring 10.5 at Sebring International Raceway, a 3.7-mile road circuit. Huge racetrack, 17 corners. We're just going to call it 17, Brian. I know there's a lot more than that, right? But officially it's 17. And I don't know, I've called turn 17 perhaps the most challenging turn in all of motorsports to get it right, to be fast at that corner, at least for most of us mortals. That part of the racetrack is very bumpy, and you never really know where you're going to end up at the exit.
Yeah, my Spec Miata used to hit the bump stops twice through there. So yeah, it's to get it right, you have to really send it in there, and then trust that when you hit the bump stops, you're not going to go sliding or lose one end or the other. And then there's a pretty daunting wall coming out of there as well. That juts into, well, of course now they got that newer walkover. That the old walkover that used to be there used to really jut out into the track. And I can remember somebody, I think it was in a GTU 300Z, hit that one year with about an hour left in the 12-hour, and they had a really big cleanup to do. There wasn't a whole lot left of that car. So yeah, it's to get it right, it takes being kind of pinpoint where you've got the car placed, where you apply the throttle. Just if you're too far to the inside, there's a really big bump there on the inside. Too far to the outside, there's a lot of smaller bumps that can really wash the front end of the car out, and then you have a tough time making the exit of the corner. So yeah, there's pretty much one really fast way through there. You might be able to go through fast if you're offline a little bit, but it's not going to be the fastest way.
It's so wide.
Yeah, it's really inviting coming in, but not so much coming out. Kind of like almost like turn one.
Yeah, you have a million different lines you could go in, right? But only one way to come out.
Right. Yeah, turn one there, you get a lot of people that end up in the grass there on the exit because they don't remember, that it goes from being, I don't know, probably 75, 80 feet wide down to about 30 feet wide.
Oh, at turn one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the end closes up. You can take 4 wide in, but only usually 2 of those are going to come out on asphalt. Somebody's not going to, especially whoever's on the outside, is going to probably be losing out.
Yeah, and then you really have to watch, they've got that wall extended down a ways now. It used to end pretty early, and so you'd have people come out on track and dive early for the apex there years ago. Ugh. So it was nice that they got that wall and keep people way out there the outside, so you can at least keep your car up to the the wall on the left-hand side and avoid them on the exit a little bit. It may kill a little bit of your momentum, but it's certainly a whole lot better than getting sideswiped by somebody that's going 50 miles an hour slower coming out of the pits.
So our pit out enters the track right at the track out for turn one. So where you track out, where you get the rumbles, that's kind of right where the cars coming from the pits are entering the track. It looks like it's treacherous, but we've talked to some of the officials around here, and they said they really don't, because the drivers on track can see the cars entering. Right. They know they're going to be there. That they really don't have a lot of issues with that.
Right. Yeah,
as long as everybody obeys the.
Yeah, the wall's low enough down there. You can see the tops of almost all cars, like Formula cars.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's enough sight line there that you can tell when somebody's coming out and be prepared for it.
Right. And let me leave a little margin because I may not be able to track all the way out, right?
Yeah,
There may be a car
like
there.
Road Atlanta is kind of tough for, I would imagine for cars coming out of the pro side there.
Oh, yeah, because they're on the inside. Mm-hmm.
So I did talk to David before the race began. He's one of the officials that works in race control. And I asked him, what about Race Hero? And he said, yeah, we should be able to get that working. Then he came back later and briefed me that he had it up and running. So Race Hero will be hopefully an option for today. Also, Race Monitor. And these are 2 websites you can go to track the timing and scoring for the race. So it's race-monitor.com or racehero.io. They also have apps you can pick up in the App Store. I think the Race Monitor is like $5 or $6 a year.
Yeah.
Race Hero is free. So there's some options there for you if you want to follow along with your favorite team. And we'll try to keep you up on positions of a lot of cars.
But we're probably going to be a few minutes after 9, but we're still being optimistic.
Okay, so there's the word from Dana Morrison, the CEO. Obviously, still keeping a close eye on the situation. I mean, David, we really can't send people out there if they can't see the corners. The flaggers have to be able to see the cars. The cars have to see the flags.
Right.
So they need to have that kind of visibility. Thanks, Bill. So, yeah.
And they've got safety vehicles on track right now, just kind of checking the visibility and doing some recon laps and seeing what's going on out there and what it looks like and reporting back to race control. So hopefully we'll get this thing underway soon.
Yeah, it looks like some of the drivers went ahead and plugged their driver. Some of the teams have plugged their drivers in anticipation for a start. Others are just kind of holding and saying, I don't know. We'll see. I
don't know. You put me in the car that early, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah. So 10.5 was the scheduled race. It looks like it's now we've given up about an hour of that. It was originally going to start at 8 a.m. It's now 8:45 till 9. They probably will not lengthen the race deeper. There's contracts. It's all very technical. Not that it hasn't happened in the past, but a really unusual format. This kind of throws all that strategy out. Typically with most cars are trying to get 2 hours out of a stint. The way the Champ Car rules work is you can have a driver in the car a maximum of 2 hours. So before you have to change drivers. And so what you ideally look for then is a situation where can my car make it 2 hours without running out of fuel? That's actually surprisingly difficult. But with enough tweaking and picking the right car and the right fuel cell, if you can manage it with the rules, you can get it in for 2 hours on a given racetrack, and then you've got this really nice format. However, this was a 10.5 hour race, so that threw this extra half hour into the mix, which would have really been an interesting play on strategy. Now that's kind of out the window, but we'll see how they're going to play this thing.
Yeah, if I remember right, one of the teams that I had talked to about maybe running this weekend was saying something about an hour and 41 was the magic number for this weekend. But I don't know, that kind of sounds a little bit. I remember that Harris Hill for the 7 hours. That usually what we're shooting for is an hour 45. So I don't know. I'd have to get out the calculator and crunch some numbers on that to see if that's an hour and 41 is what works.
I'm hearing a 10-minute warning going around race control and through the corner workers. So.
Yeah, I can see the security building over there close to the Big Bend, so hopefully that means it's lifting a little bit.
Polly, I've got another link I'm going to send to you. They're all in the Facebook chat.
All right.
since I forgot my Slack password. My bad.
I can't quite see the Turn 7 hotel though yet. That's
That's lost in clouds.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see a little bit. Now I can just about make out the bridge there, that Mobile One bridge from our Turn 1 located camera, looking down the front straightaway as the cars would be coming at you here. So beginning to see that outline now appear as the day is beginning to get started. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting a pesky Miata, says Timothy. That's true. That's true. The Doc Waldrop special out here this weekend. Ray Frank is listed as first to drive that first stint in the Doc Waldrop machine that's been refreshed, reseated, refreshed, rebuilt.
All the things.
All of those things. Mm-hmm. And it's been in good form. They actually drove this car in another event. I'm not sure if it was VIR or where it was previously, but they did give it a shakedown. And they seemed, I hadn't heard of any problems. I think there might have been something with a throttle position sensor yesterday, but I think they got that taken care of. Andrew Sides and Matt Harper doing a great job getting this car prepared for today and for Champ Car staff racers to go out and take the car out and put it through its paces and have some fun here at Sebring for the New Year's Eve special. So.
Yeah, I see the starters are up in the flag stand, so we might actually safety truck. Yeah, like I say, I spent a little bit of time with the safety guys last night. They even let me have a bunk in one of their trailers over there last night. I didn't have to drag out my 25-year-old tent that has never ever been out of the bag yet. It goes with me everywhere, but I've never ever used it. So yeah, one of the guys on the safety crew here for Sebring, he helped me and my dad with our Toyota ITC car there for a while. In fact, we met him. We took that GT4 Toyota over to the local circle track just to do a little shakedown on it. And I forget what went wrong with it. There was something with the carburetor or something like that. And my dad went over to one of the airplane hangars over there, and Chris happened to be working in there. It was a place called the Mod Works. They did modifications on Mooney airplanes and award-winning modifications. Put like Porsche air-cooled motors in there, extended the wings a little bit with the little flaps on the end so the air didn't spill off, raked the windshield, and got something like another 30 or 40 knots out of those planes. And found out Chris, he was a bodywork apprentice in England when he was growing up, which was a great help to us running ITC, because he could bang out sheet metal and he could paint, and he even ran a few races with us, and I think he went to Savannah in that GT4 car and got his SCCA license that way. So yeah, we've known Chris a long time. He's a retired firefighter now, and he does a lot of IMSA races. He's been to Circuit of the Americas in Miami for the Formula One races on the safety crew. So yeah, it's kind of nice to find people like that every once in a while, just so you can fill in the places where you may not be so strong, because me and my dad definitely couldn't do body work or paint. So
So we're getting the 5-minute warning from the corner workers, and they're going around and giving a call in to race control from each corner station. So
thumbs up or thumbs down.
Right. So they're planning to get this thing underway.
Yeah, this is a special weekend for Champ Car. Just about every staff member and contractor is here for our annual party. We have a little New Year's Eve party we do after the race. So it's great having everybody here. It's a lot of fun. Most of the races I don't attend, but this one brought out all the gear so we could do ChampCar.Live from the track. And so, yeah, that's what we're doing.
Awesome.
It's great to be here. And obviously, this is the place to be with nearly 90 teams showing up for this race today. It's pretty incredible.
It's going to be a good race. I have a good feeling about this one.
Yeah, guys are getting in the cars and gals getting ready to race. Trophy Wife team on board with them. They've put their their camera up at the front there, so should get a pretty good view from outside the window.
We kind of watched it during practice, and we thought it was looking pretty good. So hopefully we've got that. This is our first time to set up our own camera. Wow, there's a couple of steps involved in that.
Yeah.
So I turned it over to the IT professional on the team, Alan, who's our team owner, and let him fool with it. And obviously he's done a great job, because I had it for a year or more in my possession, and it mostly just stayed in the box.
I remember my dad bought me one of those original GoPros, and man, what a just absolute boon that was to in-car cameras. We had a Sony Super 8 for a while inside that ITC car, and it was always such a chore to get it in there, get it out of there, make sure you turned it off so you didn't run the battery down excessively, and especially you had to have the Steadicam on, which really ate up the battery. Sometimes you didn't get a full 20-minute race in with that Steadicam on.
Okay, so cars are rolling out, and we are starting with pit stall number 30. So car number 74, which is on the other side of my paper. Give me 2 seconds. Treasure Coast Miata is going to lead to the start.
Treasure Coast Miata, a team that brought 2 cars out here this weekend. As the cars are lining up. So pace car, you may hear some of the sounds from our radios in the background. Hope you can hear some of that chatter that's going on. You may hear some other, we've got race control about 2 doors down. So there'll be some, you'll hear some sound in the background.
Yeah, let me know if it's annoying, but kind of trying to leave it there where you can hear too, and I'll let you know some things as well.
It can't be more annoying than we are today, so it's got to be better than that. I was thinking this morning, I hope I do a good job for everybody. It's like, well, why start something new? I mean, let's just keep doing what we've always done. It seems to work out so far.
If you raise the bar, then they'll just expect that the next time.
Right.
Exactly. Why would I do that? So here, this is a good shot. We get to see cars moving out onto the racetrack here at Sebring International on their reconnaissance lap, led by the pace car as they're preparing to start this race here. 8:54 is the time here local, where it's Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Daylight Time, whatever you like to call it. And this is always the thing when the driver is trying to get somebody's attention. Hey, can you turn on the power switch back there, or pull the fire pin, or do something for me?
Right, because you can't hear each other out there.
Right.
Is my cool suit plugged in?
That's the most important thing, right? It's warm out there.
Yeah, especially as this burns off, the humidity will be enough that it'll really soak your suit pretty easy in the high humidity.
So in the Trophy Wife team car, Alan Barksdale is starting this morning in our Doc Waldrop special. That's Ray Frank starting out. In the MS2 Racing Volkswagen Jetta, Robert is starting out. And I think I have a couple of other of those. Nope, not that one. I'll see if I got any other lineups on here. Driver Andrew Bichet is starting out with Max Fury. These guys have been sitting and waiting to get going, right? And now it's time. With GMW Racing, I'm not sure if this is the order, but we have driver Jeff Cohen is at the start of their list.
And boy, car's still rolling down pit lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a while. I wonder if we can get everybody off pit lane before the field comes back around. It's a big racetrack. We might pull it off.
Yeah, I think when I first ran here in 2014, I think there were 88 cars, which I was like, man, how are we going to, be able to just race for the first couple of hours? But it actually worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it's amazing. If anybody can get all those cars on the racetrack, we can do it.
And Daytona too. I forget what at Daytona it was like 108 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so which is you don't think of Daytona as being a smaller track, but it's a slightly shorter than Sebring.
Mm-hmm.
And it raced pretty well with a I'd say it made even 115 sticks in my mind for some reason. It may have just been how many they had entered, and they had 108 or so for the race.
Kimberly Leonardo saying that her husband Chad is driving first for Avenue Garage, she believes. So
Awesome.
wish him all the luck and hope they have a lot of fun this weekend racing with us at Sebring.
And in the Road Apple Racing, Ed, it's either Maul or Molly. One of the two is starting off in that car. In the Floridians Motorsports number 51 Porsche 944, Jason Hickman is starting out in that car. And those guys, this is a local track for them, and they've done really well here in the past. So we'll be looking to see what they're bringing this race day. Nathan Nicholson is starting out in the 996 Boxster for Atlanta Speedworks, and Abby Lockwood is starting out in their 981 Boxster, also Atlanta Speedworks. Oh, and Todd Burris is starting out in the number 56 Miata. Thanks for the updates, guys, and keep them coming.
Yeah, the Auto Technic team is a pretty local racetrack for them. They've got one of their drivers, I think his name is Micah. I don't know if he would probably be starting the car. He's probably got the most experience of anybody on that team here at Sebring. But that's a very interesting car. If I recall, the car weighs something like 1,700 pounds.
Oh, really light.
They've taken a lot of weight out of there. It has no, aero that you can really see. It's got an under tray on it, though. And they tell me that thing works extremely well, that they don't even need the rear wing on there. Like I say, that
like
shop
100
is
extra points, right? No.
Yeah, so that shop is like say 1.5 miles from my house, and Jeff there that runs Auto Technic, he built the cage in my Miata, did a lot of work on that car, made it really fast, kind of back before the 99s really took off around here, before everybody figured those out. I used to be a top 5 car with that. We used to have 60-car regional fields for Spec Miata here, and had a couple of top 5s and 1 second and 1 third with it. And then they figured out the 99s, and my little 1.6 just this long track. Says the big problem with the 1.6s is you can't recover all that well with them, and so the people that I used to run against there, or actually that would be behind me, from about 6th to 10th. Once they got the 99s, they got that bigger motor. Even though they've got the air inlet restrictor, they could recover a whole lot easier from little mistakes because of the torque. And it just made it a little more difficult to run the 1.6 anymore. So they ended up moving to F production with that, and had some success there, keeping that car pretty much as a Spec Miata, but running F production with it.
So the field is coming past start finish now. So we're not going green this lap, but my guess would be maybe next lap we might see that green flag come out.
Yeah, obviously what they're looking for is good visibility. They want to make sure that the flaggers, the stands can see the cars, and the drivers can see the stands.
And the 40,000 fans can see the car too, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, they can if they're watching ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Tiffany Alexander and special guest commentator Brian Beasley this weekend, as we're getting ready for 9.5 hours of endurance road racing.
2 Infinities out there, huh?
Yeah, they brought 2 cars this weekend. So pretty exciting. Got a lot going on this weekend. Of course, New Year's Eve, last day of the year.
An FRS and a 350Z out there.
Isn't this the best way to bring in the new year? I mean, or the best thing to do on the last day of the year?
It's the best way to spend any day is at the racetrack.
Yeah.
Okay, so the official stint time will start at the green flag. So the official stint time is not going to start right now, even though cars are on course. They will start once the green flag is dropped for this race. So just FYI.
Was that a Lotus Evora?
Yeah, there is a Lotus out there, but it's running an EC.
Yeah.
So EC cars will not be scored with the rest of the competitors this weekend.
They don't meet our points, so they can still race with us, and then they're scored against each other, the other EC cars, not in the overall standings, in case you didn't know.
Oh, well, I've run with KSR here in the 300Z, that was
nice
an EC car.
It's a really cool way for a team to bring what they have and check out the racing, and they can decide if they if we're just at the racetrack that's nearby them and they want to hang out with Champ Car for the weekend and do this, cool, and not have to modify their car in major ways. Obviously the safety has to be up to date via our rules, but if it's got some cheat bits on it or extra points, they can just run they can run EC, and they can choose. They can either, if they're a little over the points, they can pick to take a couple of laps and run in the classes, or they can just do EC.
Yeah.
Can actually see cars on track over there in Big Bend, so.
Yeah, it's clearing out. The fog is definitely thinned. It's not ideal, but it's better.
Yeah, we've had a number of cameras drop off, so don't quite have all the camera views that I used to have, but as you can see from inside the Trophy Wife car, it's getting better. It's improving quite a bit.
Yeah, that's looking better. Not great, but better. And the Four Paws Racing car, that's an EC car. We've got Barry Rufio starting out in that car.
That was a pretty good set of tire tracks going off to the right there, right before the walkover bridge, headed towards the hairpin. So I wonder what that was from.
Oopsies.
Yeah, we've got Flagtronics, of course, running this weekend, so we'll be trying to keep an eye on that.
Look at all those dots. They're everywhere. There's so many cars here, they almost cover the whole field, it looks like.
And
pit
lane is empty.
One car stuck there in between 3 and 4. I don't know if it was just a...
Yeah, the 861 maybe. It might be a corner. It's kind of hard to tell some of these markings. They're all the same color, but it's possible, and it's not uncommon for us to have these cautions as we are early in the race. That's all works into the strategy, though. Got level 1 racing here.
Yeah, the flag stand still has a yellow flag in hand, though.
Yeah, they may do a couple of more laps. Just make sure, that visibility is what, where they want it to be, that, that they really feel like it's safe to start the race. The last thing we want to do is go green and then have a big oopsie.
Cars coming down that front straightaway again. Still got the caution flag out as cars are approaching the flagger stand.
Yep, and our pace car is still out. Rotary Rocketeers are here. The number 250. It's one of our few rotary cars. They won here last year. They've been racing since 2015, and Mike and Jeremy Lowe on that car, and they have a first-timer with them, Noah, and I'm going to butcher these last names, so if y'all don't send it in like the way it's spelled or spoken, Mazzola? I'm going to go with Mazzola, that's my guess. They're going to be powering that one, and this is our last race was in September here last year, and we had double sevens, so totally different race today, as started out as a 10.5 hour. We're looking at a probably 9.5 hour, closer to 9 hour race now, so totally different approach, I would believe, than the sevens. but it's really, you're not going to have to make those 2-hour stints. You're not going to have to make those stick to be competitive, I don't believe. We'll have to see how the cautions fall and who, the racing gods bless and who gets less fortunate. Oh, look, it's the little CRX. That is adorable. Got to give some Honda love out there.
That's right. If you're just joining us, welcome. It's thealarm.com, New Year's Eve, Sebring 10.5 at Sebring International Raceway, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Belton, along with Tiffany Alexander, and special guest commentator this weekend, his name, Brian Beasley. And Brian, thanks for joining us up here in the tower today, as we're getting ready to start this race.
Quite a few Mustangs out there, too.
There is.
Yeah.
And Randy Popes is in one of those.
Yeah, one of my favorite Mustangs is the Hazmat Mustang we have here behind the wheel with them right now, that beautiful bronze 66. They're frequently out here for our races when we're at Sebring, so it's always great to see those guys out here as the driver takes a quick drink and gets ready to settle in for a couple hours of racing.
Yeah, there's two Mustangs of that vintage that usually run at Harris Hill every year as well. The one, I was talking to the guy, he pulled the car out of a field somewhere, had a lot of rust, mostly on the sheet metal, which he repaired with, I think he said with washing machine sheet metal.
Really?
And did a really, really good job of it too. You
Right.
can't quite tell, that it's not factory. Real pretty car. It's got Gulf colors on it, and that track is surprisingly. It's definitely a Miata track, but Mustangs do surprisingly well there for some reason. I guess mainly because of how much torque they have coming off the corners, because a lot of those corners are slow. They are, fairly fast and long, though, which the Miatas love. But for some reason, the Mustangs seem to come off the corners very well and do well on the little short straights in between, the long, gradual corners.
So when you use washing machine parts on your car, do you have the problem keeping the car from spinning?
Well, yeah, they actually have a corner there at the top of the hill called Mustang Corner. And for some reason, Mustangs, it's mostly
hang out there.
Yeah, they tend to spin out on that corner, mostly because you have to come out of a kink there right before it, and there's not a lot of room to get on the brakes.
Yeah.
And so they get in there and they try turning while they're still hard on the brakes, and it doesn't work very well with a live axle. And around they go. Especially it's off camber. It starts dropping downhill. So yeah, it's you have to get it right. And there's a big bump in the middle too. That track was repaved, I think, 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was really, really nice, but it's starting to get all those bumps back in it again. Especially coming out of turn 3, headed up the hill. There's a real bad bump on the exit there. The last time I was there in September, you would get all four wheels off the ground if you got the corner right. And yeah, so I had to kind of change up my line coming out of there. So I didn't want to, get the rear wheels up in the air and spin them too much. So I had to really change the line, yeah.
That kind of affects your overall pace, huh?
Yeah.
And,
Well, and
your comfort level.
Yeah, if you change up getting into 2, you could be a lot tighter coming out of 3, and not really affect the speed too much. But you just had to remember not to get out there, because it would really, especially the back wheels, would really get up in the air coming off that bump.
Really upset the car.
Yeah. And there's a real bad one coming into the kink there as well, which you're doing about 100 miles an hour going into the kink, and there's a pretty bad bump there, which will, if you hit it, it will hit the bump stops with the left front corner and really wash the front end out. So you have to kind of make sure that you're in far enough at the apex, almost with the right side tires in the grass, to avoid that outside bump.
Okay, we're looking for a green flag next time by. Fingers crossed.
Yep.
And that's going to officially start your stint limit when we see that green flag.
So cars just crossed the start-finish line. The leader did. That's Treasure Coast Miata, one of their 2 cars that are here this weekend. At the point, as the cars will make another journey around this 3.7 mile road circuit. What happened? I don't know. There they are, coming around the racetrack.
And I'm not getting anything from Race Monitor yet, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know kind of what. We started with pit stall number 30, the Treasure Coast Miata, and then we would have went 31, 32, and then back around, starting at 1. So we're in pit stall. My team is in 6, so I think let me see how there is 67 pit stalls here. So we're towards the back then, I guess.
Ray Frank at the wheel.
Our old stop.
Ray Frank at the wheel, the Doc Waldrop Special. He's going to take that first stint in Doc's old car. Good old number 860. Looking to have some fun. We're still under caution here. If you're just joining us, we've been under a fog delay since when the race was supposed to take place, supposed to start, that is, at 8 a.m. local time. And we're just about a quarter after 9, and we're supposed to start this time by. So team's looking for that green flag. Still being led by the pace car. The lights will go out on the pace car, and they'll come in and hopefully take a screen.
All right, and flagman reaching for the green flag, so.
Lights are out on the pace car.
Just waiting for the cars as they cycle back around the racetrack here. You can see the leader there on the back part of the racetrack. The wife and I did some touring around the public roads that go around the racetrack here yesterday as the cars were practicing, and it was a lot of fun. You can almost see that public road there around the perimeter. Pace car is at turn 15. So they're working their way around to Almond Straight, that long back stretch.
Everybody's looking for the starter here.
This is always exciting. It's one of my favorite times of the day, that very beginning of the race.
It's almost as fun as the checker flag.
It's great. All the anticipation, all the work that's gone into these cars to get them ready for this final race of the year, and many teams vying for a position in the championship title run to take place at Michelin Raceway. So this is it. This is their only opportunity.
Green flag.
And there it is. And the season finale has begun. The final race of 2022 is underway for nearly 9.5 hours of door-to-door competition for that final shot at the championship race at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in February, with cars rocketing into turn number 1 for the very first time. Led by Treasure Coast Miata. Into turn number 1 they come. And the hammers have dropped. Hazmat Motorsports coming around that big, fast number 1 turn as they rush into 2, 3, and 4 complex. That Mustang making the downshifts. You see a competitor going around the outside. As they head through this tricky section of the racetrack and then on to the Big Bend. Under the bridge we go. winding up through the gears down to that very slow turn number 7 at the hotel. Uh-oh, we just lost her. Well, that's disappointing. No, we're not going to go to commercial. My finger hit the button, that's all.
Got it. Official start time is 9:15.
Level 1 Racing on board with them as they're starting their race too. That looks like the little CRX going by, back on board with Hazmat here as they're working their way around the racetrack.
Looks like maybe about turn 10 coming into 11 here.
Kimberly says she's got her coffee made and she's ready for the race to start. I'm with you, girl.
To your tower turn there at 13. There's a nice, interesting little concrete patch there on the inside of 13. And it's actually banked a little bit as well. The trick is to get your car within that concrete patch there. Some cars would be a little bit too wide for it, but if you can, like say a Miata, if you can get down in that concrete part and use the banking of that concrete, get a couple of extra mile an hour for headed down that back straightaway there through 14, 14A, and then into 15.
So on this first lap, cars coming by the start-finish line. Now it's MBM Performance leading the way over AVG Motorsports, followed by Good, Bad, and the Ugly in their Corvette, Valerian Steel. Then it's Treasure Coast Miata, RTR, MBM Performance, DVM Racing, and Frantic Antic, the top 10. MBM Performance leading the way in their A-Class Miata, set the fastest lap, that opening lap at a 2:39.4.
That's a pretty stout lap for an opening lap.
Cars coming down into turn 1 again as Level 1 Racing has dropped the hammer in that very fast Miata. They've done so well out here in the past. We wanted to make sure we got a camera in that car. Ray Frank at the wheel of that refreshed BMW, the Doc Waldrop Special. Under the Michelin bridge he goes, making a quick adjustment to that mirror as he heads down the front straightaway. Things pretty busy for Level 1 Miata, the Level 1 Racing Miata, as you can see.
Oh, yeah, just a little correction, fast correction there.
Average Joes, they let us see their stream today as well. They're currently in 12th place overall. There's Average Joe's right there.
Polly, do you have Race Hero up and working?
Yes, I do.
Sweet, okay.
Yeah, we got Race Hero running, so that's what I'm watching right now.
Race Monitor has info, but still waiting for data.
All right.
It's leading.
Yep. If you're just joining us, it's MBM leading the way after just one lap. AVG Motorsports in second. Good, Bad, and the Ugly is third. Valerian Steel in fourth. Treasure Coast Miata in fifth. And that's the number 74 car.
So in that 669 MBM Performance Miata, that is Christian Sarnecki. I'm going to go with that. Is driving that car, and in the other, there's another MBM Performance car that's 668, and that's Austin Schaefer driving that car.
Cars coming around to start another lap here at Sebring. MBM still in the lead, out 3.3 seconds from AVG Motorsports. Good, Bad, and the Ugly now sets the FTD of the event at a 234.966 in third place. Back about 4.5 seconds from P1. Then we've got Valerian Steel, Treasure Coast, RTR, and MBM Performance behind them.
I imagine that time from Good, Bad, and the Ugly will drop quite a bit once they get out into the lead and get a little bit of clear track.
What do you think? They can go like maybe 30, 45 minutes and then need fuel?
Yeah, especially here. So, you're high RPMs all the time.
Right.
Foot flat on the floor.
Makes the car kind of thirsty.
Yeah. I don't know, is Ben Keating with them this weekend, or?
I don't know. In the 285 Flying Ghost Honda CRX, that is Johnny Robinson, all the way from Indiana.
Yeah, Johnny's
driving.
Yeah, he's one of my. We've raced before we had a team together, so
cool.
Johnny doesn't live too far away from me. Back on board with the hazmat team. And I'm showing about 75 or so teams taking the start so far. Cars that aren't through yet, they might be starting. We've got a couple cars in the pits. Open Throttle Racing and Atlas Welding shown in the pits right now. Everybody else out on the racetrack. Now working the third lap here at Sebring. And a car, looks like we might have had a car off track there. Level 1 Racing going by.
Yeah, it looks like he's
track
having
left.
trouble with the shifter.
Or something.
Yeah, he's reaching around
Just
a whole
kind
lot
of
there.
reorganizing things there. So we got it.
Car 842, spin and continue. We have another car that is spun. He's down the back of the runoff.
So 842 is BR Racing. We had a spin and continue. We have another spin in an unidentified car.
Yeah, if you want to watch timing and scoring, check out racehero.io on the web, where you can pick up their app in the App Store. It's free. And I'll be getting timing and scoring up here once we get that running. Yeah.
Looks like my team started fairly towards the back of the field. Looks like we have 78 cars so far that have turned a lap.
Yep, Hazmat there shown in 32nd place right now. Team Jackie Yakes in 16th as the cars are coming across the start-finish line again. Looks like Running Bulls has moved up into 20th place, and they've passed 13 cars for position. The Sharky 2 car, as cars are coming through, it's everything's changing. Looks like we're going to go to caution here. According to Flagtronics, we are full course caution for the first time at Sebring.
That didn't take long.
Yeah, it usually doesn't. No, we're just getting started, so.
I'm guessing that is the unidentified spin and did not continue car that the corner workers were calling in. If I can get my letters and words out.
Yeah, it looks like we got a code 35 being displayed, so all cars are going to slow, Tiffany, to 35 miles an hour and just maintain that speed. And this helps the race control avoid having to put out the pace car, right?
Yeah, it's just mind-numbing as a driver when you're going from full tilt boogie to 35 feels like walking slowly backwards with your eyes closed.
Full tilt boogie.
Yeah, well, the thing that frustrated me the most about the code 35 was a lot of people don't do the 35.
Well, then the Flagtronics blinks at you and says slow.
Yeah, and what's even scarier is the race control guys, they see that blinking too.
Right.
So they know that you're
Well, I mean, as far as a lot of people,
doing.
Like when I ran at the 24-hour VIR, a lot of people they're doing 35 on the straight, but then they'll slow down to 20 for the corner.
Right.
And I'm like, you're taking this corner in the race at 45 or 50. Why are you slowing down to 20?
Yeah.
I was able to make up tremendous amounts of time during the code 35s, but until I would get up to somebody who would slow down for the corners.
We're live here at Sebring International Raceway for the Alarm.com New Year's Eve race. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy a top dealer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done. All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
It's nice. Yeah, I heard about this.
So I would actually go with the full synthetic.
Brake pads, for the Duralast rotors.
I did it. You see how it's...
You did it. That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Still under caution here at Sebring International Raceway, but Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. It's the Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring race at Sebring International. This is ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Tiffany Alexander and special guest commentator Brian Beasley this weekend. And I'm trying to I'm very trying, as you all know, and working on a couple things here at the same time, trying to get this timing and scoring is up now on Race Monitor. That's race-monitor.com. You can go out there and just look for the Champ Car Endurance Series race at Sebring there, and then you'll be able to find the timing and scoring there. So there we have it back up as we're on board with Level 1 racing, and it looks like the fog is lifting. I can see the sun beginning to come through now, and I can see the cars coming down through Big Bend. I can just see sort of shadows of them, ghostly shadows, as they head towards turn number 7. Can still see a little bit of fog there, but the race is underway now. Back to green racing. Standings right now, we've got Good, Bad, and the Ugly now leading over MBM Performance in the number 669. Then it's AVG Motorsports Blue Steel in the number 990. In third, Valerian Steel's behind them, followed by Treasure Coast Miata, Atlanta Speedworks, Frantic Antic, DVM Racing, Average Joe's, Team Jackie Yakes in 10th. Then we have Fiend Dog Racing. We've got MBM Performance number 668. Sour Apple Bunch is behind them. Then it's Sebring Racing Rentals.com. They're in about 15th, 14th, 13th spot if you pull the EC cars out. Team Infinity, Running Bulls Racing there in the 160. Rotary Rocketeers is behind them. And the list continues to go down. Again, Ray Frank at the wheel of the Doc Waldrop Special this weekend. The favorite, of course, for the weekend. Of course it's the favorite. And having some fun out there in that car, just getting things started as Champ Car staffers will be driving that car this weekend. Great to see that car in racing form again. It's been a while. Thanks for joining us, everybody, here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Got Tiffany here and Brian.
Yay. In the Treasure Coast Miata, the number 74, that white and blue Miata, Shelby Smith the fourth. I can pronounce that. Yay. He started out the race for them. So good luck to him.
Yeah, definitely.
We've also got Tim Minuto, I think. I'm gonna go with that. They'll let me know if I messed up. He's the owner of the Rhinoceros Racing number 288 Red Mustang, and he started out with that car today. So maybe several of the owners are starting out the cars. That's kind of what we went with on my team as well.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the timing and scoring, understand we get this information. It's third party, so it's not official, and I cannot go over to race control and ask them, hey, what's the whole running order? They're kind of busy right now, but if it looks like we've got a discrepancy, later on I can go over there and they might not throw me out the window if I ask them a question like that.
You probably could go over there and ask them, but they probably wouldn't enjoy it.
No. Yeah, they got other things to do besides, listen to me ask them stupid questions. But, yeah, we're going to go with GBU. We saw them up at the front at the start of the race, and it's not unlikely to believe they're 17 seconds ahead of the field right now. They turned a 2:38 on the last lap. 2:32 is their fastest lap time. Those lap times are continuing to fall, Brian, as we see the drivers are getting acclimated to the racetrack. You can hear the cars going by on our microphones as they're heading down the front straightaway here. Now we're on board with Average Joe's right now.
Yeah, plus the ground was definitely had a little bit of dew on it this morning from all that fog. So as they dry it out a little bit, should be getting faster, get some heat in the track.
Yeah, Average Joe's inside that top 10 right now, and trying to get that car to work its way up through the field. We've got picture-in-picture with the Doc Waldrop Special there down below, so you can keep an eye on Ray Frank and the other staffers as they pilot that BMW E30 around the track. There's the Team Jackie Yakes. There's the Team Jackie Yakes Mitsubishi 3000 GT up ahead of the Average Joe's cars. They're working their way through this racetrack.
We've got a car off driver's right, but I'm not sure exactly where.
Okay.
Let's see.
Well, we'll keep an eye out and see if maybe we can find out here from our...
That kind of looks like
car 64.
11, turn 11 maybe over in that section.
Okay, all stations going to go to code 35.
Yeah, there seems to be a car 64 there in turn 6.
Yeah. Oh, he's saying we're getting messages. Actually, turn 10.
Okay.
Is the car that's 7.
Yeah,
and I
top corner.
Can't
there.
really tell from all that. There's a lot of cars around there.
It's busy out there.
Yeah, it keeps busy. Covering that one up.
Yeah.
123 maybe.
I walked back over into race control just a moment ago, and I noticed I overheard our CEO Dana was talking to one of the track officials. He says one of the reasons he likes the 35 is because they can throw that 35. Everybody slows down at one time. You don't have that one straggler trying to catch up to the field, going full speed, trying to catch up, and it's just immediately everybody's slowed down, and even the safety trucks are passing the field to get to where they need to go. So
you don't have to wait you don't have to wait and wait to see who's the leader, get the pace car out ahead of the leader, then slow them down, and then pack the field, and all of those things take time. So we can do this purple 35, slow everybody down immediately. Safety can grab that car that's disabled or whatever, and a lot of times we can get back to racing really quick.
Yeah, for flat tow purposes, the purple 35 makes it a whole lot shorter. You can get back to racing so much quicker.
Yeah, so the looks like the car's actually pulled off the racetrack. They may have pushed it back on that access road, Brian. The 526 might be the car, if I'm reading that right.
Yeah, that's the pit out for the club course right there.
If it's 526, then it's JAE Motorsports. Let's see, we've got a black flag for car number 64. That's the Falkenstein. Appears that they are speeding under the code 35.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, they really want you right at that 35.
Back to green already. Yeah, so they must have pushed that car off, or at least got it off there to the side.
So if you're just joining us, welcome everyone. It's great to see everybody joining us for the final race of the year. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Sebring International Raceway, the Alarm.com New Year's Eve 10.5 hour Sebring. Now we got started a little short because of the fog. We had a fog delay this morning, and so that green flag, Tiffany, what time did that flag actually get displayed?
That was 9:15. Is the official start time?
So 9:15 is the official start time, which means the stint times correspond with that too.
Absolutely.
We were told, right? Okay. So so that's the news that we have. Of course, anything we say can't be official.
Held against us.
You could hold it against us, but it's not sure if it would stand up in any court because. But here we are on board with Trophy Wife as GBU goes off into the distance, and they are leading this race handily at the moment. Right now, leading by technically by a lap. It's not a full lap, I don't believe yet. But they are sailing off into the distance. They just turned in a 3:17 on their last lap because of the yellow. The fastest lap time is by that car, 2:32. So it looks like the gap is 23.8 seconds that time by, according to Race Hero. AVG, the MBM Performance Miata is in second place there, followed by AVG Motorsports. Looks like a couple Miatas. Then we've got Atlanta Speedworks in their Porsche. The lead C-Class car is in fourth, then another A-Class car, Valyrian Steel, and then the lead B-Class car, Treasure Coast Miata, in 6th, followed by Team Jackie Yakes in their Mitsubishi 3000 GT. There's been some changes there in the running order. Treasure Coast is now behind them. DVM Racing behind them. Frantic Anik is following them, and Red Bull's racing there inside the top 12.
Okay, so it looks like car 43, the Flying Critters Mustang, is getting a black flag for passing under yellow.
Yeah, it's one of the EC cars here this weekend. They're in 37th place. They've actually dropped 28 places so far.
That's the team that Randy Popes is driving with.
Okay.
Surely he wasn't in the car. Surely.
You would hope not.
Probably not. And stop calling him Shirley.
Right.
Oh, no, contact.
Oh, yeah.
We have contact here with Average Joe's and Team Infinity. They're off the racetrack, trying to keep it under control. He's all over the place. Looks like Average Joe may have been able to keep it going.
Is that headed down towards the hairpin right now? Oh, and then, the Auto Technic car nearly.
Wow, some close quarters racing there.
Coming out of the carousel.
Yeah, we'll watch. We'll rewatch that on instant replay here on board with Average Joe here. So I hope we got this thing right.
That looks way too clear. There's no fog there.
Well, this instant replay. I'm not sure. This looks like this it didn't take that time, folks. So, but you can always rewind the play and go back to it if you miss that. Looks like the cars. I thought he turned the Average Joe's car around, but the Infinity car went left, and then the next thing is I saw the Average Joe car passing them again. So yeah, looks like they managed to keep it going. No surprise there if Justin's at the wheel. The guy seems to be able to handle any kind of car in any situation.
He's getting passed by quite a few cars there, though.
Never got a car off track right.
Yeah, driver's right there.
So that car, that may bring out another caution here.
Yeah, the Average Joe's car is getting passed by a lot of cars right now.
So they had some contact, Average Joe's did with the Team Infinity car. I wonder if it's caused some kind of issue.
Yeah, if he has a tire going down, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe lost a valve stem in that contact.
So it looks like we are going to go to that full course caution then. Average Joe's definitely slowed down since that contact, so they might be bringing that in to have it a look-see. And we are code 35 again here at Sebring.
Yeah, the steering wheel isn't shaking on the Average Joe, so if it's a flat, maybe it's the left rear.
Still moving along at a pretty good clip. It could be just a tire rub, anything like that. You want to at least have it looked at.
Yeah, because most Miata teams are running a 245 series tire, and it doesn't take much to push the fender in on the sidewall on those things.
Back on board with Ray Frank here as we are now under caution here at Sebring. The code 35. So that'll bring the entire field down to 35 miles per hour. So Average Joe's is going to come into the pits here. And they've sent him on. So it looks like they didn't black flag him. They've just waved him on. Trophy wife, of course, staying out. A lot of these teams are going to be staying out. We do have a couple cars in the pits. So driver motioning, let's take a look at that left side, left corner, and just make sure everything's okay.
The crew's going around to the back of the car.
So GBU now leads after 9 laps. We're working lap 10. MBM in second. Atlanta Speedworks in third in their Porsche Boxster. The number 996.
Yeah, did GBU set a new fast lap?
Yeah, they just did that 232.1 right before the yellow came out.
Yeah, all these purple 35s are falling right into GBU's hands, helping them stretch that fuel.
The additional announcer says, "Who's this Brian guy muscling in on my gig?"
Yeah.
That's funny.
Ray Frank at the wheel. We can take a look inside the trophy wife car and maybe get a little bit better view of the track conditions and see where we're at here. But it looks like the yellow has been pulled and we're back to green here at Sebring.
Man, that was quick. That's awesome.
Yeah, they seem to be pretty efficient. We've seen that here before at Sebring. Tiffany, with their ability to get on, snatch that car that's broken down and pull them into the infield somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Still looks kind of foggy there, doesn't it?
Yeah. At a distance, this is a telephoto lens, so it's looking all the way down the track, and even from inside the trophy wife car, you can still see, there is some reduction in the distance.
Brian, is this common here at Sebring?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You get a high enough dew point, and it will definitely get foggy. And it's very, very patchy, too. It's kind of weird how you can be driving down I-75 sometimes, and you'll come through a section where you got to slow down to, 15, 20 miles an hour because you can't see more than probably 10 feet in front of the car.
Like pea soup, huh?
Yeah. And then I remember one time I was going up to the 24 Hours of Daytona, and there was a wreck on I-75, a big, huge wreck from the fog. And they had to reroute us through over to 27, and so I just kept going up 27 until I hit I-4 to go across. But because usually it's much faster, just stay on 75 and then hit I-4 and head across. But yeah, sometimes the fog just gets really, really bad in the mornings.
Okay.
Team Infinity in 15th there. GBU extending their lead now 56 seconds over the field since the green flag came out. MBM Performance in second. Atlanta Speedworks still in third and falling back. Team Jackie Yakes in 7th. Running Bulls in 8th. Rotary Rocketeers, another strong team here at Sebring, inside the top 10 now. Atlanta Speedworks in their Porsche scored in third place. Unofficially has passed 34 cars for position. Burris Motorsports has passed 36 there in 13th. Average Joe's being detained in the pits for a time. They were possibly under black flag. That's common in Champ Car. If there's contact between two cars, they'll do that, just to make sure that everything's okay between the two competitors before they send them back out. But they are back out on the racetrack now, turning laps.
Oh, that's that Lotus Evora that went by, and I said, man, a level 1 car is usually very fast in a straight line, but yeah, that Evora would definitely have the advantage there.
Yeah, some of the cars not turning laps right now. We've got AVG Motorsports, Blue Steel. We've got Gorilla Sticker, the number 516. Looks like Stranger Racing has just come through the pits, and their 2000 Ford Ranger. JAE Motorsports, ZR Nunn, and GMW Racing also shown not turning laps at this time. Working lap 12 on board with Level 1 Racing. Might be the shark car coming down there responding to a black flag. I wouldn't be surprised. There's contact between those two cars. Looks like the cars escaped, major damage. They're able to continue going.
Oh, somebody went way off in the grass there at 10.
Look out. Hang on to it, son.
Yeah. Trophy wife car is kind of lucky they didn't shoot back across the track with the left side tires in the grass like that.
I don't have anything official on which cars were black flagged. I'm just kind of drawing conclusions. I saw the Infinity car coming through the pits, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Infinity car and the Average Joe's teams both received black flag just for contact.
Yeah, with the view we had, it was it looked like it was kind of a mutual. They didn't give each other enough room. So.
Oh, we got a car at a stop on track right. Brian, it kind of looks like the back stretch there. Yeah. So a car at a completely dead stop, track right, and in fact they've thrown now the full course caution to bring this field under control. And it's likely for that car so they can get a handle on things as the cars come down the front straightaway again.
That's kind of a weird spot coming out of 16. You would think that being there all the way up against the wall and on track right would be a nice, safe spot. But cars tend to go out a little wide on the exit of 16. And when they try to yank the wheel to get back onto the track, they tend to shoot across the track and into the wall there.
On the opposing side,
correct.
They're going to cross back over.
Yeah, it's the best thing to do in that situation is just maintain throttle, keep the wheel straight, and then slowly ease it back over. And I've seen a lot of people just kind of really wrench the wheel over, try to get back on the track, and it really shoots them across the track into the wall.
So it looks like Ray Frank is in the pits right now.
Adjusted the mirror a little too much.
Oh, yeah.
It's falling down.
Having some trouble with that.
Yeah, going to have to find the right size bolt.
Or the right size tire strap.
Oh, yeah.
If you go fast enough, do you need mirrors?
No. Some Gorilla Tape, that might work. Tape it up there.
So Dana was supposed to go next, but he and Bill swapped. So I think Bill is going in the dock card now.
Oh, no. Everybody be aware.
Right? Fair warning. Put it out there.
You don't have any flares you can stick on the car or anything like
right?
that? The one time he brought the Opel here, I remember there was some problem with the carburetor, and he couldn't get over like 4,000 RPM with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I caught him a couple of times in 14 in the KSR 300Z, and I was doing about 100, and he was doing about 55.
Yeah.
And it was just one of those deals where you hope and pray that he's going to stay on the inside line like he's showing.
Right.
Because that's quite a difference in speed.
Yeah, the closing speed on that. You're like, I hope he sees me.
Especially when you're in a long, constant, fast corner like that.
Right.
So.
And the last thing you want to do is check up that much, right?
Well, as we're under caution here, we're going to take a quick break and be back in just a couple of minutes. Right now, it's all GBU leading this race. The Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the Alarm.com New Year's Eve 10.5 at Sebring International Raceway. I'm Paul Velton, joined by Tiffany Alexander and guest commentator Brian Beasley. Calling the race for you this weekend. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. I hope everybody stays safe and yet has a good time tonight as we head into the 2023 new year and new season of racing, of course. GBU leading the way with a couple EC cars packed in ahead of MBM Motorsports there in fourth place, according to Race Hero. Of course, they're technically not there. They're technically in second place. Then we've got Atlanta Speedworks, Team Jackie Yakes, Valerian Steel, Rotary Rocketeers, Burris Motorsports, Clark Motorsports, Running Bulls, Sebring Racing Rentals, and Treasure Coast Miata in top 11, excuse me. On board with Team Infinity. Had some contact earlier with the Average Joe's team, but they looks like both cars none the worse for wear, able to stay out. It's good to see.
Yeah, fog seems to be clearing up. I can actually see cars running down to turn 10 now.
Yeah, it looks so much better out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, the visibility has improved considerably.
I believe it's Bill that's in the car now of the Doc Waldrop Special down in 63rd right now. So it's nice to see that car back out there. And just kind of keep that in view down there. Trophy Wife. This is the team that Tiffany is going to be driving a little bit later today. Hazmat Motorsports is pitted.
Yeah, I'm going in next.
Nice.
Oh.
So Hazmat in the pits. Looks like they're looking at that right side, the driver's right side of the car.
Yeah, that passenger side mirror there looked a little askew.
Yeah, which kind of looks like wall contact. Usually when you have that, they may have gotten into some tires or got a pretty blue and white stripe on the side of their Mustang.
The 860 had a complete wheel break, like the whole outside of the
hub.
No, like I sent it to Polly in the messenger. The whole maybe some side contact.
Yeah, you almost have to run into another car to get that kind of breakage.
Half of the that's crazy looking.
Yeah, a lot of the outside lip is, or half of it is.
It's gone. I mean, that's all the way broken down to the spokes.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of offset in that wheel, too.
Yeah, it's up there. There it is.
Some pretty nasty damage. This is, of course, the final race of the year. So teams vying to get into the national championship race at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, need to get into the around that 13-point, 12-point range, if possible. Several teams here vying for that. Expected to have upwards of about 100 cars right now. I think we've we're closing in on that quickly for Michelin Raceway. It's going to be the start, another big start of the season. And of course, Bob Varsha will be joining us in the booth that weekend to help call the race.
Yeah, hopefully you'll only need sweatshirts and not heavy jackets for that weekend.
That would be nice for a change. That would be nice.
Yeah, went up there and ran with TLM in 2015, and I remember it got down into the 20s at night. It was quite cold trying to sleep that first night. Luckily, I made a whole lot more improvements to staying warm than on Saturday night into Sunday.
Hazmat has returned to the racetrack in their Mustang, showing a lap gap from Good, Bad, and the Ugly to the rest of the field as we're working lap 18 here.
Yeah, looks like they lowered their 2:29.7. That's it's getting around pretty good.
Yeah, they just set the fastest lap time of the day again for the field, Brian, so they're finding more and more speed out there as the track warms up a little bit.
Looks like the Reeves Racing number 6 car is off track, sitting near turn 13 maybe?
Trophy Wife car is coming up on 13 right now.
Yeah, we'll see if we can see anything from their camera.
Maybe saw something there at 12.
Yeah, they've definitely slowed down a little bit there. Oh, we see some tire marks. Yeah, it looks like they came to a stop track right, maybe in the grass even at that part of the racetrack. So. Again, teams had an opportunity to come out here yesterday and get some laps in. A lot of the Champ Car staff driving Doc's old car here at Sebring, and it was just a beautiful day. Temps were in the low 80s, high 70s, and humidity about normal for Florida, you know, a bit high, but not too bad.
Yeah, maybe this camera will be a little bit better. They're coming up on 13. Oh, yeah, he's waving.
That's the don't pass me, don't pass me, don't pass me.
Yeah, just sitting off in the grass there, a little bit out of 13.
Yeah, it looks like he got it parked out there. His trophy wife heads down the front straightaway, and it looks like they've brought out the yellow flag now, and it's full course caution for the entire field, most likely as they work on extracting that car. Gonna go rescue him.
Yeah, the good news is he's not too far from the pass-through for the short course, so hopefully they can get him off track fairly quickly after they hook up.
The Doc Waldrop special heading into turns 2 and 3 now.
Four, 4-1, the Four Paws car. They're reporting they're seeing smoke from that car. Watching to see if the smoke gets worse.
Yeah, that the last thing they want is to see any oil being thrown down. Well, when it gets better, that's usually the sign that you're out.
Right.
So
it is run out of oil at that point in time.
It was smoking, but now it's not, so it must be fine.
Right.
Wait a minute, what's that noise?
Let all the smoke out.
Mm-hmm. The magic smoke.
Yes, it is magical.
It becomes very unmagical very quickly when it's all gone, though.
Right. If you're just joining us, it's the Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Tiffany Alexander and special guest commentator Brian Beasley this weekend. Calling the race for you. Race start was 9:15 after a fog delay. Hazmat has re-entered the pits. And
yeah, window net down, so maybe swapping out drivers here.
Team Infinity staying out. That looks like Ed in the car. Checking his Facebook. Just kidding. Okay, back to green it looks like. I just heard the call to drop the flags, so I guess that's code for get rid of your yellows. We're going back to green.
Correct.
All this jargon. Fancy fancy pants jargon. So GBU leading and also with the fastest lap time of the event so far.
Okay, contact in turn 7. So ISC Racing was involved in the contact.
Okay.
I didn't get the number on the other one. Well, the corner worker didn't either.
Average Joe's trying to go around the Infinity, Team Infinity sister car, the Baby Shark car. Kind of took a peek around the outside, which isn't always a great spot to pass, but now getting by around the outside.
Yeah, that car seems to handle a little bit better on the straightaways than the Infinity.
Hi, Lee. No, I had decided to focus on the race, the broadcast. That's my primary thing, and I was invited, but I decided not to race. So there's Doc's car going by into turn number 1, and I think Bill is at the wheel right now. And we are under green right now. We did have a report of some contact, but we're still under green. So cars not turning laps right now. We've got Triple R Motorsports, an EC car shown has gone through the pits. We've got the Giles racing team in there, EC Lotus Deborah, if I pronounced that right. Road Apple Racing in their Mustang. Reeves Racing. Hazmat Motorsports is in the pits. EJ Racing, Atlas Welding, DKW Racing, and some other teams that have been out for a little bit. Working lap 20 is GBU. Got Doc's car there. In the picture-in-picture. We've been green for 1 hour now. Well, off and on.
Yeah.
The first screen fell an hour ago. We can agree on that. And you know, a lot of times these yellows are more frequent at the beginning of the race weekend, and then as the day, and then as the race progresses, we get fewer and fewer of them. Cars that are going to break down in the first hour, they've broken down and they've been repaired or they're off track.
A little more racing room later in the day.
So we've got a car that's still smoking a little bit. So they're keeping an eye on that. So cars still turning faster and faster lap times, especially in that top 10. I'm seeing a lot of cars going
very
green.
Slow car coming through 6 there, headed down to the...
Yes, indeed, we do.
It's a white Civic, maybe?
Yeah, it does look like a white Civic. I didn't quite catch the number that he's heading down towards the hotel. Go back on board with the crowd favorite, the Doc Waldrop Special.
Yeah, the line for autographs for that car this morning was rather lengthy.
And see the trophy wife, some cars out ahead, mixing it up.
There's that Civic there. Looks like he's kind of up to speed.
Looked like that was 148 Speed Farm.
Trophy wife hounding one of the Miatas here. As the weather is clearing and it's getting better and better out there. Now just still a little bit of haze we can see here from the tower here, perched up on the 3rd floor of the tower at Sebring International. As we look out across the racetrack and off into the distance. On board with Team Infinity here. Ed at the wheel trying to bring that car up further to the front. That trophy wife up to 32nd place right now. They've passed 36 cars for position. Floridian in 29th place. Never Start is in 25th. Team Infinity in the number 19 we're on board with right now, shown in 21st position unofficially. Their fastest lap time just turned that with a 2:39.4. Average Joe's in 38th after that penalty. Atlanta Speedworks, the number 981, is in 23rd. Level 1 Racing is in 18th place right now. Running Bulls is inside that top 10 with those 2 EC cars ahead. That puts them in 8th place. Rotary Rocketeers up in 6th. Team Jackie Yakes is in 5th place, with GBU leading the field now by over a lap. Now, if you'd like to join us next year, we got a full schedule already published to the ChampCar.org website. You can check that out. Come out, join us. You can come race with us. You can come volunteer. If you volunteer, you get paid, you get fed, and you can learn a lot about the series that way so that you can join us as a driver someday soon. Hope to see you out there. The Doc Waldrop Special moved up a few spots into 57th place, and we're going back to full course caution. And as we're on board with the Team Infinity machine, we'll look to see if we can identify what's going on here, unless we hear anything over the radio.
I'm listening in.
We're listening in too, yeah. It can be kind of cryptic and difficult to hear. It's hard to tell from this, so you see a lot of dots. Can you make heads or tails out of that? Maybe when it refreshes, then I don't know. So it looks like there was contact, Tiffany.
So we had a T-bone type incident.
Ooh. The car got sideways and yeah.
So I think both of those cars are stabilized permanently.
Not the kind of stabilized we wanted, or they wanted.
So 645 green is the other car involved, I think.
Okay, That
It's
would
open
be,
throttle.
Yeah, I'm showing that as one of the open throttle machines, the black Miata. I know there was a green car.
Yeah, I think open throttle's got like 3 Miatas that are green, and then one that's a different color. Or no, or maybe I'm thinking of a different team.
Yeah, they got the Kermit car, the Frankenstein, the Ready, and the Specs. And I'm seeing 2 of their cars are green. Hazmat still in the pits right now as we're under caution. So 441's going to be black flagged for passing under caution. That's the Four Paws Racing team and their Toyota FRS.
But they won't actually get that black flag until, right? Need new libs. Until the course goes back green.
Did you pick up the wrong set of lips this morning?
I believe I did.
That was a Doc favorite. Must have picked up the wrong set of lips this morning.
That was always funny when he said it, too. He'd be like, I believe. That's all, folks. And then I must have picked up the wrong set of lips.
So here's the Flagtronic system. I think I just need to get used to reading it.
I haven't exactly heard him say anything about what corner.
No, I haven't heard that either.
This is headed under that Mobile 1 bridge towards 7, am I right?
Right.
Brian, was that how you read that?
Yep.
My wife at the hotel, hopefully at the pool there, over to the left, having some fun.
Nice.
She said, you know what, I spy a pool.
That's got to be a welcome sight after y'all were in freezing conditions just several days back.
Yeah, the pool is her thing.
Yeah, we just had a basketball team that I coach. We just had a tournament Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and we had 2 teams come down from Ohio. And I don't think they were ready to leave and go back on Friday.
Good morning, Hiller. Yeah, it's looking pretty good out here. More good than pretty. It's just a little bit of haze in the air, but this is much better.
I'm going to leave y'all with all the things.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany.
I'm going to go get dressed for my stint.
Well, good luck, and you have fun out there, okay?
Shiny side up.
Thank you.
Come back and see us.
Will do.
All right. So that was Tiffany Alexander. She's going to be hopping on board this car, the Trophy Wife machine, which she's driven at a number of times at different tracks. Her first time was with the team at CMP, and had a good time with those guys there. And she's going to be returning, racing again with them today, possibly for 2 stints. Hazmat, looks like they're putting another driver in. They came in after contact and broke a wheel. I think they probably hit the wall. I think something might have let go in the car and then they hit the wall, or the other way around. But we're seeing that mirror is tweaked pretty good. I know that look, David. That's after you get into a barrier. That'll happen to your car. So they're turning off the power, but trying to get that car back out there. The Doc Waldrop special here this weekend, the number 860 picture-in-picture view. Looks like, I think Bill's bringing that car in.
Yep, that's definitely pit lane.
Not really going for the win this weekend, just out for pleasure, enjoying the race car put back into its racing form, and doing a lot of driver changes just to have some fun.
And looks like the pushing the Firebird there. I wonder if they're going to push it behind the wall. Yeah, it looks like the Firebird's going behind the wall there.
Now we got a message from one of the teams that Kobe Racing was involved in the accident. The driver's okay, But his ribs are hurting him. He's sore. And that's why it's really important to keep those belts on tight.
It's a car 254, 92 Acura Integra. Yeah, having been T-boned myself here at this track in the old hairpin, yeah, you definitely want those belts as tight as you can get them. So, of course, back when I got T-boned, it was the old foam neck brace that years later they said was absolutely no good. So it probably did more damage than not having anything at all. And luckily, they started developing the Hans device.
So Bill's brought the car in. Of course, now they're going to be doing repair work from being off the racetrack. Bill's probably not used to going over 75
yeah,
miles an
Sebring
hour
definitely
on this track.
It probably scared him a little bit. It was a little bit faster than an Opel GT.
Well, he had to do something because he wants to. I'm sure he's going to want to come up and talk.
Oh, yeah. Bill, talk?
Yeah. It's like they're spraying the windscreen and getting ready for that next driver to hop in. So under caution here, we're going to go ahead and break for commercial and be back in just a few. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live presented by AutoZone. Full course caution here at Sebring International Raceway. Working lap 24. Good, bad, and the ugly is your leader. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking.
Incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
No. Seriously?
Come on.
No.
You for real?
Dale.
Really?
Wow.
So maybe just a cable?
We can help you.
Welcome to America's #1 battery destination, AutoZone, your battery solution.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5 at Sebring International Raceway. Still under caution here as a new driver plugged into the Doc Waldrop special, the car prepared by Matt Harper and Andrew Sides. And it's not really a team. It's more of just a fun car for the staff to drive and race and have a good time. And so anyway, welcome back, everybody. I'm Paul Veltum, your host and engineer for the show, joined by special guest commentator Brian Beasley. Looks like Hazmat's heading out. Tiffany Alexander has gone out to begin her stint shortly when Trophy Wife comes in. Right now they're still on the racetrack, but she's going to get suited up and head out for her first stint of the day here shortly. So far, it's been all GBU, really. They took the lead very early on. We had a fog delay, of course, this morning that shortened the race up into 9:15. We went green. And I did talk to Dana Morrison, our CEO, and asked him if he wouldn't mind, if he wanted to stop by when he has a chance. He's going to come talk to us and tell us about some things that are coming down the road here for 2023. Make sure you check out the Bravo Flag video that we just published. That on Flagtronics, updating Flagtronics. That's going to be really important as we head into that first race at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. There are some significant updates to Flagtronics, so make sure you get that updated on your car. And then also on the VPI list, Dana has asked us individually, go ahead and head out to that VPI table and double check your listing, and if anything looks incredibly obscenely wrong, like your car is now valued at 60,000 points, let us know. Let somebody know so that send an email over to info@ so that we can get it corrected. But we think everything, there was a major adjustment to the way that it's listed, I believe he said. It's all in the video. And but they think they've got everything, ducks in order, but there's undoubtedly the possibility that something slipped through the cracks, and he just wants us all to take a look at that.
And is there, I thought I heard something about maybe there was new bodywork rules coming?
Yeah, we could talk to Dana about that, and we'll get it directly from him. And why did it do that? I don't know. I got to stop clicking on that thing. So still under caution here. We had a contact between a couple of cars. There was some damage. Drivers are okay. So we're just getting that sorted so we can get back to racing here, folks. Yesterday we had a practice day, and so all the cars were out there that wanted to do some practice with us, and it was like this. It was beautiful out. High 70s, low 80s, dry, and people were able to go out and just get a lot of track time. And Michael thanks Michael for pointing out the Champ Car iRacing series, and you can find out information about that on the Champ Car website. Go into the forum and look for the Champ Car iRacing series there, and they give a lot of great information and keep it updated as to what's going on in that series. It's a very well-run program. So make sure you check that out. Thanks, Michael, for reminding us on that. In fact, did they say that they're getting ready that they're clearing things up?
I thought I heard. Yeah, it looks like they're back to yellow now. The 35's been lifted.
Yeah. Still got the yellow. They're waving cars by. So this could be, they may have sent the pace car out to collect the field and get that gap that they're looking for. Oh, wow. And we're back to green. So back to green here at Sebring. Now working lap 25. And the Doc Waldup special being brought up to speed with another driver. The crowd favorite. So GBU leads over MBM Performance, the number 669. Valerian Steel is in third in the 988. Backwoods Racing is behind them in fourth place. Excuse me, that's an EC car. So fourth place is actually Clark Motorsports. Fifth is Running Bulls Racing. Then it's the Sebring Racing Rentals.com team, Treasure Coast Miata, Frantic Antic, Level 1 Racing, Atlanta Speedworks in the 996. Missing Link Motorsports is behind them in their BMW. So D-Class being led by Good, Bad, and the Ugly. A-Class by MBM Performance. B-Class led by Treasure Coast Miata. C-Class is being led by Running Bulls Racing. And then we have EC being led by Open Top Racing in their BMW M3. Now, if you want to follow along with your favorite teams, you can do so over at racehero.io or race-monitor.com. I don't know that we've ever been there. Florida International Rally and Motorsports Park. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's about the same size track as the short course here at Sebring. You'd have a tough time probably getting more, and I don't really know that they have any kind of pit lane there, which would make it tough to run there for Champ Car. Of course, they make it work at Harris Hill, and they don't have a pit lane either, but at least they have a nice large paddock area there where you can set up trailers around the track and kind of make it work as long as everybody pulls into their spot the right way and works it out with their neighbor, so you don't have cars stacked up.
Right.
I know that's the track that Grassroots Motorsports magazine uses a lot for their test facility. And I think KSR kind of uses it every once in a while too. Of course, they haven't been out for a Champ Car race in a while. That's a pretty good shot there. I kind of like that.
Yeah, that's kind of my favorite. There's the Doc Waldrop special going by. We saw GBU, the leader of the race, and some of those Mustangs that are here this weekend. Maybe an RX-7.
Yeah, is that the Evora there, maybe? Or I think that was that second-gen RX-7.
And it looks like we finally got that fog burned off, David, or Brian, excuse me, and back underway.
Yeah, I actually raced with David at the first Indianapolis race there in Chattahoochee Motorsports in the Miata. It's nice to be able to have that power, just pull out around somebody headed down towards the hairpin, get it done without having to worry about whether you're going to be able to outbrake them or not.
Right.
And it's funny, they have that patch there in the braking zone for 7. And the Indy cars, when they're here testing, and of course the IMSA cars too generate so much downforce, and they brake so hard for that corner that it actually almost kind of buckles the track there a little bit. So there's that big patch there, which is kind of starts right about the point where you hit the brakes. So it's a little scary sometimes going in there. If you have to outbrake somebody, you hit that little bump on the track there. So it may lock up the brakes a little bit, but hopefully you get it right, be able to get through the corner.
Sorry about that. Yeah, talking while Brian's talking. Well, we've got the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series CEO Dana Morrison here with us in the booth, and so Dana's got the headphones on. We got your channel turned on, so we should be able to hear you now.
Okay, I'm trying to get the headset to somewhat fit me.
Adjusted just right
to fit my head. Yeah, so thanks for joining us. It's great to see you. It's great to be here, of course. So, huge race here this weekend. Very exciting. Great turnout.
It has been a great turnout. So first, thanks for having me on the show. For those of you that haven't heard me say this before, I am a huge fan of our show. I love what we're able to put out for you guys that love to watch these things. It still kind of blows me away that the number of people who like to watch our events on the live broadcast, I think it's outstanding. So love what you guys do on the show. So I am a fan of the show. I am really excited about this race. Even with the number of cars that, we had some people back out, holiday plans and that kind of stuff. We had some people, have mechanical issues yesterday and whatnot. This is still the largest attended December race that I can think of in Champ Car. I went back about 4 or 5 years and checked the P&Ls and the numbers. This is still the best December race that Champ Car's ever had. I really appreciate the people who turned out. I know it's a holiday weekend. Hopefully everybody can take advantage of the New Year's event after this and really just come and enjoy being here. Just enjoy the racetrack and the camaraderie and everything else. It's been great. If you're here at the track and you're looking around and you're saying, wow, that's a lot of Champ Car people, it's because I brought almost the entire staff. In fact, I think we've only got 2 or 3 regular staff workers that were not able to come, and that's on purpose. I wanted everybody to be able to come. We've got so many people that my people are not working too hard. There's lots of downtime. Many of them have their families with them, and I really wanted my staff to be able to enjoy what we do.
Yeah.
So it's been great. So far, it has met all my expectations, and thank you, all the racers who showed up and raced, and I hope it's been a good time for you guys too.
I can't think of a better way to end the year with a fantastic race at Sebring, and the weather's agreeing now, so we've got that taken care of, and it has been great. And thank you for inviting everybody down, Dana. It's a lot of fun for me. I'm here with my wife. It's our 30th year, and so it's a lot of fun. So already thinking ahead to 2023, and you just put out a Bravo flag video. There were a couple of key points that you wanted to point out. One was about VPI, and one was about the Flagtronics update.
Yeah, actually, I don't think we've published that video yet, have we? I know we put out the one about the waiver, and the new gear check agreement. That video is out and live. We have one coming out with Flagtronics and the VPI lookup, and then we have another one about the Road Atlanta Championship that'll be released here shortly. It took us a while to get the electronic waiver and the gear check thing to work properly. We started working on this literally January, February last year, and we had to switch gears with the vendor that we were going to use. I wish I'd gone with the vendor we're with now initially, because it has just been so smooth since we got on board with them. And it took us a while to get the wording and some of the webhooks and the APIs to work. And then all of a sudden, about a little over a week ago, the IT guy called me and he's like, hey, it's working. And I tried mine and it worked perfectly. I sent the email out to the staff. By, I don't know, in an hour or two, half the staff had responded back and said, yep, it's working fine.
Yeah.
And I was on the phone with our IT guy, with Rob Verena. Huge thank you to Rob Verena if you're watching and listening, for putting the work in. He's been doing a lot of other stuff too, but especially on this thing. And he said, Dana, it's working. It's working great. Everybody's coming in perfectly. I said, well, how difficult is it to hit it live for everybody, for the whole Champ Car world? And he goes, I click a button. I said, you know what? Click the button, man. No time like the present. You know, you're never going to find out if it's working right until you take it live 100% and make it work, right? Stress it, see what happens. And, man, you guys have just made it work. I would say, just off the top of my head, rough guess, somewhere between a third and a half of the racers at this race had already signed their electronic participation waiver and signed their gear check agreement, and that's within 2 or 3 days of taking the system live. So hopefully it's working for you guys on your end. It's going to just streamline the process, less paper, more stuff included online. Eventually we're going to move away from the gear check stickers too.
Awesome.
It's just been fantastic.
Well, you're definitely ending this year with a bang. How are you looking for? Are you excited about 2023?
I am excited about 2023. We've added some tracks. We've had some requests from some people to add some tracks. We have dropped some tracks, and that's just a financial decision. I mean, this is the side of running Champ Car that's very business related, not my comfort zone. I love being at the track. I love being with the racers, but there is a business element to this, and I have to make good financial decisions for the health of you guys' club.
Which we thank you for.
And we had some tracks that were just not performing.
Yeah.
We still have 2 tracks that we're waiting to hear back from. One I'm kind of negotiating with, and one of them that has been pestering me about dates. And I emailed them back multiple times about date windows and haven't heard anything back from them. So, you know, if they give me a date, I'll post it up. The other track, if we can agree on a number, we'll post it up, so stand by for those. But I'm really excited about the added tracks. We haven't been back to MSR Houston in a while, a couple of years. Excited to be back there. We're going to High Plains, I think, out in High Plains in Colorado, right? Lots of H tracks. I always forget which track is which. I shouldn't actually say that live and on the air, but I literally forget sometimes what track I'm at, what the name is. But yeah, we're going back out there. Excited to be back out there. I really want to try and service the middle part of the country more. You know, when you look at the country and look at where the big name tracks are, you know, your Lagunas and your, you know, Watkins Glen, your Daytonas, they're all on the coasts.
Yeah.
You know, the middle of the country is kind of a void for the big bucket list names. But there's great tracks out there, and there's racers out there who want to run with us. So I'm really trying to service that market and find places.
Well, one of our, and I know you've heard this a million times, Dana, but we have one of our members asking us about Brainerd, and I don't know if there's.
That's one of the tracks. We've been back and forth with them, and you know, I don't mind saying it. I think it's a little bit of a communication thing, but I keep hearing from the owner that he wants us, and I keep emailing the guy he sends me to about the date, and I never hear back from that guy. So I feel like there's a little bit of a communications issue there within Brainerd. I don't mean to call them out or anything, but if you're listening, I'm still waiting for a response to the proposed dates, guys. I need to hear something.
So we're working at it. So 2023, I mean, I don't know how you could have finished the year better with a big race here at Sebring. It's really exciting, and it's a little bit different format. I'm not sure we've ever done a 10.5 out here.
Yeah,
but
that's on purpose too.
Hit.
That is on purpose too. And you know, full disclosure, back in like February when I was trying to put this thing together, you know, it's a one-day race, and the 2-hour stint with the drivers, it can kind of become an issue with range, right? Cars that can go the solid 2 versus driver stints. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to ruin that strategy for people. I'm going to add an extra half hour.
Make them get their calculators out.
Exactly. Oh, everybody's mad at me. It's a good day. And then, of course, the weather settled in this morning. You know, who would have thought there'd be fog in Central Florida? So we were, an hour and 15 minutes late on the start. But that's still it's not going to put the fuel window in the driver's stints at an even 2. Right. So it's just going to make everybody have to work at it. And honestly, I was talking about this yesterday with the timing guy and the new to Champ Car driver meeting yesterday evening. If you look at the Champ Car races, it is rare, like almost unheard of, for somebody to run 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours win. If you look at the people who win and the people who are in the top 5 and brought in for impound, first in class, that kind of stuff, they rarely ever run 2 hour stints. They capitalize on opportunities to pit under caution. And now that we're running our Code 35, our virtual pace car, so many places, in fact, almost every place we go, enough that we invested in our own set of flags. That totally changes it because it's a rarity for us to put the actual pace car out, right? So your opportunity to pit under what you would call a full course yellow is now different. You got to start including Code 35s as opportunities there.
Yeah, and where you are on the track
exactly
depends a lot on
so it rewards racecraft. Yeah. It rewards strategy, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
That, and seriously, when you look at the winners, those are the people who are up front and in the victory lane, in impound, people who strategize. Racecraft is where it's at.
Yeah.
Can we change gears and talk about the Doc Waldrop special car? No.
No.
Word has it you're going to be driving.
Well, that was the plan. In fact, I'm supposed to be in the car right now.
Okay.
But we had a little bit of a rough start with the weather. Trying to manage breakdowns and whatnot in areas where visibility was low, and frankly, I didn't want to dump race control on the very staff members that I invited to this race to enjoy and have a good time. I didn't want to
relax.
Yeah, relax and enjoy the day. I didn't want to turn around and say, well, peace out. So I've stayed up here in race control and continued to run the event so the staff can relax and enjoy themselves. So Bill is actually in the car right now driving my stint. If it opens up later in the day, I may still try and get in it. But I need to say thank you to the guys at R Motorsports Ranch. Scott Watson, friend of mine down here, he let me have access to one of his cars, and I was able to get out yesterday during the practice day and get some time in a car, and I was able to take 4 of our staff members and our staff members' families out during the passenger car session, and that I really enjoyed that. I was able to take out some of our staff members' wives. I was able to take out staff member's daughter, give those people rides in the cars and let them see what it is that their family comes and does, for racing, what it's all about. And I actually enjoyed that more than the racing. I've found that the racing part just, it's so busy running this thing that I just don't have the bandwidth to really put it into driving a car competitively. But, man, running the practice day yesterday and taking those people out and giving them rides, I really, really enjoyed that. So huge thank you to R Motorsports Ranch, Scott Watson, for giving me access to his car. And then, obviously, a huge thank you to the Running Bull guys. They brought down Doc's old car for some of the Champ Car staff. So Ray Frank, our chief technical officer, started the race in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Bill's in the car now. Jackie Sides, she's our traditional pace car driver. She's got a stint lined up. And Thomas O'Rourke, one of our other tech officials, I know he's got a stint lined up. So great opportunity for those guys to get back in the car. Most of the people who are working these Champ Car races were Champ Car racers and have stepped away from the racing to work for the series because they really believe in it and they like it and they enjoy it. So they're racers and they don't get a chance to race anymore. So huge thank you to
Matt Harper
and Running Bulls
Andrew
for putting this together and help bringing the car down, giving these guys a chance to just remember what it is they love about the sport.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Dana. Appreciate you taking some time and talking with us, and we'll make sure that we've got to keep an eye on those Bravo Flag videos that are coming out in the next month or two. We're going to have a couple of them.
Yeah, I'll give you a little forewarning, a little glimpse, little teaser of our next one, the Flagtronic system and the VPI. The Flagtronic system is due for an update, and a firmware update. And we specifically did not release the update until after January 1 because we wanted it after this race. And we haven't released any information about it because we didn't want the teams to go and run an update before the first and then missed the first one. So there's a lot of software, firmware stuff that's going into the system. We've had a great rollout with the system this first year. It has just worked tremendously. The biggest problems we have had with it are situations where people were trying to overuse it. We just had that problem at VIR. We anticipated stations, corner workers, tracks that were a little reluctant and hesitant to use this new piece of technology. And what happened at VIR is the corner workers, we've been there obviously twice before this year in the spring and the summer, and they were so used to it, liked it so much, that in essence they were overusing it. When we had an incident on the track, they were pressing every button on their handhelds, right? They had local yellow, waving yellow, debris, white flag, passing flags, and the system was literally getting confused because upstairs we're sending a full course condition to the unit, and locally they're hitting every button on the remote because that's what the flags they have out. So we've had to build in more capability for the master unit up in control to override what the local workers are doing so that we're only sending pertinent information to the Flagtronics unit. You can still look out your windshield and see the local flag stand has got a dozen flags out and know, okay, there's a rescue truck and there's debris on the track and it's waving yellow. But with the Flagtronics unit, we just want you to see the critical stuff. Yellow, code 35, right? So January 1, it's important that you get that update run on the system, especially if you're going to be running the Road Atlanta race. So that video will come out probably tomorrow, actually. So if you got a Flagtronics unit, just make sure that after tomorrow you plug that thing in and download the update. And the VPI system, this is kind of just behind the scenes stuff, but the documents that feed the online lookup, we have to put together something like 5 different types of sheets and forms that feed those lookups. And we've streamlined it. Huge thank you to Chris Huggins and his members of the TAC for putting these documents and streamlining them together. Again, it shouldn't really be visible to you guys at all, but the key is there's always an opportunity for an error when you're doing things by hand. So what I'm going to ask you to do is look up your VPI after we get the system live. Give it during the week or whatnot for us to make sure the whole thing is working on our end. But look up your VPI, because I don't want somebody to look up a VPI and find out that their car is at 3,500 points or something, and we don't know about it till May or June, right? So do us a favor, give it about a week, but look up your car. If you've seen a major change to the VPI of what you expected, shoot an email in to info@ChampCar.org and let us know, and then we can go in and we can fix it. So the best way to get it checked for massive errors is to get a million eyes on it to look at it. Best way to do that is to ask you guys to look your car up and tell us if you've run into any errors. So
yeah, that's the way they do it in the software world.
Exactly.
That's what exactly what
There's
we
even
do.
a term for that, isn't there?
Well, we beta test. We release the beta, and then we see what
forced failure or something, isn't there a term for
Right. It's been said that the most thoroughly scrubbed down application in Windows is Solitaire. Because everybody was playing Solitaire in Windows, and nothing has been hit as much as that little app.
Oh, that's funny. Well, listen, I appreciate you guys having me on the show. Again,
Thanks,
I love what you guys do. I even got friends and family that watch the show. They're not even racers, but they tune in because they know we're here and they watch it. So
what's that like, having friends?
All right, you caught me in a lie. Sorry.
Thanks, Dana. Yeah, we, on behalf of everybody in Champ Car, all of the fans and all the members, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for a fantastic 2022, and we're looking forward to next year.
That's all credit to the racers who show up to the races, guys. So we appreciate your business. Looking forward to 2023. I want to make it a really great year. I cannot believe I've been running this thing for going into my 3rd year. It's crazy. Yeah. I drove my very first race ever in Champ Car here in 2010. And fast forward 14 years, and here we are. It's just amazing. It's all credit to the racers and the members. Remember, guys, this is your club. We're a member-owned club, right? Yep. This is your organization. I'm just watching it for you for a little while. So thank you for the opportunity. It's been a great ride. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Paulie, for having me on. All right. Wish us the best of the day. Happy New Year, everyone.
Yep. Thanks, Dana. Appreciate you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break and be back in just a few. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. GBU is still leading the race here with Backwoods Racing in 2nd in that EC car and BM Performance in 3rd. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
No. Seriously?
Come on.
No.
You for real?
Dale.
Really?
Wow.
So maybe just a cable?
We can help you.
Welcome to America's #1 battery destination, AutoZone, your battery solution.
All right. Back to ChampCar.Live, back to Sebring. We are green out here at Sebring International for the Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Brian Beasley, our guest commentator this weekend. And again, Brian, thanks for joining us. We had Dana Morrison, the CEO, here just a little bit earlier. And wow, that was great. Lots of good information. It's good to hear from him and how excited he is for next year. I know I'm excited. I always look forward to the new racing year. So it's going to be pretty cool. Looks like one of our cameras got bumped loose in the level 1 car. And we'll get you opened up there, Brian. Some cars coming into the pits here. A lot of cars pitting right now. We must be at that 2 hour. It's 11:07.
Yeah, coming up on 2 hours since the start.
So GBU shown pitting. So is MBM Performance and the number 669. Running Bulls Racing, they've pitted. Rhinoceros Racing, they've pitted. RPM has pitted. So is from Tokyo with Rust. They've pitted. Looks like in the Atlanta Speedworks, Steve, I believe it's Mukin, has jumped in the car next. Flying Ghost, drivers in the car now. Tony Habek of Black Creek, Wisconsin. Tony currently races a dirt late model and has many ice racing championships.
Wow.
He is this is only his second time in a Champ Car, and his first time earlier this year they won.
Yeah, well, you would expect that he would have excellent car control skills. Yeah, the team that I run with at Harris Hill, the car is owned by a guy that does a lot of dirt track racing. He started off in Wisconsin doing dirt track racing, and now he's in Texas doing some dirt track racing as well as the Champ Car. The interesting thing to him was, for the 2 races a year that he does in Champ Car, both at Harris Hill, the March and September race, he says he spends much more time on the Champ Car getting it ready for each race than he does running his dirt car on a weekly basis.
Yeah. These endurance races, there's so much more you need to do. And I used to vintage race, and my vintage car, I knew there was no way I could endurance race that car without making a lot of changes and doing a lot of extra work, but I could get it through a 20 to 30 minute race.
Yeah.
It starts getting a little bit hotter, a little bit hotter, a little bit hotter. And I'm like, that's okay, I'm almost done with the race. Brakes, things like that. I knew I could get by with what I had, but to endurance race, man, you gotta do so much more.
Yeah, there's a lot of organizational skills that have to go into running an endurance racing team, just because of so many more things that you have to take care of and be aware of. Brake pad life, brake temperatures, cooling systems, cool shirts, just so much more. And like I said, what Dana was talking about earlier about the strategy with pit stops too. When I was working for Joe Vardy there, I remember inside one of the pit boxes one time I was looking for something. There was a probably 17 pages maybe filled out on a legal yellow pad, so long yellow pages of pit strategy, and it was just for everything, whether it was a caution or a green flag, and whether you were leading, whether you were running on the tail of the leader, whether you were lapped down, and it was just it was probably 3 or 4 paragraphs on each sheet, of just what to do in each and every situation to help you maximize or actually minimize the time in the pits, and hopefully try to win. So, like I say, we won the championship that year. Joe was, even his ability in the car to make changes on the fly to our pit strategy while he's out there, racing for the lead, always amazed me. So I held him in high regard because he was out there playing chess a lot of the times, even while he was strapped in the car and just racing for the lead. And that's kind of the one thing a lot of people miss about what it takes to run up front. And it looks like we're going to yellow here. And he's got a 35 flag in his hand too, so.
Yep, full course caution is being displayed here in the Flagtronics system. All cars are going to go full course caution and then into 35. So there's the purple 35 being displayed in Flagtronics.
Yep, I just heard something about in the wall.
Okay. In or behind the wall. We're looking. We can see quite a bit, but not as much as you might think. The area, the number 6 Pontiac coming down pit road right now. One of the challenges we have here is when I bring all of my gear in, I've got 4 monitors, and that's actually cut down from the 6 I normally run, but it's like it fills the window. There's 2 panes of window that's filled with monitors. We can't see out very well. Broken throttle body and extensive modification throttle linkage, back running, fingers crossed. That's for JAE Motorsports. So we've heard from them. From MBM Performance in the number 669, it's Levi Trzanski is driving in that car now. Looks like level 1 getting out.
Yeah, looks like 697 is going to have a black flag for passing under yellow.
So their standings right now, working lap 37, GBU shown in the pits, but they are also shown as the lead car on the lap, a lead car of the race right now. Valerian Steel is in second, Clark Motorsports is third, and Sebring Racing Rentals is fourth. Those are all A-class cars, except of course for the leader, the lead D-class car. Your lead C-class car is Frantic Antic Motorsports, who just went into the pits right as we were going into that caution. Backwoods Racing is there. Level 1 Racing is there. They're in the pits right now. MBM Performance as well. And we're already back to green. Man, it just doesn't take them very long to get this thing sorted, does it?
Actually, I think the purple 35 has been a pretty nice addition to racing. They seem to be able to get things cleaned up really, really quickly because the cars slow down much more quickly than they ever were, when having to get line up behind a pace car.
It looks like Tiffany's out of the car, and they're working on the trophy wife BMW right now. She's got her fire suit pulled down and tied, so she's not anywhere close to getting in the car right now. They've actually brought the car back into the paddock area, and they're working on the front end of the car. And it looked like he was reaching down in that well between the engine and the radiator, working on the car. So they may have some cooling system issues or a belt issue. It almost looked like he put a radiator cap up on top of that upper core support. So they may be working on the cooling system there. Looks like Ed is in the pits, getting that driver change done, hopping out of the Team Infinity car, and they've done really well with that car. Let's see, they did have some contact earlier today. They're scored in 12th place overall. They've got an EC car up ahead, so they're actually in 11th place right now. Florida Motorsports behind them, but is also on track right now. Average Joe's has come into the pits. They're doing their driver change right now too, but the Doc Waldrop Special is still out there turning laps. Last time I checked in with them, they were around in the 57th position. Let's see where they are now. Let's see, Hazmat is back on the racetrack, and they're in 59th place.
Yeah, of course they had that wheel come apart on them probably from some contact with another car. It's a good chunk of the wheel missing. That was But that was fun when it came apart.
Whew. What a mess. Valerian Steel has moved into the lead with Sebring Racing Rentals behind them. GBU has fallen to third, but they've actually cleared the pit loop. The other two cars ahead have not. So GBU is actually on the racetrack, has cleared the pit loop, come back around, and so they are back on track in that Corvette. You can be sure once the other cars do their pit stops, everything gets sorted, GBU is going to be right back up there at the top again. So I'm just looking through the field here. Actually, I'm just trying to find the Doc. There they are, the Doc Waldrop Special in 52nd place right now. And again, they're not going for the win. They're not going for a super efficient race. They're just changing out staff and enjoying the car and just having some fun with it.
And depending on the number of drivers, too, I don't know how many they have. Probably a few more pit stops than required.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing more pit stops than they really need.
Yeah, it looks like they got some sort of overflow hose in his hand there, maybe.
It could be.
Or maybe just a really large zip tie.
Well, that looks to me, Brian, like that looks like the area where the famous BMW overflow bottle is located. Well, it's not really overflow, but it kind of is. It's like a fill tank, and it's plastic, and they crack, they break, and once they do, your system pressure is actually in that bottle too. So, in fact, if you even overheat the engine, you're supposed to replace that because they will eventually crack and breach the system. GBU comes by the start-finish line to start another lap here at Sebring International Raceway. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Yeah, the curse of the camera. It doesn't really exist, but it's fun to talk about. That's for sure. It's also fun when people think that if I talk about something bad's going to happen to them. I wish I had that kind of power, but I don't. I've tried. Believe me, it's not due to a lack of trying.
Debris flag here at start-finish line now.
I'm very trying. Yeah, the debris flag is out, so there may be something down into turn number 1. I wouldn't be surprised. Do we see anything? And Brian's gotten up from his seat. He's looking to see if he sees anything. And
can't see far enough down the track.
Well, they decided to throw the yellow, so they've actually they've thrown the yellow on the whole field with a debris flag out, which, of course, there's no way to pick up dirt or anything on the front straightaway or turn 1. So that means parts falling off cars, most likely.
Flagman with his hands full there now.
He's got 3 flags. He's got a 35. He's got a caution. And he's got a debris flag, caution, and a 35 altogether. This is talent. Okay, so he's got the debris and the yellow bound together, and then he's got the 35. Now somebody else has come up to help him. They may hand out 2 or 3 more flags. About 20 feet in from the wall.
Yeah, I said driver's left.
And where is it located? Is it on the straight?
Down by the walkover bridge.
Yeah. There's the Doc Waldrop Special going by. It's great to see that car out. Matt Harper and the gang, Andrew Science, they did a great job getting that car put together. Average Joe's rolling out of the pits. They're going to rejoin the race here. Working lap 39. GBU now scored in the lead according to RaceHero.io. Team Jackie Yakes is in second in the Mitsubishi, and Burris Motorsports is in third. Team Jackie Yakes pitted under caution around lap 23, so they probably don't need to pit again. The Burris Motorsports team pitted at the same time. GBU, of course, just left the pits. Rotary Rocketeers is shown in 4th place. They pitted around lap 22, 23 as well. So that's a D-class car, a C-class car, an A-class car, and a B-class car comprising the top 4. I mean, what more do you want from a polarizing, got that parity thing going on. It's great.
Yeah. So once you get that VPI leveled out, it works pretty well.
It works pretty well, absolutely. Team Jackie Yake's up ahead of the average Joe machine now. If you're just joining us, welcome. It's thealarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5 at Sebring International Raceway. ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Tiffany Alexander this weekend. Basically the whole staff is here, except for maybe 1 or 2 people. We've got a guest commentator. Brian Beasley's joined us for today. Thanks for coming on as a veteran of the track and a veteran of racing. Both of us been racing a long time, over 30 years, long time. So lots of stories and tall tales and all that good stuff.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the safety vehicle is on its way down to turn 1 right now to pick up whatever's sitting in the track.
Waving yellow at the starter stand as they go down to pick up that debris. There you can see an official on the track.
Oh yeah, he's right in the center of the straightaway there, isn't he?
Yeah. Looks like they got that picked up as GBU is coming down, the leader of the race, down that front straightaway. So they just got that picked up. I think they just pulled in the purple 35. We can expect to be going back to green here shortly. You can hear the cars already beginning to accelerate through the engine notes in our microphones, but the yellow is still being displayed. It's not been lifted, but the 35 has. And now the announcement, back to green we go. And Flagtronics responds, sending everybody back to green. A little bit of delay here on our cameras. And one of our viewers here, Lee, says he may have raced with you with Thing 3 at Barber. Do you remember racing at Barber?
I sure do. Yeah, he has a Cadillac.
Yeah.
That
Darren
he
Greeley.
built a very nice build too, I might say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've raced in the Thing 3 Miata there at Barber, and the biggest thing I remember about that race was it was extremely hot, and our cool suit stopped working.
Oh, okay.
Early on.
Come on, Justin. Oh, that's terrible. I've had that happen.
Yeah, it was so incredibly hot that we ended up winning our class, even though we lost an hour early on in the race. I think it was the left front shock pulled apart.
Oh, wow.
And dumped all the oil out. And so we lost more than an hour because we had to drive to Atlanta to pick up a shock and then drive back. But of course it was a stock Miata shock with a stock spring.
Yeah.
And he had these nice shocks on the other 3 corners. And I can't remember, it was like 1,000-pound spring on the right front and like a 600-pound spring on the left front. It was it was interesting driving that car after that. But yeah, we had a good time. Still ended up I think won on Saturday, and finished second on Sunday. But yeah, the attrition rate was extremely high because it was just blazing hot. As you can imagine, from Birmingham, Alabama, in the middle of summer.
Yeah, I used to race with Justin. In fact, that he started racing in Champ Car around the same time I started racing in Champ Car, and so we kind of joined forces. And I was his mechanic for a while, and that was the first Champ Car win first team that I had endurance racing was with Thing 3. The Miata, fun car.
Yeah, I ran with him at Road America for the race up there, and then once at Mid-Ohio and once at Barber.
Gotcha. Yeah, Barber's a great racetrack too. So, working lap 40 right now, working lap 41, I should say. GBU leads over Burroughs Motorsports. Team Jackie Yakes is third. Rotary Rocketeers is fourth. DVM Racing is fifth. Then it's Valerian Steel, Clark Motorsports, MBM Performance, and the 669 Frantic Motorsports is ninth. Rounding out the top 10, it is Running Bulls Racing in their BMW E30. Sebring Racing Reynolds has ducked into the pits there in 14th. They're the everybody else ahead of them is out, and then it goes all the way down to WT Florida Racing in their Volkswagen in 57th. Everybody above them is out there on the racetrack. The Doc Waldrop Special scored in 51st place. Of course, there's some EC cars there, so they're in the 40s. They're in the top 40s. Casey Kasem, the top 40. Behind the wheel with Average Joes. They've always been strong in this car, just really hitting the scene again with that car this year. Coming through turn one with Team Jackie Yakes up ahead there. You can see how bumpy this racetrack is.
And my dad and my stepmom both had Formula Vs that they used to race in vintage racing here, and I got opportunity to drive them every once in a while. And yeah, it's kind of incredible in a Formula V how much the concrete expansion joints on the back stretch and in the front stretch as well just really transfer through the car. I can't imagine running something very stiffly sprung like an IMSA car.
Yeah.
Around here.
Formula V is how I got started. I started racing Formula Vs.
And my dad had a TR4 at the time, and my stepmom got that zinc. I think it was a 71. One of them was a 71 zinc, and the other one was a 69 zinc. And so they got kind of tired of hauling around parts for two entirely different cars.
Gotcha.
And it was kind of hard to get both cars in the trailer. So my dad sold that Triumph off, and he went out and bought a zinc, and had a little system where they could get the front end of one car up over the back end of the other. Because they don't weigh anything on the front end.
Yeah.
And it went off. They went to the 40th Formula V anniversary at Road America, and ran up there, and ran a lot here. My stepmom at Road America, she maybe 100 pounds soaking wet.
Yeah.
So every time they'd come out of the last corner and go up the straightaway, she would usually pass about 10 to 15 cars just because of the hill there. Most of the other guys were 200, 220 pounds in a V when you're only talking 40 horsepower. She would pass so many cars going up the hill. When I ran there with Thing 3, we had to use the motorcycle chicane, which I understand why, but a little disappointed, but I definitely understood why we were using it. But which added, I don't know, I think about 15 to 18 seconds on to the lap times. Or it may have been even more than that. I don't recall at this point, but it was kind of interesting having to remember to turn left before you got to the kink. I think that race, even Justin being the engineer that he is, He would weigh every fuel jug before and after, and take the tare weights and, try to figure out what kind of fuel mileage we were getting with that car. I think the Saturday, we were the very first car to run out of fuel, and then I ran out of fuel on the cool down lap after the race was over.
Wow. Ran that dude all the way down, man.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break for commercial here and be back in a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, working lap 43, Good, Bad, and the Ugly. In their 1979 Chevrolet Corvette is your leader. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5 at Sebring International Raceway, and looks like somebody wrecked Doc's car, unfortunately. It looks like he gave the thumbs up that he's okay, so they're going out to collect that car right now. We've got Treasure Coast, Miata, driver change. Shelby Smith is in the car for Treasure Coast. For Floridian Motorsports, Charlie Brown is now in the car for his second stint. Let's see. For Missing Link, it's Brent Clemenzi is in the car now. So it looks like they're going out to pick up the 30. Not sure exactly what happened. I do have something on replay we can watch, but it's in the mini picture-in-picture there when I go to that. So we'll hit that now and see if we can make out. I saw dust and dirt and throw that up here now. It was while we were at commercial. Oh, I'm gonna have to throw that. Get rid of this. And let it come back around here. It'll restart, and then we'll be able to see, hopefully, at least the tail end of what happened there. And we should have caught the whole thing. It's on a 20-second loop, so that thumbs up means that the driver's okay, but he's also disabled here. So, I don't know. I guess we missed that clip. Somehow we missed it. Unfortunately. So, looks like they brought out the flatbed, though, to pick up the car. The driver's gotten out of the car. So, we're full course caution here at Sebring International. That's a heartbreaker. Yeah, I think it was Bill, but I'm not completely sure. I think Bill was in the car at the time. Team Infinity. Working lap 46, GBU leads. Looks like Perez Motorsports in third has ducked into the pits possibly. That's the lead A-Class car, third overall. They've taken this opportunity to jump maybe into the pits. They were in the pits at lap 21.
Counter race, and I was looking right straight across the track at me, and out of nowhere, there he was. Copy that.
So it looks like they're working on getting that car picked up. Ever since that contact with the wall, apparently, for Hazmat Motorsports, they've got that car back out there and doing laps. So this would be the 860 car. 860. Looks like, oh, he's down at the bottom of the screen there, outside of 16. So he's down there. So we're full course caution here. And I'm just going to check something here. Okay. Go. There we go. So purple 35. We started the race around at 9:15 was the official start. We are going to drive straight through till the 6:30 checkered flag. GBU off to an early lead, and they have maintained that lead. They've really not looked back. They hold the fastest lap time of the day with that 2:27.5. And there's a look at turn one exit. Here's a look at the way in. Looks like they've got Doc's car up on the rollback, and they're driving it back so the guys can have a look at it and hopefully get it fixed up so we can get back out there. Happy New Year's, Bernie. Thanks for joining us, everybody, here on ChampCar.Live. Hope you have a great New Year's, everybody, all of our members, friends, and family that are watching. Our first race of the year will be the Championship Series event at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, in February. Special guest commentator Bob Varsha is going to be joining me in the booth. The trophy wife car. You can hear Tiffany there talking. Looks like they've got it underneath the awning. Talking about cable slack, and maybe she's getting in the car. Oh, yep, they're firing it up. So they may be able to come in here. I just saw Doc's car on the rollback as it streamed by the screen here, in one of my screens. It didn't look colossally damaged, so... So Tiffany's, it sounds like she's in the car. So she's backing out. They're going to send her out. Cool. So there's Doc's car on that rollback to the left, I believe. I don't know. I would think they would bring it behind the wall. Here comes the leader of the race in their 79 Corvette. Good, Bad, and the Ugly, now called GBU. And there's the shark car of Team Infinity. There's the Ford Ranger. Team Jackie Yates, Mitsubishi. There's the Mini Cooper. So yeah, they've taken Doc's car behind the wall, and they're going to unload it back there, and hopefully the team can get it fixed up. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Paul Veltum, your host, and I'm flying solo at the moment. MBM Performance number 668. Spencer Bogar is driving. I don't know if we can get some audio on that. Maybe we can hear as it's coming down. That might be a broken axle or something. I'm not sure where the Ranger is offhand. Let me take a look here. Looks like they're in 71st position is Stranger Racing. Oh, they're already jacking it up to work on that left side. Going back to full course caution here. They've pulled the 35. And they've been told to drop yellows and go back to green. So we're back to green racing here at Sebring International Raceway. And they're working on Doc's car right now. So, Brian, you were back there. You saw what looked like Doc's car. I know you're not real familiar with his car, but you said you saw him up there working on it. We could see here.
Yeah, it's just behind the pit wall where you turn right to go back to the paddock from as you're going towards pit out. They were unloading it off the flat toe, or off the flat bed, I should say, and. Right now it's on the ground, but they've got the left front corner jacked up in the air, so I don't know if it was a wheel bearing failure maybe, or so they're looking up inside the fender well there on the left front corner.
Right. It looks like Tiffany's out on track now. They worked on the cooling system, and now it's put back together. And she's on track for the first time today in that BMW E36. I
also noticed right after I got my nice pulled pork sandwich there. The Jackie Ickes car was in the paddock area. They were just coming down the road, and saw them go out on the track and go back down pit lane. So I don't know if what they were in for. I just saw when they were going back out.
Gotcha. It's unfortunate for that team.
Yeah,
they were doing really well.
Yeah, they were top 5 or so.
Yeah, they're now shown in 14th. Still haven't crossed to clear that pit loop. Insignia there, as they're continuing to fall a little bit.
Now they might still be on pit lane then, because that was a good, I don't know, 7 or 8 minutes ago when I saw them go back out.
It could be Running Bulls Racing in 7th place now. GBU leading over Rotary Rocketeers. Then it's Burris Motorsports in 3rd, Clark Motorsports in 4th, and MBM Performance in 5th overall. A class being led by Burris Motorsports, B class by Rotary Rocketeers, C class by Frantic Antic Motorsport, and D class by Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Then we have EC being led by Backwoods Racing and their Ford Mustang.
Yeah, well, Todd's a good person to know at the racetrack. So I think he owns quite a few Krispy Kremes dotted throughout, from mostly around Daytona. But yeah, usually when he shows up at the racetrack, he's got quite a few boxes of Krispy Kreme donuts with him.
Yeah. Yeah, they pulled our Krispy Kreme donut shops out of Fort Wayne. And so now we have to, when we come south, especially if we come into Florida, make sure to pick up a box before we head back.
Yeah, the one they built down there where I live, the first 3 days, I think, they had like 100 cars in the drive-through. Just an insane amount of cars wrapped around the building and out onto the US 41.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was a humongous deal, that was for sure.
Sounds like.
It's kind of about the time where everybody's starting to settle in. So a few cars have dropped out. There's plenty of gaps to be found out there. So just kind of settle in and try to hit your marks and try to turn consistent lap times.
Yeah, Tiffany just went out. She's just getting her first laps in here. In fact, I think this might still be her first lap. As a car sneaks in underneath her there. She left some room on the inside so they could get through. Down the front straightaway she goes. She'll come into turn number 1 at a very high rate of speed.
That's kind of a hard one to get right at first. I'd say it seems like a real gentle turn, and a lot of people kind of turn in a little bit early. And like I say, the road narrows up so much at the exit that you kind of got to make sure that you're apexing a little bit late. Oh, and there goes the yellow there.
Yeah, the caution's back out. As I'm noticing the Doc Waldrop special, they're getting a new driver buckled in. So they must have got that thing fixed. And they're getting ready to roll back out, man. Look at that. Hopefully it's just a broken wheel or something, and they can get back out there.
Yeah, the way they had the wheel off, though, it almost makes me think that maybe they had a rock or something in the holding up the pad or something, maybe. Because that wasn't a very long stop. Oh yeah, they're gonna make him go back all the way. Yeah, he came out in the wrong spot. I think there's a spot right here behind the little hospital. Oh, they're going to let him go out.
Just checking the car, really. It's going back and forth. There he goes by our start cam there, so rolling out. Probably just going to get a feel for the car at first, and then, of course, we're under caution, so this is a good time to go out and do that.
Yeah, when I went to a little driving school in Hollywood, Florida, and it was really nothing more than a drag strip and a return road. They made a couple of tire chicanes on the return road, but my first instructor there was Link Eveleth, and he was real big in autocross and SCCA there in South Florida for a long time, and he always taught me he would first go out, yank on that steering wheel, make sure it's nice and connected and it's not going to come off at the worst possible time on track.
Right.
And give it a couple of good back and forths there, make sure the wheels are on tight, and before you go out there and go to speed.
Everybody's got a story about a steering wheel coming off, right?
Yeah.
Seems to happen to everybody. I can't remember that ever happening to me, but it happens to, seems just about everybody. Eventually, the odds catch up with you.
Yeah, there's a few good videos there on YouTube of that happening to people.
So we're under caution here. We're working lap 50. Good, Bad, and the Ugly leads over Rotary Rocketeers. Burris Motorsports is in third.
Of course, now the drift guys, they do that on purpose.
Oh, yeah. They think it's cool. Hey, I took the steering wheel off, too. All right, well, there's the exit. You can now put your steering wheel on and leave the track. All right, we're going to break for commercial. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's GBU leading the way. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Nice. Yeah, I heard about this.
So I would actually go with the full synthetic.
Brake pads. Oh, for the Duralast rotors.
I did it.
You see how it's...
You did it. That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Let's do this thing. Back to racing here. ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, the Alarm.com New Year's Eve, Sebring 10.5. We're back here, Green Flag Racing, on board with Tiffany Alexander, driving the Trophy Wife machine at BMW E36. Four Paws Racing just sent us a message to let us know they are out due to rear end failure, out of the race. The Doc Waldrop Special still on track. So looks like whatever damage was done from that off, they've got that repaired well enough to get them back out there, so that's good.
Yeah, may have been just something as simple as a fender pushed in on the tire.
Right.
Hammer it back out and send him on his way. Porsche 944 out there just in front of her.
Look at that beautiful Florida sky.
Yeah, it's a little bit gray off to the Gulf side, but I don't think that's going to be anything to worry about.
77 degrees, about a 40% chance of precipitation today, later in the afternoon. We'll see what we get. Right now it looks pretty nice.
Yeah, years ago, when they used to have just 3 logos here on the front stretch, and they were absolutely monstrous. I would bet that each one was at least 30 feet that you had to drive over, and like I said, and then just 3 of them in a row. Even my Spec Miata, which made a whopping 112.8 horsepower to the ground, would spin the tires pretty good in 4th gear, crossing those painted surfaces whenever it would rain. So you had to be extremely careful if there was any kind of rain down at all. You had to maintain your speed going over those painted areas.
Yeah, it doesn't take much.
I can't imagine what it was like in a GTP car. Yeah, there was probably a vintage event around 91 or so, where it was big bore class. So I think there was like a Jag V12 on the pole and several big block Corvettes all around them, and maybe a few like Trans Am type cars. And they came down to the green. Of course, they're all on race tires.
Yeah.
And it just started raining right as they were coming out of 17. And so when they nailed the throttle, they hit that painted area, running tires that just weren't meant for that, and bent up a few cars. It wasn't as bad as the Brian Redmond Invitational there at Road America a few years ago, but there were still probably about 5 or 6 cars that ended up in the wall.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just the wrong class of cars to be out there when it was raining. And then, of course, the other thing is it used to flood really, really bad on the front stretch. The rain just didn't have anywhere to go. So you could easily get standing water, with the squalls that would come through every once in a while. It'd be so much standing water. I remember during a regional race here one time, the big bore IT class, it just started raining, and the leaders came by, and I think 4 of the first 6 cars ended up in the tire wall down there in turn 1. They just went straight on when they tried to hit the brakes, and unfortunately the 4th car in hit the first car in square in the rear end, and it ripped the gas tank apart, caught on fire.
Oh my gosh.
But everybody got out. But even with as hard as it was raining, they had to go in with a forklift and pull out as many tires as they could that were on fire, because they weren't going to put the tires out anyway anyhow. And so that was the end of the racing. I remember I was in the next run group, and so they had to cancel the last 2 run groups of the day because the tires were on fire, and they just had no way to put them out.
It's hard to put out a tire fire.
Yep, back to caution here.
Yeah, of course, caution being displayed. And the yellow was thrown back around turn 8, looks like. If the Flagtronics is telling me anything, if I'm reading it right. So the whole field's going to come down under that caution and slow down. Purple 35 being thrown.
Sounds like one car took out a set of cones for the 300-foot marker at turn 13.
They've got some access roads, and there's a public road that goes around the racetrack here. You can drive around and drive right alongside the racetrack as the cars are going by. And I noticed in at least one area, there was a whole stack of tires already bundled and ready to go out by the fence. Just kind of chilling out there. Like if they had a wall breach, they could just forklift, pick those up and drop them in. They're not having to bring them from some centralized location. They might have these bundles parked at different spots around the track.
Right.
To make it more efficient.
Yeah, that road that leads back to the warehouses and back to the airport over there, when we used to use the old hairpin, I remember during a Firehawk race, it was probably 92 or 93, the Fliss brothers ran the Dodge Stealth in the sports class. So it was front-wheel drive, 222 horse V6. The hot version was the RT with the turbo and all-wheel drive.
Yeah.
But I remember watching Todd Fliss, I think it was Todd, come into the old hairpin there, and me and my dad were standing on the driver's left side, and he had a flat left rear tire. and you could see the car teetering back and forth, on the left front and the right rear.
Yeah.
And, of course, early 90s ABS systems, without all 4 tires on the ground, they freaked out. And so he came in there still probably doing well over 100, and he hit those tires down there, and it popped the car up, and he landed up on top of the tire wall.
Wow.
Up with the nose up against the little catch fence down there, as cars were driving by on that little access road out there. So he was maybe, 12, 15 feet away from getting to the access road out there.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, so
some of that area I could see, it's like, gosh, that tire wall is not that far away from. There's just a meaningless chain link fence there that's not going to hold anything, and then there's the tire wall, and there's a barrier there. It's like, a car could definitely get up on top of that.
Yep.
So I could see how that could happen.
Yeah, they even I think it may have been the first year that they stopped going around the flagpole and made turn 3 that left-hander that it is now. Somebody in a BMW in a testing accident for a Firehawk race hit that wall, and it flipped the car upside down, and he landed on the other side of the fence on the roof. Yeah. So, yeah, there's I always tell people when I'm instructing, I said, there's a lot of places you carry a whole lot of speed with a corner that comes up that there's not a whole lot of runoff room at. So, it depends on how badly, you want to wad up a car as to how late you want to brake. Because things can go wrong in a big hurry at this track, just with the amount of speed that you're doing. You definitely want to make sure that the brakes work.
How much body work do you want to do? You decide.
Yeah, at one of those weekends I was instructing at the McLaren track day. There's a guy, used to be an attorney in the Tampa area and sponsored a whole lot of racing, Circle Track, and out here. It was called Q Auto Accident Attorneys, and he's probably, in his 80s now, but he came out with basically it was a Trans Am style 69 Camaro, but it had a NASCAR 358 motor in it.
Yeah.
And so he came out and ran during that track day, and on the second lap he lost the brakes going into 3. But luckily he hadn't, the car had just been finished, and so he was still kind of shaking it down some, and was able to, to slow it down enough that he didn't do any damage to the car. But yeah, that would have been an e-ticket ride had he lost the brakes if he was, had any kind of speed going.
Yeah. All right, so we're back to green here. Rotary Rocketeers still showing Salmon and Race Hero in second place, so they may be in the pits right now. And
I'm not sure.
Take a look, and I see. Okay, the white Mustang. I think that's an EC car, number 499, maybe. They're in the pits right now. That's about all I can see from my window. I can't actually see that much from where we
Rotary
are.
Rocketeers is in pit stall 2, so yeah, they're well outside of our view here.
Yeah. Yeah, we really can only see, I don't know, maybe 15 or so pit stalls. If that, maybe only 10. So we can't really see that far. Meanwhile, Average Joe's laying down some laps in that Miata. Their camera's a little bit behind our cameras, so there's some discrepancy there. And Tiffany is out there racing. New driver going in the Doc Waldrop machine. This might be Jackie. I know she had, I think she had a red uniform, but I'm not sure. A fire suit.
Yeah, looks like the hood's coming up here. Probably.
Oh yeah.
Check a few things. Maybe top off the oil.
They may have to do a lot of things because Bill was in the car.
Rebuild the motor.
It's the last time they let him in there. Sometimes you got to learn your lessons the hard way.
New rings, valves, stuff like that.
Let's see. He money shifted 3 times. Only admits it once. Hazmat Motorsports getting serviced in the pits now. They're refilling the cool box. The driver's in the car.
You let go, what was it? Harry Hyde reaching in and flipping the telltale switch on Cole Trickle there.
Yeah. Right. Let's see. What rows did he really turn? Rotary Rocketeers dropping to 9th, now 10th. This can't be right. Something is amiss here. They were in the pits in lap 22. So, I don't know. They are in Salmon. Sour Apple Bunch is pitted. So is one of the Triple R Motorsports cars, the 499. It's like a Ford. It's in the pits. Whoop, little brake lock up there. Not much. Not enough to hurt anything. Just making sure that we're getting everything out of it. Brett Clemenzi is driving the Missing Link Motorsports BMW. Brett is the owner of the Lincolnfelder Racing Mark 7. 13. I don't know.
That Mark 7 is it's a pretty fast car at Daytona for sure.
They put down XIII. That's 10, 13. Is there a
13.
Mark 13? I'm a little confused, but that's not unusual.
Yeah, if they're at Mark 13, it's got to be like a very recent car.
Yeah. So it looks like it might be Jackie in the car, piloting the car out of the pits. You know, he finally got somebody responsible in the car. She's going out, leaving pit lane. She had spent some time yesterday driving the car, and actually Chelsea Vickery was a ride along with Jackie as she went around the track. There's a car coming around the outside as she heads into Big Ben. GBU going by, the leader of the race. And she'll go under the bridge and head down to turn 7. She's working to get herself up to speed. Rotary Rocketeers has cleared the pit loop in 11th place. So they are back out onto the racetrack. .802 Miata.
Yeah, it's 802 and a red Miata.
Yeah,
So,
I actually don't have an 802 on my sheet, so I'm not sure what that car number, who that is, so it doesn't do me much good.
Oh, yeah.
GBU leading as the D-Class leader as well. A-Class in second place. Leading A-Class is Clark Motorsports, if that made any sense to you. They're second overall, leading A-Class. How's that? Burroughs Motorsports is in third. Backwoods Racing leading EC is fourth overall. MBM Performance is in fifth. Running Bulls leading C-Class is sixth overall. Then we've got Open Top Racing, another EC car, Level 1 Racing behind them.
Sound like 241 was the red Miata.
Okay, it's Dang Ernie's All American Racing. So those two cars had contact out there. Checkered flag's going to be at 6:30 p.m. today. And that'll bring down the curtain on this 2022 season. And the last opportunity to gather points for the championship standings for the big race at Road Atlanta Michelin Raceway in February.
Is that Rotary Rocketeers there going down towards the hairpin?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. It could be. They often race with us here at Sebring, and they've raced with us at Daytona. Rotary Rocketeers.
I just missed out by, I don't know, probably 30 minutes on my phone call from running with them this weekend.
That's too bad. So I know you were coming down here not just to commentate, but you were coming down here for a team too. I'm joined this weekend with Brian Beasley. He's a track local, longtime racer. His family has a long history of racing and sharing some of his stories and experiences and opinions about the great racetrack here and this great sport, motorsports racing. Looks like our level 1 camera may have settled down a little bit.
Yeah, I may have tightened it up during the stop.
Level 1 Racing, one of the Miata teams, and always a really strong competitor here with us. We wanted to get a camera in their car. They're currently in, 6th position, their Miata. A-Class being led by Clark Motorsports in 2nd place overall. We're working lap 59.
Yeah, one of the level 1 drivers was down there in line ahead of me. I probably should have asked him if he was in the car this morning when the contact occurred with Infinity.
I think it was Average Joe's.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Average Joe's.
They had contact with him, but yeah. But they may have been in the neighborhood when it all went down. They might have seen something, you know. We go back on board with Tiffany Alexander here. She's coming down that front straightaway. Coming down into turn 1. I think that's them there. No, that's Average Joe's there. A little bit of a time difference there with their team camera. They just got that up and running today, I guess. So maybe it was yesterday. They were asking me some questions.
Yeah, this carousel part here, all the really low horsepower cars that I ever drove seem to really like going out wider and getting on the power as soon as possible and making that straight as long as possible.
Yeah.
Randy taught me something with the higher horsepower cars, and it really, really worked well for me in the KSR 300Z to stay to the inside the whole way around. For some reason, the Z really loved staying in tight there. When I tried my outside line with the Z, it would just push like crazy, which, you know, was kind of weird to me because you would think making a bigger arc, you know, it would help turn the car a little bit, but yeah, it pushed like crazy if you tried going out wide and taking a late apex. Stuck it in there early and just kept it in tight, and it worked so much better.
Yeah. That's cool. Well, you can learn something from a pro that is maybe not even second nature. It's like, oh, yeah, I guess that does work really well.
Yeah,
it's kind of bizarre.
And I wish Randy could take me aside and we could go do like a test day, and he could teach me how to set up a car.
Yeah.
I had him come and drive a 350Z with me at a 14-hour race at Daytona with another endurance racing series, and the owner had me go out first, which we, in retrospect, we should have had Randy go out first. So Randy went out second. He got in when he got done with his stint. He came in. He's like, "What can we change?" It's like, how are the shocks? Can we change the shocks? Well, yeah, they've got they've 50 different clicks on there, and they're set at 25 right now. He said, "Well, go up 10 all the way around." So 10 all the way around. We took an element out of the rear wing, dropped air pressure in the tires, and there's maybe one or two other things. And the second time I went out in the car, it was just like, it was amazing how much better the car was than, because it was pushing on me, in the morning, and I just kind of figured, well, the track's not, up to temp, and it's rained some, maybe there's not enough rubber down. But yeah, after we did the changes that Randy wanted, it was amazing how much easier the car was to drive fast.
Oh.
And so cool. Randy's best time was a 212 flat, and I got down to a 213.1. So yeah, that was quite amazing. I figure it was probably mostly in the bus stop chicane. I figure Randy was probably hanging it out a whole lot more than I was willing to there. Which was probably where most of that second was coming from. But yeah, after I got out, he kind of jokingly told me, he says, if you would beat my time, we couldn't be friends anymore. So I was like, all right. So I felt like that was high praise coming from Randy.
It is. It's funny. We got a note from Rotary Rocketeers. Jeremy Lowe is in the car right now. And let's see. Looks like Jasper Dringler from, I'm going to see if I can get this right, Shawano, Wisconsin, will get in the car for in the Flying Ghost car. Jasper has raced in 46 of 50 states and in 8 different countries.
It's my hero right there.
So he's going to be getting in the car.
I think I'm up to 22 or 24 tracks now.
That's pretty good too. All right, we're going to take a quick break here for commercial and be back in a few, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, working lap 61. Your leader, good, bad, and the ugly. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
No. Seriously?
Come on.
No.
You for real?
Dale.
Really?
Wow.
So maybe just a cable?
We can help you.
Welcome to America's #1 battery destination, AutoZone, your battery solution.
Happy New Year's, everybody, as we're coming up on, we're New Year's Eve. Yep. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. Alarm.com, New Year's Eve, Sebring 10.5. We're back here with ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Velton, joined by Brian Beasley. We're calling the race for you. Tiffany Alexander behind the wheel of the trophy wife car. And it looks like Jackie Sides piloting the Doc Waldrop Special that's out here this weekend. His old race car, the E30 that he used to race. Nicely prepared for today's race.
And E30s make such nice race cars. They're such, just tanks. They run forever. They handle well. Great brakes. That one I ran with TLM the first, couple of years that I ran Champ Car. I think I seem to remember David telling me that car finished 14 races in a row.
Yeah.
Which is just, yeah. I mean, it certainly wasn't going to set the fastest time of the day, but as long as you kept it on track and you made your stop for fuel and that was it, kept your 5-minute stops to a minimum.
Yeah.
It would just soldier on and keep moving up the field as people fell by the wayside. I remember that very first year. I ran with a guy. He was a Russian ice racer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he came to run at Sebring.
Yeah.
And I think the name barely fit on the back window. I remember that. It was so long.
A lot of consonants.
Yeah, and
ZSF.
But he got out here, and I'm trying to think of the one guy that I ran with. He had run a bunch of professional races in the 80s, and had a TA2 car that he ran every once in a while when they were close by the East Coast. It was Michael something. I wish I could remember his last name.
What's a TA2 car? Is that a class?
Yeah, the Trans Am. They call it the TA2. So it's the basically there's one company that makes the frame now. There used to be several, and the one company, I think Mike McLaughlin Race Cars or somebody like that, their chassis turned out to be so superior now almost the whole field is that. But it's crate motors with either the Mustang, Camaro, or Dodge bodywork. And so everybody runs a crate motor, and they're all basically, I think, 400 horsepower
so it's
crate
like
motors.
A spec series?
Yeah, they run like a 10-inch wide slick. It was really going to take off there for a while, mostly because you had so many different manufacturers making the chassis. But now it's kind of gotten down to that one chassis. It's kind of tapered off a little bit. It really looked like for a while that TA2 was going to take over as the headline class in the Trans Am series. But now actually the TA1 cars are actually starting to kind of make a comeback now. So you've had some of the biggest fields in TA1 here over the last couple of years. So it'd be nice to see that come back. And I know it's really expensive to run those cars. Because basically you're using the 358 NASCAR motor. And I don't know if you can. I don't know that any teams buy those anymore. I think they can just lease them from like Hendricks or whoever all builds those motors for NASCAR now.
Now here's one of our viewers says there's 4 TA class. There's 4 TA classes, and he has a TA car.
And they kind of mix some. Like they tried doing an XGT class for the GT3 class cars.
Yeah.
But it hadn't been real well attended. The last couple of races I've seen where they've had XGT, there's been like 1 or 2 cars.
Yeah.
There's so many other places for people to race those cars that someone just going out and buying one, and showing up is just most likely they're going to run either IMSA or Pirelli World Challenge with those cars.
Right. So Good, Bad, and the Ugly leads this race. Working lap 65, Clark Motorsports, leading A class rather, is in second place overall. Backwoods Racing's leading EC behind them. Then it's Burris Motorsports, then MBM Performance behind them. Then it's Running Bulls Racing now leading C class. If you pull the EC cars out, they're 5th overall. Looking good for Running Bulls Racing. Level 1 Racing and their Miatas right there behind them. And our camera still not having a good ride with those guys. Frantic Antic has come into the pits in 13th. Rotary Rocketeer is now in 10th with that driver change, and likely they took fuel too.
Yeah, Lee Saunders, who ran with Kevin Smith there in the SC300 that they won like 3 or 4 races in a row here with when during the 14 hours.
Yeah.
He runs a Viper in one of those TA classes. They've changed the name on it so many times I can't keep up with what class it's called now. But I think he's won 2 championships there in the Trans Am series in that Viper. I remember it used to be TA4, and then it went to SGT, and it might be TA3 now, I think. I'm like I say, it seems like every year they change the name of the classes around.
Now we're caution here, full course caution, something over in the turn 8 area. And that stand went to a standing yellow. Let's see if I can catch up here. Looks like
yeah, that's over there in the Fangio chicane after you come out of the hairpin. There's not really a whole lot that can go wrong there, unless you just kind of like lose power or the car shuts down on you. It's almost a straightaway. Yeah, I can see the safety truck just over there. It's just about to go behind the timing building over there. Oh, another safety truck coming up.
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, we're watching them here from the tower here on the 3rd floor in the media room, looking out across the different layers of the racetrack. And we can see off in the distance there the safety trucks arriving at the scene of the crime. And you're welcome, Timothy. I don't think there's a camera curse. I think there's just, because it's never the camera that's driving the car. It's always a driver, almost always a driver problem.
You don't know. With Bill sticking his head inside a car.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that one truck's already backing up and maybe headed back to its position.
Gonna hang with Trophy Wife here with Tiffany at the wheel to see if we can see anything, but there's a lot of light coming in from these large windows here in the tower, and it actually kind of makes it difficult to focus on the monitors.
Out the screen.
I don't know where she's actually at.
It looks like maybe they're flat towing a blue car there onto the club course pit lane. Yeah, just about to disappear behind the bridge there.
Yeah. Yeah, they've already got it moving. They're flat towing it, as Brian said. So. And we're back to green, just that quick. Once they get that car cleared of the track, they immediately bring them back to racing. GBU heading down the front straightaway. I believe that's who that was.
Yeah, I remember.
Back to racing.
Maybe I think that if I remember right, I think I remember seeing a BMW that color in the paddock.
Yeah, I was having difficulty with the distance, even with the binoculars, trying to identify really what it was. I need a new set of binoculars. These were my dad's, and they've got some years on them. They don't focus anymore.
Well, that's kind of like my eyes sometimes.
Yeah, those binoculars are probably 70 years old, something like that, 60 or 70 years old, and then you've got my 54-year-old eyeballs, and that's not a good combination. Average Joe's here on board with them, chasing down that Porsche 944, coming down what looks like the straight or Almond Straight.
Yeah, and looks like that'd be there on the back stretch. I'm ready to come into 17 there.
You can see just how fast this entry is. Some good braking, lots of lean off the car ahead. Got through that pretty well. Down the front straightaway they go again to start another lap here at Sebring. Yeah, exactly, Bernie. If they don't blame the cameras, they'll just blame something else. You know, you might as well blame the cameras because that's not yours. So blame that. Need something. We're happy to oblige. We're here for you.
So there used to be somebody that would show up with a trailer, mostly with, you know, seat belts and window nets and stuff like that, but they sold t-shirts as well. One of them was a t-shirt and had on the back said I have my list ready. It was all the driver excuses.
Nice.
And the best one though, I had to get it from my dad though, was the older I get, the faster I was.
Yeah. Yeah, the tails get taller as you go. It's fun.
I didn't understand it so much when I was, 22 or 23, but I understand it a whole lot better now.
That's funny.
Now that Civic is going awfully slow again. Luckily, he's well off to the driver's right side there. It looks like he may actually come to a stop before he gets to turn 7.
Yeah, we've got a car driver's right, very slow, heading down the big bend towards the hotel there, turn number 7. And as Brian said, he's almost come to a complete stop now before the corner. And then now that he's disappeared behind one tree, it may not actually be moving.
Yeah, I believe he's come to a stop.
Ran out of motivation.
Oh, it looks like he got it moving again.
Oh, he made the corner.
Of course, now he's going through the grass.
Oh.
I was going to say, he's well off the line there. And now it looks like he's going to back it in to the opening there. Yeah, that's because he's almost at a 90-degree angle to the track. Yeah, there he goes. Now he's backing it up.
Number 267, yellow Miata coming through the pits there.
Oh, got a Porsche Boxster out here in the midway. What in the world he's doing?
Yeah, maybe he's breaking in the brakes or something.
Betting in new brakes. Oh, yep. He's going around for another round there. Yeah, they must have put new pads in or something.
We had 87 cars signed up for this race today. We started about 75 or 78, something like that. Looks like TLM coming by. Tiffany getting back on the power for that long back stretch, going up through the gears, heading down to turn 17.
Yep, nice and tight to the wall there.
It's kind of cool. We got Tiffany in the main view and then Jackie Sides in the picture-in-picture. Driving Doc's car.
Yeah, and nice exit all the way out to the wall there. Carry as much speed as possible.
She's going to pass 2 cars on to her right as she heads down into turn 1. There's a tap of the brakes here, I imagine, and dive on in there. Pretty much just hug the wall there, then let the car wash out.
Yeah, the fast line is there's a 0 marker up on the fence there.
Oh.
And basically you want to pass under that.
Gotcha.
That's pretty much the apex, and you almost want to scrape your left side mirror on the inside wall there, just to carry as much speed as possible through there.
I see.
I remember I was instructing a friend of mine. Oh, this looks like a yellow flag out at the start-finish line. Oh, and they just pulled it.
Yep.
So something, maybe a spin and continue at turn 1.
Yep. GBU just goes by the trophy wife car. Makes a nice clean pass down the inside and continues on. Never Start Racing shown not turning laps there in 15th. That's one of our EC competitors. DVM Racing has crossed the pit loop. So is Rhinoceros Racing and RPM Auto Works. We started with a lot of fog this morning, which delayed the start of the race until 9:15. It was originally scheduled for an 8 a.m. start, which would have given us 10.5 hours of racing. GBU took the lead early, good, bad, and the ugly, and they really haven't looked back since. They really haven't put a foot wrong. Working lap 69. They've been in the pits once on lap 36, according to Race Hero.
Yeah, that Fangio chicane over there. Back when I first started racing, that actually used to be a much tighter set of corners. You actually had to brake for turn 8, even in a really low-powered car. And then they straightened that out to be able to give the people to the warehouses when the warehouses started, being open on Saturdays and Sundays. They needed a way for people to be able to get back there without being just inches off, the wall separating the track and the access road. So they straightened out that Fangio chicane quite a bit. Really made the track, basically a lot of long straightaways. I kind of preferred having the old Fangio chicane. It added a little bit more skill into it, because you had to brake for 8, you had to carry and then get back hard over to the right for 9. And it's like I say, the track's kind of become a big dyno pull now because of all of the straightaways here now.
Yeah.
Looks like they're sending a flatbed to go pick up that car down there in turn 7. So, but he's on the inside of the wall there.
They're working on getting them picked up. We got a debris flag thrown, and here's we look at our camera. We can see. It looks like a piece of exhaust. If there's going to be a place where you're going to drop exhaust,
it's.
Is that one of the deals where you turn left, but part of your car doesn't, and it just kind of continues in the direction of travel?
Yeah, did that at Indianapolis. It's going into 4, I think I was. I could hear the exhaust get that sound to it.
Yeah.
And so sure enough, I was about 4 laps later, as I was going between 3 and 4, and just hear that clunk on the underside of the car, and come back around the next lap, and sure enough, there's the exhaust laying in the middle of the track.
So they're going to throw the caution now. They're full course caution.
Yeah.
Plus a purple 35, plus debris from the stand here. And they'll zipper in and slow down, and then they'll send out an emergency vehicle, I imagine, to pick that up. You know what they need is just a little crane with a giant magnet that they can just swing out. Plunk.
Fishing line.
Fishing line, yeah.
Fishing line with a nice...
I like it. Remember that game they had the little fish, and you had the little plastic fishing pole with the string and had the magnet on the end?
Yeah.
That's exactly what they need here. So any of you 5-year-old little girls out there have one of those, let us know, because we could borrow it this weekend. It'd speed things up for us. So anyway, we're going to take a quick commercial break. I'm going to try and swallow a little bit more of my lunch as they come out to clear the track so they can put us back to racing. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Good, Bad, and the Ugly is your leader. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it.
You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Don't do it. No, keep him muted. Welcome back, ChampCar.Live. Bill's here. Here come the excuses. I'm gonna mute.
Oh no, there's no excuses. Oh, you're just gonna let me talk? Hey guys, Bill Strong here, ChampCar.Live, sitting up in the tower. Just got out of the car a few minutes ago. Fun. The track is pretty awesome today. It's fast. Lots of fast cars out there. I mean, a lot of fast cars. Not just the Jim Matthews Corvette, but it's a lot of cars. And everybody's pretty much behaving themselves. There's a couple of cars out there making some really weird moves, and I'm not going to blame anybody because I put my nose in a position. Maybe I shouldn't have put it in and wrecked a wheel on Doc's car. But I'm not the only one. But let me tell you, though, it's faster now. Whatever happened, it's faster. It wants to turn better. So I got back in it after the incident at turn 16, and it's quicker. I can't hear you. Yeah.
We've got two Champ Car ladies out there. We've got Jackie Sides and Tiffany Alexander racing at the same time. So that's kind of cool.
Yep. Jackie got in the car after me, and she had a little panic there. She, it's so humid out there right now that when she put down her visor for the fuel, she fogged up and she kind of freaked a little bit. But and she didn't have and it's hot, so she didn't have her cool shirt on, plugged in. So we got that plugged in, and everything got better. But it's tough. I mean, it's a lot of work out there doing this job, and yeah, racing and going fast. But I'd never driven an E30 before. So that was an experience. They're fun.
Yeah. Yeah, that one I drove for TLM, like I was telling him earlier, says, they handle well. They do everything you ask of them. It's just unfortunate that everything that's come along since,
it's gotten better.
Yeah, it's just better.
I won't say it did what you wanted to do, because that car does have some issues right now. Part of them being the handling is really good. There's something wrong with either the ECU, the throttle body, or something, because when you sometimes when you press the pedal, nothing happens, and then other times it bogs in third, fourth gear. It'll bog on you. It'll get up toward. I think they said a 5,500 RPM rev limit, or soft rev limit on it. But sometimes below that it just bogs. There's some fueling issues or something, but it doesn't do what you want it to do. And sometimes if you it's not going to do it, but if you do it, it does it. It goes. and does what you want it to do, but then once you let off the gas and go to get back on it to do something, it's not there, and that's scary, especially with somebody beside you.
Oh yeah, well, or right on your rear bumper. I ran a race at Texas World one time where it was an automatic, and we lost the ability to manually shift it, that automatic, and it for some reason it went into freewheel mode. So every time you lifted off the gas, it would kick into fifth gear and coast.
Oh yeah.
And so when you got back on the gas, you didn't know what you were going to get. If you were going to get fourth, most of the times you got third. Every once in a while you get second, which was in a 350Z. Second gear is almost totally useless on a racetrack. It's just way too short. So every once in a while you get second. And I was running with some guys. I wish I could remember the name of the team. They run kind of like a martini livery on a Pontiac Trans Am or Firebird, I should say, with a V6.
That car. Yeah.
And I was having a real good run with him. That guy had been racing at Texas World since the late 80s. He knew the track extremely well. And I wasn't, I had a few problems, so, I wasn't running probably as fast as I should, but so I kind of let him go back in front of me because it was just, I was afraid one time I was going to come out of the corner and I was either going to get second and reflexively lift to keep the engine from buzzing, and he'd run over me just because he wouldn't be expecting me to lift coming out of the corner. But once I got behind him, it was pretty easy to, and I learned a few things from watching him because, like I say, he'd been running there for probably over 20 years. So learned a few things.
This track is different. I hadn't run on this track since they put the change 17. They put that wall out there.
Yeah.
That wall's scary, man. You come down there at 100 and, I think what Doc's car, 180, 190? You come down there 180, 190, and it just comes in on you, man.
Kilometers, right?
Yeah, it might be. Who knows? But no, I could never get 17 right, and I think I started out in the 310s. Let's just build up, and it was like every lap was like 2 seconds faster. Then I think I got down to like 303 or something, and I kind of stayed, and then I got more comfortable with 302s. And I think that was about the fastest I did, like a 302, somewhere in that area. And but which is still 2 seconds faster than Ray Frank, I'd like to point out. But
make sure you get that
in the same
right?
car. Yeah.
Would you stop?
And Dana will be going out later, so I made the car faster for him, and I've already let him know that. So
you already improved it.
I improved it. Yeah, I got the alignment just right now. The steering wheel's off by about just one little tick, but it's not bad. Brakes work good in that car, but I wasn't really pushing it. I know at 7 I was braking at the 3 mark, and I probably could have gone closer to the 2, but you just see too many guys pushing it there, and then they end up going towards a hotel. And I don't like flat spotted tires. There's a little vibration in the front already. You don't want to add to it. But yeah.
It was not, they're just here to have fun with it.
Yeah.
It's not a competitive drive today.
Are we in the top 10?
Oh, no.
What do you mean, no? Don't shake your head and go, oh, no. Like
11th
positive.
or 12th, though, so.
Yeah.
You didn't even in the top 40.
In class?
Yeah, in class.
Because, I was in it. They were telling me I was winning. You're a winner, Bill.
Yeah.
You were the fastest C-class car out there, right?
Not even close, man. God, it was not as bad as driving the Opel out there. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Well,
it was not. The leaders weren't passing me every 4 laps. But what's the fastest times out there right now?
2:27.
Yeah, and I did a 302s. I was doing 302, so that's not that far off.
No. It's 30 seconds between friends. And
the Jim Matthews GBU car, that wasn't, it was quick. He was cutting through the field, but, not like some of these cars, man. Some of these cars are just too aggressive. That red Camaro out there, he'd come up on 4-cylinder cars, and he'd throw his authority out there with that V8 car. It was actually kind of funny watching him, because if you put a move on him, like going into 13, it seemed like he got a little angry about it.
Hang on to it.
Whose car is this?
I don't know. But Brian Moody's getting into the Floridiot's car right now.
Yeah, that car was, the Porsche was in the garage for a
hand
while.
signals to that car there as he passed him.
Just giving him thanks. You're number one in my book.
Yep.
Something going on at turn 11.
Through 17, here we go.
998, green Miata, spun driver's left. And he continued.
I don't have a 998, I have a 988. Valerian steel, it's green.
Yeah, that would be it.
I know those 9s and 8s, when you start throwing a bunch of them in there, they get confusing. It's hard to read it. So Trophy Wife, they've done their driver change, and they're back out. Jackie's still wheeling the Doc Waldrop special around the track. So
is she closer to 305s now?
I think she's just... I was joking that now we've got somebody more responsible in the car. But I don't know.
Because somebody said she'd done it 310, which is really good. And she doesn't get a lot of track time, so...
Yeah, she just turned a 307 in.
Good.
Ooh, a little long there going into 7 for the camera car.
Yeah, she's been clicking off some 7s and 8s.
Good. The one thing I was afraid of was money shifting. You know how everybody talks about money shifting, BMWs, and that did scare me. And there were times when I would go down into fourth. I would go down into fourth, and it clicked the way it clicked. You're like, oh, okay, we're good.
Release the clutch slowly.
Yeah, it was like, oh.
No, she's 53rd now.
Yeah,
so
that's
she's
pretty good.
working her way up. Might get into the... Well, she'd be in the 40s now because of the EC cars. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually might be in the top 30.
Did you see that the huge trophy down there for the staff winner?
No, I didn't.
Staff winning car?
I didn't see any of the trophies. I wasn't paying attention.
No, there's no trophy for us. Just participating is enough trophy for us, guys.
I remember going to the Don Garlis Museum in Ocala there, and they had a trophy inside the display room. He went to Texas and ran a race, and they made him run the local hot shoe there 4 times before they would give him the trophy.
That's funny.
And so, but the trophy, it had
a slow car coming out of, or is that a civilian car? Oh, that's a civilian. Oh, I don't know. See him just park?
Yeah, that orange is is marks where the openings are.
Do you have your binoculars there?
In the guardrail.
Yeah. Let's see if you can make that work. I have trouble focusing with those. I used to play with those as I was a kid. I used to sneak them out of my dad's closet, play with them.
It looks like a Saab. Do we have a Saab in this race?
Maybe.
A couple of Acuras, and I think what else might be out there.
Let's see.
I can't see through the glasses.
I know. It's hard to use. Those binoculars are not the best anymore. At one time, they were really nice. I don't see a Saab in the field when I'm glancing through this entry.
There were a couple of Jettas.
It might be a Jetta.
Yeah.
My hand keeps cramping. Death grip on the steering wheel.
Yeah.
Average Joe's, let me tell you, that car is fast. I mean, aggressively fast.
I think it was that car when when I was running the 300Z one year, and I couldn't keep up with him through 17. That car would just pull away from me. I mean, noticeably pull away from me through 17. And the 300Z was handled like a go-kart. I mean, it would just get through the corners, and he pulled away from me. I was like, wow, that's that car's hooked up.
Yeah, that's that Camaro now, just passing the Doc Waldrop car going down into 13, going down the back straight there. Okay, I need to get off. I'm cramping up.
All right. Thanks for stopping by, Bill. I know. Got a little crossed up, but caught it.
Yeah, it looks like the driver's gotten out of the car.
I'm talking about Flying Ghost 285?
Yeah, it's something about the hood's up on it on pit lane.
Gotcha.
Yeah, a safety truck is there with whatever car that's pulled off of just coming out of turn 7.
Well, MPM Performance, the number 668, has crossed the pit loop. Never Start Racing shown not turning laps down into 17th. Sled Bull Racing and Family Tradition Racing also shown not turning laps. All cars with those cars within the top 30. That's top 30.
Yeah, it maybe kind of looks, now that I see the side profile of it some, it kind of looks like a Jetta.
Yeah.
Was it 499?
So if you wanted to stay in practice over the winter break, you might consider getting into iRacing. If you've done it before, you know what it's all about. The ChampCar iRacing series runs throughout the year, and you can find out the schedule and how to get connected to the ChampCar iRacing series by going to the ChampCar website, ChampCar.org. Go into the forum, and you'll find a thread in there with all the information.
Yeah, came across the radio there, the 499, one of the Triple R Mustangs, had a right rear tire rub.
Gotcha.
So, imagine a little bit of a unscheduled stop. Yeah, that one older Mustang that, I don't know if it's 94 or so, that's out there with all the hand prints in multicolored paint. I believe that was a team that, there was a reverend that his brother was a karting champion here in the United States several times over, so the older brother had a deal where he during usually in September they'll come out and he brings 40 to 50 kids with cancer out to the track, and then at lunchtime I think now they do it during like the Porsche BMW Club weekend here in September. And so at lunch, they'll take the kids out and around the track, do ride-alongs with the kids with cancer there. And if I remember right, one of the teams used to, most of the handprints on there are from the kids from probably about 5 or 6 years ago. Yeah. It was just a white Mustang back then. So they all, put messages on there, wrote on there a marker, and put handprints all over the car. Pretty neat little idea to get, make them feel a little bit a part of the race team.
Family Tradition Racing in 29th is pitted. And Sled Bowl Racing shown not turning laps. Team Infinity not turning laps there, shown in 9th place. They're dropping down. They're actually in 7th with the EC cars removed. And just a few pit stalls that I can see. I don't see them there, but they may very well just be in the pits right now. Their last pit stop was at lap 36. And we're working lap 78. And they've made a pit stop at the 11th lap, and that would have been probably for that contact incident. They pitted again at lap 36, and then now they're shown not turning laps. Fleury Motorsports also shown not turning laps, scored an 11th. As you saw, Average Joe's came in. And the Sebring Racing Rentals also shown in the pits. They're in 13th overall. Another Champ Car getting serviced. Working on the cool shirt system. Cleaning the windshield, getting ready to send another driver out.
Yeah, there's getting to be a little more spacing out there on the track for everybody right now.
Average Joe's same situation. They're working on the cool box there.
One new car that I haven't seen go by in a little while, the Auto Technic guys. I wonder what
GBU heading down the straight towards turn number 7 through Big Bend. Now showing a 2-lap advantage over the field, as Burris Motorsports is now shown not turning laps just at that moment. They were running in 2nd place, leading A class, so they may have come into the pits. Their last pit stop was lap 44, and they had previously pitted on lap 21. Now working lap 78, or 79 actually. Team Infinity just comes out of the pits. You saw them cross the camera view there. And there's the Average Joe's team also coming across the screen. So they're leaving the pits.
hazmat racing Mustang sounds so good going by on the straightaways.
Yeah, we had a number of really loud Mustangs out here yesterday. They're not Champ Car. This is a track day. My wife, when I were watching from the balcony there in our hotel room, she said, "Is that a Champ Car?" And I said, "Oh no, our cars aren't that loud." So Team Infinity back out. Floridian Motorsports also back out.
No.
And we've got Tiffany Alexander rejoining us. Good job, Tiffany. Great job. She's still rehydrating from that stint. Didn't get much of a break. I think I saw she was under maybe one caution. Just one or two, but overall, looked like a great stint for you there.
It was fun. All except that last little oopsie. Hopefully y'all weren't on board for that.
No, we didn't see anything.
So coming down the back straightaway, I was like radioing my team because I was supposed to come in that lap, right?
Oh.
I'm like, okay, coming down the back straightaway, no response. Okay, I'm coming into 17, no response. And I'm like, do y'all still want me to come in? No response. They'd already sat the radio down. So I went ahead and went around again, thinking maybe, and there was a line at pit end. So I was like, well, I'll make another lap and make sure they're ready. Well, then they start radioing me, wait, did you make another lap? Blah, blah, blah. Well, that broke my attention for the split second I needed to miss the brake zone. I was a little late. Yeah, and so then I hit it a little hard, and then we did a little tank slapper, and that red dirt doesn't taste very good.
Ugh. Yuck.
It came all in the car and some in my mouth. Blech. It's like sandy. But otherwise, it was fun.
Good.
It's just like that fraction of a second you lose your attention and
right. Right.
You know,
Yeah, it was
purple 35s, but I don't think a full course at all.
Yeah, and there was one really cool period of time in there, Tiffany, where Jackie Sides was racing in the Doc Waldrop Special.
Oh, yeah?
And you were racing in the trophy wife car.
Yeah.
So we were able to do a picture-in-picture. We had both you ladies racing at the same time on the same track. Champ Car people, so it was cool.
Okay, so I passed that car twice. Please tell me Bill was in it once. The first time, maybe?
If it was early.
Maybe.
It was an early one and a late one.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah, Jackie's been in there for quite a while now. But I think, yeah, you were probably out there before.
And then they probably switched, and then that's when I caught the car.
Well, he had a little incident he had to come in for.
Oh, did Bill get in the penalty box?
No, he wrecked
his own penalty box.
Yeah. He wrecked the car, damaged it. They came in, they fixed it.
Oh, no.
For some reason, they must have short-term memory loss. They let him back in the car.
Oh, he heard us talking about him.
He went back in there.
So you were in the car the first time I passed you.
He drove around for a little while longer. And then, so. It's that time again, folks. We're going to take a quick break and be back in just a few. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with us. There's a lot of racing to be had. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Nice. Yeah, I heard about this.
So I would actually go with the full synthetic.
Ceramic pads for the Duralast rotors.
I did it.
You see how it's...
I did it.
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5. And we've got 4 people up here in the booth. We've got myself, Tiffany, Brian, and Bill. And so we're all just chatting and having a good old time.
Discussing strategies, lines.
Oh, Bill just walked away. He said strategy and it scared him away.
His strategy is outbreak them.
I guess he said he was trying to avoid somebody, and that put him off the track into the grass a little bit, and then he lost it, and that's why he spun the car.
Yeah, me too.
We'll go with that. I like it.
Let's see. Jeremy Lowe is now driving the number 250 Rotary Rocketeers. So he's in now.
Team Infinity's across the pit loop again. So let's see what's going on here with Team Infinity. Yeah, they left on lap 74, and here we are about 4 laps later. They're back in the pits again, or they may have left the pits. So something going on there. And it could have been something from the pit stop that didn't get done, like the window net falls down, you can't do it yourself or something, and you got to come back in. Don't know.
Who had to come back in?
Team Infinity, the number 19 Shark car. I don't know if they're back out for sure because it hasn't cleared yet.
Their pit since the very first pit down there. I thought I could see almost.
Yeah, you don't get to see very many pit stalls from here.
Ooh. What was that last, Tiffany, that last team you sent me a link to? Looks like another Miata. I thought you sent it to me.
There's one that says Polly. That would be you.
Looks like a yellow flag on the front stretch here, and I can't quite tell if he's holding a white flag out too, or...
Running Bulls was the last one I sent.
Oh, okay. Well, this is definitely not them. Okay, full course caution.
And I sent Average Joe and Max
Oh,
Fury.
it's just, it's the Average Joe car, which I already had. That's what it is.
It's a blue and yellow car. That sounds like the CRX.
If you've got Running Bulls, maybe send that to me. I
Okay.
don't know how I missed that. I'll find a way to miss it.
It sounded like they said 104, but I don't see that number.
Full course caution here. Oh, I see it now, Tiff. Okay.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. And between the flaggers and the Flagtronics panels and all of like you can see the flag so clearly, so well. You know what I mean? Like it just...
Yeah.
The view of the flagging stations is really good here.
Uh-huh.
Stellar group of individuals. I mean, it wasn't, you didn't ever go past a flag and there was a yellow and there was no confusion about things, not while I was out there. Like, is it yellow or is it not? You know, because things are saying different. Nothing ever was in disagreement with each other.
Well, I'll tell you, it was definitely an acrobatic effort out here by the flagman at the stand when they would drop something on the track because he had to hold out the debris flag, the yellow flag, and the 35 flag. And you start running out of hands and feet.
Right?
Yeah. Pretty soon.
Yeah, and then when the safety truck went out, he had to hold the white flag out there as well. Luckily, his buddy got out of his car and joined him up there.
I saw them down at turn 2 doing that when there was a safety truck that came out down in that area, and they had the yellow out already. They had the purple 35, and she was trying to get the white out too. And I was like, I see him, you're good. But like looks difficult. Challenging to say the least.
Back to green already.
That was quick.
Yeah, their turnaround has been stellar, getting us back to green very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we had several purple 35s while I was out there, but I don't think I ever even made a complete lap under that.
Yeah, I believe it.
I mean, I think most of the time they went back to yellow. Now, several folks didn't realize when we went back to yellow that they could speed up. They didn't have to go 35 again, so a bit of a delay on that sometimes. But
yeah,
otherwise,
I think I noticed that when you were driving.
I was like, "Let's go, let's go."
Bless his heart.
Right.
Yeah, the safety crew here definitely gets a lot of practice because this track is in use for something almost every single day. Wow, it's amazing how much stuff goes on here in the middle of the week.
Kind of like my home track. It runs 7 days a week, all except 3 weeks a year. Maybe only 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks a year.
Yeah, we are back to green here. I think they still haven't pushed the button on the race hero yet. to show that we are green, but we are green at the track. Just so you folks know. Good, Bad, and the Ugly leads by 2 laps according to Race Hero over Rotary Rocketeers. And we have Backwoods Racing, but that's an EC car, so actually it's Clark Motorsports that's in 3rd place right now. Then we have Burris Motorsports, MBM Performance, that's the top 5. D-Class being led by Good, Bad, and the Ugly. B-Class by Rotary Rocketeers. EC by Backwoods Racing. A-Class is being led by Clark Motorsports. And C-Class is being led by Running Bulls, which is in 7th place right now. And we've got the Doc Waldrop special in picture-in-picture view with Jackie Sides at the wheel, Trophy Wife in the larger view there. I think it's Rob that's at the wheel, if I was
Rob's
sneaking through your messages there.
So when I went to get in the car at first, you probably saw us sit there for quite some time and then go behind the wall. There was a leak in the radiator.
Okay.
It was dripping on pit lane, so we're like, well, we can't race like that. So we had to do a radiator swap.
Okay. Yeah, I was catching bits and pieces of what was happening on our camera, and it looked like it was probably cooling system. All right. Trophy Wife catching up with one of the Corvettes that's out here. Hello, Caesar.
That's Rob. He's a wheeler, so he's going to go out there and do faster times than I did.
Nobody likes to show off.
Alan's the show off of them all. It is his car, though. You're not supposed to beat the owner, right?
Yeah, that's right. No, even if you are faster, you're always supposed to say, no, Rob's the fast guy. He's the fast guy.
Yeah, watching GBU out there right now, they almost kind of seem like they're in just in cruise mode right now.
They're running a race unto themselves. The speed in that car is just unmatched by anything else out there. I mean, the one cool thing is when they pass you, it gets over with really quickly. You don't even bother really putting up much of a fight.
At Daytona, he went by me probably at least 25 miles an hour faster up on the banking, and I was going at least 25 miles an hour faster than the Miata that was down against the apron. So, I was like, man, 50 mile an hour difference between that Corvette and that Miata.
That's huge.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You want to make sure everything goes exactly right in that situation.
Right? No surprises. I don't know. There's something very cool about like a 3-wide pass. I don't know. I really like it. I don't prefer to be the middle car. I'd much rather have the outside on either side. But
I've done that a couple of times down in 17. Been past 2 cars to my inside, and hope they don't put me in the wall at the exit. But
right, because they're passing another car, and you're trying to pass them both, and sometimes they're looking at the other car and don't even realize that you're out there.
There's that bad bump out there on the outside too that you really have to be prepared for.
Shake your fillings loose.
We did have you towards the end of your stint making a pass on the front straightaway with. You passed 2 cars at the same time that were on your right as you were coming down the front straight. And then you went into turn 1.
That was fun.
Yeah, it's cool.
And I passed somebody on the inside of one. And I was like, this may be a little sketchy because I had to turn in a little early to make sure I was ahead of them,
Yeah.
And I was like, oh boy, hold on. I forgot how bumpy turn 1 is. You always think about 17 being bumpy, but Lord Almighty, when you come through there like cooking it, like you're just
Yeah,
bouncing.
that zero that's up there.
Uh-huh.
If you drive under that, that's probably the smoothest part of the whole turn.
Nice.
Yeah, the big thing with turn 17 is, of course, when they used to fly bombers here for training, that was where they landed.
Oh, really?
So yeah, so
Took all
you
the
know,
weight.
yeah, so
Oh.
all that weight, those concrete blocks just getting mashed into the ground compared to all the ones around it. So yeah, it's quite uneven down there.
That would explain it. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so much of this track when I first started running here, everything was pretty much concrete everywhere, and they paved over a lot of that when they reduced the size of the track.
Oh, okay. I heard that this is the oldest in-use track, consistently in-use track in North America, in the U.S., let's say that. I was like, Watkins Glen, I think Road America came after Watkins Glen.
Yeah, I think this was 55. I think you're right. I read that. If you wiki it, this is the first or the oldest, but then you get
Watkins
Indy.
Glen had their F1 race in when, 51 or so?
Have they been continually operating since then?
That
threw out a few of them.
it's probably one of those little technical deals where they shut down for 6 months or something, maybe.
Right.
They're just shutting down for a repave. I don't know if that counts.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember when I ran Watkins Glen, they had just repaved it, and I can't remember who was there the very next weekend. I think it was the IMSA race. It may have been NASCAR, but it was. Yeah, so Memorial Day weekend. So yeah, it probably would have been the IMSA race the very next weekend. They had just paved the track. It was glass smooth. It was fast, and they every single time they held any kind of meeting, it was just, if you blow up your motor, pull off the track immediately.
Oh, yeah. Do not put anything on our surface.
Yeah, and about 6 hours into the race on Saturday, somebody blew their motor going into one and drove all the way around the pit lane.
Oh, no.
I thought, what's the name? Was it Chiswick?
Yep.
Yeah, was gonna unload on him.
Right? You just don't want to do that. Especially on I remember when Barbara first repaved, but just a couple of years ago. And, that was a big deal. Don't mess it up. It was super cool, though. It was easily 2.5 seconds faster than it was before. It was so nice. Yeah, don't mess up the surface. They will sacrifice you. If you go in Barbara and look in the bottom of the elevator, there is a skeleton down there. There's a couple of different jokes about that's the person who touched stuff in the museum, and then after the repave, that was the person who put oil down on the track. A few different jokes flying about that one.
Yeah, I remember when did a race there. One of the track workers was telling me about all the stuff that was on the track. You couldn't really see from other areas.
Yeah,
you had to be on the. Yeah, so he told me about the woman hanging from the walkover bridge. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, man, that's absolutely morbid. And then I finally went out and did my first lap and saw that she was hanging from her hands and not the way that I was thinking.
They change her outfit from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
Just to mess with people. And they also got the Lady in the Lake back.
Oh, yeah?
I think this year the Lady in the Lake is back.
Yeah, the monkeys on the scoreboard with was it the Jaguars down around the bottom, or?
Yeah, there's some kind of big cats down there. Yeah. There's lions in the where they do car shows and stuff during a big pro race kind of thing. They'll have a car corral. There's some lions on the end of that.
Yeah,
there's big dragonflies.
Yeah, the ants pulling apart the motorcycle was one of my favorites.
And the strong man who's holding up the...
Yeah. Oh, looks like the Honda Accord is going quite slowly there out of Big Bend.
Yeah. Still rolling, but moving at about maybe 25, 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, one of the drivers of that car, I've never met him before, but he and I did a whole lot of racing on Forza Motorsports for a while.
The motorsports community is a very neat community.
Yep.
You know, you just go. I was in the elevator. Where was? It seems like last week, but I think it was yesterday. And a lady's already in the elevator with her dog, and a guy was waiting for the elevator, so he entered the elevator with me. I looked at him and I was like, "You look really familiar."
Full course caution with that car stopped heading to 7 on track right.
And I've been doing Champ Car since 2013, so like there's lots of people who look familiar, right? And I was like, "What team are you with?" Because he looked at me kind of confused, right? And he goes, "This is my very first race." And I was like, I thought about it, and I was like, "Chin track days." And he goes, "Yeah, I run Chin all the time." And I was like, "I did your check ride at Barber." And he was like, "Oh," and then he's like, "Boxster." You know, no. So we start car people. And then the other lady was like, "I love you on ChampCar.Live."
That's good.
Like the motorsports community is so welcoming to each other. I don't know. You find your tribe, you know?
Yeah, that car came to a rest right side of the track just before turn 7. Actually, it was just after the bridge, the Mobile One bridge to the right there. Emergency vehicle now on scene, just arriving. Tow vehicle. And they'll have a chat with the driver and see what they need to do.
969. Let's see. Fat Crack Racing. Honda Accord.
And we'll see here. Yeah, 969 there. We can see it on Flagtronics parked right there. Bill's over in the next room listening to me, so now it's getting into my mic.
I was wondering where the not the kind of the echo.
Yeah.
See, this is how we're gonna win this race.
So rotary Rocketeers shown not turning laps, but that can be a false positive. When they go to these cautions, it can throw up these salmon colors and not be legit. But if we see them cross the pit loop, now that's a whole different thing. So Bill dug into the wiki. It has Sebring as the oldest permanent road racing facility, established 1950.
Ah.
So my trivia was correct? What exactly does that mean? Seeing how Tiffany is at this race, I wonder if that team that shall not be named made the trip down.
I'm guessing he's talking about Birmingham or something.
Oh, Birmingham. Oh, yeah. No, they're not here. Not a single one of them.
I'm assuming that's what he's talking about, but I wasn't sure.
I was like, who are we not naming today?
Yep, it should be going back to yellow here. Yep, there they go. Pulled 35. Once they got that Accord moving, they got it over to the pit lane for the club course rather quickly.
So I think it was Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tuesday, yeah. The day after what was
and
celebrated as
green.
Christmas, Roger Cohen, the team owner for Birmingham, got married.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we went to see him get married. But none of them were coming down here this weekend. I think he's driving with Huggins for the national championship is the plan.
Gotcha. Yeah, they don't need this race. So cool.
Yeah.
a look at the front straightaway as we're back to green here at Sebring International Raceway. The Alarm.com, New Year's Eve. Sebring 10.5. Alarm.com makes a number of these security entry devices to notify you if someone's gained entry. So you can use them on things like, if you look at their commercial, it's like gates to your property, it's garage doors, and some of those are being gifted away this weekend, and we're using them on trailers. You got your entry doors, your back door, the side door.
I could imagine someone with a large amount of property and gates on there.
Yeah.
That would be pretty useful.
So that's Alarm.com. You can find out more about that company. Go to Alarm.com. And we appreciate them helping us out with as a race sponsor.
Oh, Marky the Farmer says that's a Salen's thing, the team that shall not be named. Okay.
Yeah, if any of you business owners, team owners, maybe just for nostalgic reasons, want to sponsor a race, just contact Bill Strong at bill.strong, just like it sounds, at ChampCar.org. And we'll be happy to talk to you about that. It's a fun thing to do, and it helps out the club. The sponsors and the commercials, everything that we run, all that helps reduce the costs for us racers.
Which we all need.
The more money that's coming in, the less the members and the teams have to spend. So
the more tires we can buy, right?
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Before the internet blows up.
Yeah. Fuel, tires.
Yeah, tires. We can't change tires. Average Joe's coming by, trophy wife.
Speaking of fuel runs, I know at Harris Hill, every once in a while they have a contest.
Yeah.
Where everybody starts with a full tank, and then you just go, and it's whoever can turn the most amount of laps.
Oh no! Doc's car off track.
Ooh, yeah.
They just did a driver change
there. Got into turn 10 just a little too hot.
Oops. Boink. Pushed that wrong button.
Yeah, I was gonna say, strange engine noise there.
So Shan is getting in the 860, the Doc Waldrop special. So that's who's in there now.
All right.
That last change.
Yeah, I don't think I know.
Yeah, when I was out back there last night with the safety crew guys out there at their trailers down there on the far end, up there by the WEC pit, there was somebody out on the backstretch that was practicing their French horn.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So doing their scales with the French horn. I thought it was a trombone at first, but then the notes were coming a little too quickly to be a trombone. So, yeah, I was like, yeah, that's got to be a French horn then. So, yeah, somebody out there practicing, they were pretty good.
That's awesome.
So.
I'm sure somebody probably brought their kid that's in the band and that sort of thing. In the Treasure Coast Miata, they recently had a driver change about 20 minutes ago or so. So Mike Owen is in the car right now.
Somebody not moving very fast there.
Yeah, we have a red Miata on the stretch.
I think that's a Mustang.
Oh, maybe it's a Mustang. I can't see out there, but it's heading down towards turn number 7. Not quite up to speed.
Yeah, cars, if they get a little wide coming out of the carousel and they get in that dirt over there, it takes them a little, they'll definitely be down 20 or 30 miles an hour getting down towards the hairpin.
We get the panoramic view of the Hazmat Motorsports Mustang.
That camera's a little loose too, huh? Oh, someone going around there.
That's the Doc Waldrop special again. Getting fancy.
Kept it running.
Did a full pirouette.
Yeah, I can't quite tell. That was turn 3, I believe. Yeah, going through 4 there, getting ready to go through the carousel.
Let's see if I got this working right now. Try this again.
So let's see. Yep, there he is, coming out up from under the bridge there, looking out the window here.
Yeah, this looks about right. There's the spin. I think that was a perfect 360.
Yeah, yeah, kept the motor running. That's the. So who is that in there now? Dana?
No.
Oh.
Shan.
Now Dana decided not to drive after all. Just decided to focus on the race.
He's definitely missing out on a good time, though. I was out there driving thinking, like, I just love this racetrack. It's just, I mean, it's mostly
you're gonna make me cry now.
Like, you don't, like, if you just look at the picture of it, you're like, yeah, what, I mean, I don't know. If you've never driven it, you don't care about the history, whatever. But, like, when you drive this track, it is so much stinking fun. You're busy, you're having a good time, like, it's challenging.
Yeah,
you can see where you're going most of the time.
And there's definitely places where you can be like, okay,
Scare
check
yourself.
the belts, check the gauges. Yeah, that's one of the bad problems about Harris Hill. You're almost constantly in a corner. Makes it tough to just even answer the radio sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and make that break for commercial. We'll be back in just a few. So you're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Good, Bad, and the Ugly is your leader. Working lap 93. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right. Yeah, welcome back, everybody, to the Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5 Sebring International Raceway. I'm Paul Veltzum with Tiffany Alexander and special guest commentator Brian Beasley calling the race for you this weekend. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, I see that red Mustang still slow going down into 17 there.
Yeah, they're still out there, but just kind of putting around. Or we would call that low feet.
Yeah,
well,
be careful.
As long as they're off to one side of the track, I can deal with that. It's when they run right down the center of the track everywhere.
Right, or right on the line, and then back and forth, yeah. You're like, pick a spot and stay in it. We actually had a team one time like lose, I think, 4th and 5th gear, so they ended up running the entire race in 3rd gear, but they just stayed out of the way and just kept going.
I had a friend of mine, David Russell Jr. He ran in GTU here a couple of times in the 12-hour there in the early 90s. And I remember he was running an RX-7 one time, and they lost the transmission, so they jammed it in 4th gear. And he went out, ran the last couple of hours of the race. I remember he got done with a stint, and he came in and, took the suit off, or helmet off and all that. And so, back then you could easily get in and out of the pits, because about probably the last hour of the race, all the people that would stand guard and make sure you had the right ticket for the pit lane would take off so they could watch the finish. So you could easily get into the pits then. And so I snuck into his pit box, and when he came in, he came in and he went right over to the this notebook that the crew chief had, and he opens it up, and there's like 50 games of tic-tac-toe. They were his last stint. They were playing tic-tac-toe. He and the crew chief were playing tic-tac-toe because he was that bored in the car with it, just in fourth gear.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So in the missing link number 178 car, we have Matt Stoltz in the car now.
Working lap 96, Good, Bad, and the Ugly leads the race with Clark Motorsports in second, Burris Motorsports in third, Rotary Rocketeers in fourth, MBM Performance is fifth, Level 1 Racing is sixth, Running Bulls is seventh, and you've got Never Start Racing in eighth, Team Infinity is ninth, and then number 19, and 10th place, it's MBM Performance number 668. Your leading A-Class cars, Clark Motorsports, B-Class, Rotary Rocketeers, C-Class, Running Bulls, D-Class, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, and EC. It's Backwards Racing in their Ford Mustang. Of course, all of this information is not official. This is third-party information we're getting.
The number 250 Rotary Rocketeers report that they had a great pit stop. Their car is great, and Mike Lowe, the car owner, is driving now.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the earlier update from them. I guess the guy that was in the car just a little while ago, they said he had raced in 42 states.
Oh, wow.
And 4 different countries.
Wow, that's an accomplishment.
Yeah, I told Paulie, that guy's my hero right there.
Mine too. 4 countries.
It looks like Floridiot, Team Floridiot there up ahead.
And the Rotary Rocketeers are in 5th place. Well, actually, that's 4th place because there's an EC car in 2nd place.
Yeah, I said I missed out getting a ride with them by about 30 minutes on my phone call. So
oh, really?
I was like,
you had the offer and then somebody else took it?
Well, no, somebody called before I called them.
Oh.
And so he was like, he told me, he says, your resume at Sebring is definitely better. He says, but he called me first. And he's like, I'm going to have to think about this one. So he called me back the next day and was like, yeah, I got to give it to the other guy. He called first. And so I was like, all right, I understand.
Yeah.
So, just
That's a shame.
30 minutes.
Missed out on it.
Well, sorry to hear that.
We win some and we lose some, right?
Yep.
I've had it the other way around where I was waiting for one of 2 teams to decide which one wanted me, and then one team said, okay, you can race with us, that's fine, and then another team called me back and said, hey, we can use you. And it's like, well, I'm already committed. What? Wait a minute. It's like, well, I'm sorry. I mean, it's like a week and a half out. You guys, I don't know what to tell you. I had another team that wanted me in there, and he couldn't commit, so
you committed to something else.
I committed to something else, and he didn't like that.
It happens.
Sorry.
I expect you to wait around by the telephone.
Wait for my call.
I waited. I waited almost 2 weeks. I mean,
oh wow.
I mean, he just
that's
couldn't
plenty of time.
commit. So I warned him I was going to start looking around. It's not like I was pulling the wool over his eyes or anything.
I'd say anything more than a 24-hour hold is more than acceptable.
I felt like I wanted to race that weekend. I was running out of time. It's not a week and a half is not much time to put something together.
Right. The last thing you want to do is end up without a seat, right?
Yeah, it happens a lot it happens a lot to me. If I do a lot of seat rentals, and actually only about half of them work out. There's always, things that happen. So I get that a lot. team can't make it, somebody got sick and they can't do it, or
Yeah.
the car's not going to be ready, or
they crashed the car at the last race. It's not going to be ready for that race that you were going to make. That happened to me.
everything under the sun.
Yeah, well, I guess I ought to consider myself pretty lucky then. So far, it's been pretty smooth for me. Knock on wood.
All right, looks like the Doc Waldrop special coming into the pits. And here he comes now. It's Kenny. The BMW E30. Back to life again. Just coming underneath the tower here now. Headed to their pit stall. Comes to a stop, but not looking to hop out of the car anytime.
Yeah, he hadn't even taken the window net down. Yep. It's like put it back in gear and headed back out.
Yeah, like just checked something or resecured something, and they're sending them back on their way.
He did have an off earlier, or spin or something, right? So maybe they just need to look at that.
Well, yeah, he had a four-wheel off into the grass at 10, and then he had the 360 spin at turn 3.
Probably worth taking a look at the car.
So the Doc Waldrop special back out there again as we head on board with the Pivot Cam Level 1 Racing.
Yep, yeah, yellow flag on the start-finish line, and
there it is, a full course caution.
Look at that. Trophy Wife is right behind the Doc Waldrop special. Not literally on track, but in the standings. Well, there's no change of position now. So
Out goes the 35, yeah. So Tech Motorsports comes into the pits. Never Start Racing has crossed the pit loop. MS2 Racing, their Jetta, they've come in. Avenue Garage has come in. Rhinoceros Racing and their Mustang, they've come into the pits. So's Bennett Engineered and from Tokyo with Rust. All in the pits right now. Closing down on lap 100. And just over 4 hours of racing remaining here today.
I'm actually about to get back in the car.
oh yeah, with a shorter time.
Right? I think this time I'm only doing an hour-ish. Maybe I can maintain my attention for the whole hour and not go visit the dirt again.
Yeah, I wonder. Makes me wonder what time the sunset is at.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I imagine we're going to finish in the dark, aren't we?
I would imagine so. Yeah, I think we checked
6:30?
it yesterday, and at 6:30 it was real dark.
Yeah, 5:41 is sunset. So I don't know. I know around, I know definitely in March when the sun sets, it is directly in your face going into 17 and into 7.
Okay.
So
I was out there for the last stint of the practice yesterday, and the sun had definitely started coming down because I guess we finished up at 5, and it was a little bright. Not unbearable, not as bad as it is at like Barber when it's at the black flag station and you can't see your turn whatsoever. But
yeah, Level 1 Racing has come in.
Worse.
Level 1 Racing has pitted, so they're going through their pit stop right now.
Okay, I'm going to go get ready to get back in the car.
Okay, thanks, Tiffany.
I'll be back with y'all for the rest of the day.
Okay. Well, good luck. Have fun out there. All right. Back to green. Back to green we go. Looks like we're heading down the back stretch here. Around 17. Here we come.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's my team. They're like, where the hell are you? I'm going to pee and I'm coming down there.
Working lap 100. Good, Bad, and the Ugly leads by 2 laps over Clark Motorsports. Make that 3. There's an EC car there. So leads the second place car, now Clark Motorsports, by 3 laps. Both cars, well, the difference between the two fastest lap times, a 2:27 to a 2:35. And we have Burris Motorsports dropping back into 3rd place, 1.7 seconds behind 3rd place. 22 seconds is the gap from Rotary Rocketeers to 4th place. Running a 2:33 as their fastest lap time. They do have the pace to move up at least 1 more spot, maybe 2.
Yeah, so the information we just got from Rotary Rockets is Noah is in the car now. It seems like this is his first ever race.
So say Noah sounds like a young man's name.
Says so the other guy is pure race rookie, first race ever.
Well, I'm going to break him in hard.
Yep, no track better than throw him in 2 first race ever than Sebring.
Level 1 Racing just getting finished up with their pit stop. They've slipped down to 11th with 3 EC cars ahead of them. Running Bulls, their last pit stop was 69, so they still have a pit stop to make as Level 1 rolls out. Level 1 pitted around the same time the last time. Of course, they have a smaller fuel tank, lighter car. Never start racing in their Nissan 300Z or 350Z. What am I saying? They've pitted from 18th in their EC car. RPM Auto Works also in their Mustang not turning laps in 24th spot. Sharky 2 in 38th place, not turning laps in 38th position. Hazmat Motorsports, they're in the pits right now. Their camera is it's not facing the right direction. So.
Team Infinity says co-owner Mike in the car now.
Okay.
Next stop will be Ed.
Gotcha. The Doc Waldrop Special is in 49th place overall, according to Race Hero. 30, that puts them in 37th position because of all the EC cars up ahead. The Stranger Racing Ford Ranger is scored in 59th. That puts them up inside the top 40. Well, yeah, they'd be like around, 48th or 49th in that area.
Listening to the radio there and seeing the TLM car, I think the TLM car had a spin and continue somewhere in turn 5, maybe.
All right. Whoa, Trophy Wife getting a little wide there. Letting a car by the inside. Oh, got a little crossed up there, but oh.
Yeah, that's
more tire squeal. I wonder if
a scary place to
got into
get crossed up.
Yeah.
We have an impact somewhere.
Okay.
Heard something about 551, the Stranger Ranger.
Okay, for full course caution, there's been contact with a car with something. We don't know the details.
Driver's right something.
So, driver's right side of the racetrack, there's been some kind of an impact, but we don't have any details.
Okay, so
I think that was with the Trophy Wife. I think they might have got into the back of Trophy Wife. Stranger Racing is parked at pit in. And there's a car trying to go around now. A car's going around Stranger. It looks like they're driving around some debris there too at pit in. So there's a race car to the left, then there's debris in the middle, so the drivers are having to go extreme right to avoid both the truck and the debris that's on the track. That's what I can tell from my tiny little picture here. Or they're pylons.
Yeah, the cones right there, but they're not exactly in line right now.
Yeah, maybe it's cones they're going around. It looks like there's some kind of damage there to the Stranger car, the Stranger truck. So, emergency vehicles, as you can see, have rolled up. And TLM might be coming in there. Yeah, the cones are getting straightened out there by the workers. Actually, he's just pulling them off. And he's waving that competitor around. And actually now he's trying to push.
Yeah.
It's not going to be
Looks like
easy.
the Honda Accord is back on track there. I see it going down towards the hairpin.
Well, it sounds like they're just talking about corner 17. So that's their main concern here. And they got to get this pit in sorted out. These guys are running. I mean, they're really rushing to get this done. All right, so obviously working out the situation here to get us back to green. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Good, bad, and the ugly. Still in the lead of this race. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
No.
Seriously?
Come on.
No.
You for real?
Dale.
Really?
Wow.
So maybe just a cable?
We can help you.
Welcome to America's #1 battery destination. AutoZone, your battery solution.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It looks like the purple 35 has been dropped, and they're in the process of taking us back to green. Okay, yellows are down, and we're back to green here. For the Alarm.com, New Year's Eve, Sebring 10.5. How about that?
Yeah, almost like we planned that.
Yeah, they just towed off the Ranger just as we were getting done with commercial there. Trophy wife coming in. They come in to their pit stall. And a new driver hopping. Oh, that's Tiffany.
Oh, she's getting in?
Yeah.
Yep.
She said, no, I'm getting in. It's like, oh, yeah. That's Tiffany. Duh.
Yeah,
I'm paying attention.
Just enough time to get out, come up here, have a few snacks, a little bit of water, and
get back in the car.
Right back in. So yeah, she'll get to finish just after sunset. It looks like. Or oh no, she'll be done before sunset.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got just under 4 hours remaining in the event. Just under 4 hours remaining in the 2022 racing season for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Thanks for joining us, everyone, here on our final broadcast of the year. We'll be back at it again in February for the Series National Championship title at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, on the Series first race of the year at Michelin Raceway. I'll be with Bob Varsha, and we'll be calling the race for another Champ Car Live broadcast.
Yeah, she will be getting a nice eyeful of setting sun, though, going down into turn 17 and into turn 7, so that when that light, when that sun starts setting, that light's coming right through that front windshield. It's kind of hard to see exactly where your braking zone is and where the apex is sometimes.
Yep, but Bill won't go out and fix cameras, so we're not going to get a turn 7 view or a turn 16 view. Hint, hint, hint. He'll come up and say, I can't get over there. I can't get over there.
You need to get him a bicycle so he can go around to all these spots.
He'd probably break a hip.
Or an Opel. Get him an Opel GT. It'd be almost as fast as a bicycle.
Now the hood's going up again on the trophy wife car. Okay, just an oil check. Quick check the oil, and now hopefully send her back out. Good, Bad, and the Ugly leads at working lap 105. Up 3 laps over Clark Motorsports, Rotary Racketeers in 3rd, MBM Performance in 4th, and Barras Motorsports now in 5th. So they're gradually falling through the field here. Running Bulls behind them. And it's Team Infinity in the number 19. And Doc Waldrop Special is up to, again, inside the top 30. So keeping the car out there. But there's that setting sun. You can really see it in that camera view better than I can see it out the window. So trophy wife still in the pits right now.
Yeah, hood down, so hopefully they'll be sending her out on track soon.
Yep, they've just shut the door. Yep, she's rolling out.
Yeah, so the pit lane here is quite long, and usually people coming in, especially if they've never been here before, they have a real tough time finding their pit stall. I found that the easiest thing is there's a sign up, over every pit stall for all of the winners.
Yeah.
Here at Sebring, and so you just pick, what year and what car. Winter board is over the top of your pit stall, so as you're driving down you can see those.
Okay.
And so
where you
basically
are.
the countdown to your pit.
Okay.
So
I like that.
Yeah. So I always look for things that can tell me where the pit space is, just in case the radio ever goes out. And at least I know when to start headed over for the pit wall. Oh. Yeah, another yellow flag coming out here.
Oh, man.
Say impacting the wall, turn 1.
Okay. See turn 1 from my vantage point, and all we have is a camera, and I don't see anything on the camera off in the distance there. But maybe some of you folks on your big screen TVs can see it better than I can. Very possible.
Find out what's wrong with your car using the AutoZone troubleshooting guide. All you need to know is what the problem feels like, looks like, smells like, or sounds like. Go to AutoZone.com and choose the troubleshooting sections on the main web page. Changing out your headlights is easy as well. It's never been easier to learn how to switch out your bulbs. Check out the AutoZone video step-by-step instructions at AutoZone.com. The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series is North America's home to real competitive endurance road racing. This is real, wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing on America's bucket list tracks, including Sebring, Watkins Glen, Daytona, Road Atlanta, and WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, just to name a few. Champ Car is a budget-minded endurance road racing series. Champ Car is for people like you who have always wanted to go road racing without all the hassles, huge rulebook, or obscene expense. All you need is a valid driver's license, some safety gear, and a race car, which you can rent from Arrive and Drive teams or build your own car. Champ Car is the simplest path in North America's largest endurance road racing series. While we often see racers from outside the world of motorsports, our series is a diverse mix of automotive enthusiasts, weekend warriors, and race series veterans. But at the drop of the green flag, they're all racers participating in the challenge and thrill of real wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing. To find out more information, visit the Champ Car website at ChampCar.org.
I'm not sure we went to yellow, but we're green right now.
Yeah, it sounds like they said something about he had moved the tires down there too, so.
Yikes. So MBM Performance shown in 4th place overall. 2nd place in Class A has crossed the pit loop.
Yeah, they said something about the 122 car, the trunk lid was, I guess, flapping in the breeze. It's the Road Apple Mustang.
Okay. Yeah, MBM just pitted. Their last pit stop was back on lap 69 or 68. And now we're over 100 laps in here. This is their 3rd pit stop of the day. Their first pit stop was at 34. So this would be about right. We're working lap 108. So this is probably right on their schedule. They might have jumped thinking that they were going to get a yellow, and Doc Waldrop special off track in the grass. And back on track. It's like they might have got off. Is this Almond Straight? Might have just got off at 16 there. And then eased it back on the track. Ooh, got a car down the inside. Yikes.
Yeah, the Team Karma MR2 had a spin and continue.
Average Joe's working on catching Level 1 Racing in 12th. The gap's about just under 10 seconds, and they were 4 seconds a lap faster the last time through. So Average Joe's looking to move up. They are already leading B class, and that would put them within. That would put them in the top 10 with some EC cars up ahead here. That's one of the closest battles we have right now towards the top of the field. Valerian Steel, I don't think, they're down in 27th. Typically the team is not down that far. They've had several pit stops that they ran. They had 3 pit stops between the 34th lap and the 48th lap. So obviously some problems there set them behind. They're trying to chase down Open Throttle Racing. Their last lap time was a 2:41 to Open Throttle's 2:53. So they should have no trouble catching and passing them. They're 9 seconds behind. Treasure Coast Miata in 16th has just crossed over the pit loop, so they're coming in. Average Joe's now 8 seconds behind Level 1 and chopped another couple seconds off on that last lap. They are currently in 11th place. With you pull the EC cars out, they are 10th. This would move them up into 9th.
Yep, somebody got a little wide there exiting the carousel. I see a kick up of dust over there.
Yeah, this is Level 1. Physically, I can see them on the back part of the track here heading down into turn number 7. Yeah, there's the dust kick up. It's the car up ahead of Average Joe's trying to keep away, but I don't think they're going to be able to.
Yeah,
it's a quick
they
car.
Should on I think that's the Trans Am.
It's a Corvette.
Oh yeah, the black Corvette maybe.
Caught him nicely, yeah, down in 7. Yeah, the Corvette up ahead got wide there. And there's that little bit of banking that Brian was talking about earlier. In some of these corners, there's a nice little pocket there that helps the car through.
Yeah, you get quite a bit of it with the concrete patch here in 13, right at that point right there. And he's off of it a bit. And you can see he was very wide at the exit.
NBM Performance still shown in the pits, waiting for them to come out. They've dropped down to 8th on the chart.
Yeah, this section just coming into there after you leave 14A and coming
Very
in
wide.
15. That was one of my favorite passing zones, because most everybody really pinches the car into the left coming out of the last part of Bishop's Bend there. And if you let the car go free, you can gain 2-3 miles an hour on somebody right there, just because they're keeping the wheel cranked in and you're letting the car just run a little bit more free. And then just run it up in there beside them, and then you've got them for the right-hander that starts 15. It's, like I say, that's one of my favorite passing spots, because a lot of people don't think of it as a place to pass people.
Average Joe's just cut 6 seconds off of the level 1 lead on that last lap. So expecting to see a pass for that position on this lap. Level 1 Racing in their Miata. It's a black 94 Mazda Miata. Got a little bit of a traffic jam here. And kind of in a disadvantage here on the outside of the 7, trying to go around a slower car and keep up with the Pontiac, and makes a nice switchback move there.
Yeah, Pontiac is very wide coming out of there.
May have already passed him while we weren't watching. May have caught him before he even got into 1.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty clear sailing up ahead of him, doesn't it?
Yeah, Clark Motorsports is not turning laps. They were in 2nd place. They've dropped to 4th. So they may be in the pits. Taking a look, their last pit stop was lap 67. 68. I take that 68. So they pitted at 37. 67. So they stretched out a little bit, and now they've pitted. That looks like lap 104 or lap 105. They haven't actually crossed the pit loop, so it's not marked on the chart, but that makes sense that that's what they're doing. Treasure Coast still shown with the pit mark in Race Hero. Average Joe coming around 17 here.
That Fox body Mustang, they just went by, the left corner of the spoiler on the back is pushed up quite a bit.
And Average Joe does make the pass over level 1 Racing to move up a spot. Now, next in sight for Average Joe would be NBM Performance. And again, much quicker lap times, 2:43 to their 2:49, and 6 seconds is the gap.
That blue car is the NBM Performance car, and there's Average Joe's right there. Not too far behind, one car in between them.
Yeah, this could be it right here. NBM is car 668, though. It's a It's a Mazda. Looks like a Miata, so this looks like an E30. Yeah, it's the 153 car. That was the DVM racing team. So that was not for position.
Like I said, should be the next car up in front of them, which is just right. Of course, there we go. Yeah, which is just kind of making the turn there, getting set up for 14 and 14A. Yep, now they got someone in between them again.
Yeah, it's Brew Crew actually taking the wide way around. And that lets Average Joe slip through pretty cleanly.
Let's see.
That looks like a Miata. Coming through turn 17 here. And makes the pass on MBM to now move up another spot in just one lap. So next they have their sights on an EC car that's up 32 seconds, and then it's another 36 seconds up to Team Infinity. That's going to be a little more difficult. The Team Infinity car running very similar lap times to Average Joe's, but nice work there, moving up a couple spots. There's Tiffany Alexander here in the Trophy Wife car. It's so funny, it's named Trophy Wife, and she's driving it. It's so funny. When she started coming onto the team, they thought we're going to have to change the name of the team because, we don't want to sort of, offend. And she's like, oh, it's fine. I don't mind. I don't care about that. Go ahead and keep it. All right, so we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a few. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Good, Bad, and the Ugly leads the race. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at DiscoveryParts.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it.
Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
All right, welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, back at Sebring International Raceway for the Alarm.com New Year's Eve, Sebring 10.5. Didn't quite work out the way we had hoped. Oh, looks like our camera's coming back from Hazmat Motorsports. Oh, he's going to take it into registration, and we lost the signal. So there you go, Bill. One of your cameras is just over in registration. Take a peek and see how Tiffany's doing here. Oh, we got a full course caution from Flagtronics, and the flag stand. Okay, the flagger's picking it up and throwing it now. Can you hear anything? Are they saying anything? I hear something, but
it's very light.
I think there's
some
turn it up.
Sometimes you hear something that's real loud, and other times you hear something that's very faint.
Yeah. So the purple 35 is now out.
Something about drivers left and safety. Something laying on the track around turn 14, and the safety truck says it looks like a power steering unit.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Don't those have bolts that hold them in?
Yeah, that would not be fun to run over.
Oh, my gosh.
I've run over my own dampener pulley before.
Oh, wow.
When I was running with KSR, had Dr. Goldie started the car, and then I went out for the second stint, and steadily moving back up through the pack, and near the end of my second stint out, sun was going down, and it was getting nice and cool out. The car was running fantastic. I had us back up to third overall, and on the same lap as first and second. And was going into turn 10, and there was a team that had come down from Canada with a Nissan Micra to get some early testing in, and for their season up there in Canada for that Nissan Micra Cup.
Yeah.
And I was going inside of them at turn 13, and all of a sudden the power steering the car almost straightened up. The power steering, went away, and it was really, really heavy effort. I don't know how I didn't run into the side of that Micra. Where he went, how I didn't hit him, I'll never know. And then I heard something bang under, on the underside of the car, and just managed to keep it out of the grass at the exit. And circled all the way back around, and now down the backstretch, I was telling Kevin, I says, this car is awfully hard to steer right now. And he's like, well, the motor still running is fine. I said, yeah, it feels okay. I just, it's very high effort steering. He said, well, keep going. You got about 15 minutes left, before you come in. I was like, all right. And so right about that time I stopped talking to him. I was just gone by the pit entrance, and I noticed that I was already at about 240 on the water temp.
How's the water temp look?
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you mention that.
Yeah. So now I've got an entire lap to go around as the water temp is just climbing like crazy.
Small problem. Water pump not turning. Is that okay?
Yeah. So came in next lap, pulled the hood off of it. No belts on there. Sees the dampener's not there.
Oh
So Kevin is sitting in the engine compartment, spinning the water pump by hand, while his crew guy goes back to the trailer and finds a dampener.
Yeah.
So we come back in, throw that on, and go back out there. And I think, Kevin jumped in the car at that point and went out, and I think we were 7 laps down at that point, and running about 5th place. And Kevin managed to get us back up to third by the end of his stint. And then Ethan Lowe jumped in the car, and we ended up finishing second overall, 2 laps down. Jeez. Of course, Ethan in that car, Ethan was just an alien in that car. He could do 231s in that car, which the car was very much like a go-kart. And I probably needed to work out as much as Ethan did to be able to even come close to his times in that car, because it was a true go-kart out there on the track. It loved being manhandled and thrown around, and I just, I could get decent times out of it, but he was 4 seconds a lap faster than I was in that car. It was just insane what he could do with that thing.
That's awesome. Yes, so the leader did pit, and they went back out, as you guys saw on screen. Team Infinity not turning laps, shown 11th overall. And then we've got Running Bulls just coming through, and I think they just cleared the pits too. So yep.
Yeah, Ethan, I was here in February. A friend of mine was testing an LMP3 car during a track day, and we were staying over there at the hotel. We were having dinner, and I saw this guy sitting over 2 tables over, and he kept looking over, and I was like, man, that guy seems kind of familiar. And then when he finally stood up, I realized it was Ethan, but I hadn't seen him since he was like 18 years old.
Oh, yeah?
So he'd grown up quite a bit since then. And found out he had gone hiking somewhere with some friends. I was thinking it was like maybe West Virginia or something, up in the mountains. And he had managed to slice his foot open pretty good. So he wasn't driving anything. Because his foot was still healing. Had to like empty out a baggie, a Ziploc baggie, and put that over his foot so that he didn't get dirt in it while he was trying to get back to safety without passing out. So hopefully he's healed up by now, and maybe he'll be back in a race car soon.
Well, I hope so. Joining us in the booth here, special guest Ron with Discovery Parts. It's discoveryparts.com, and we always appreciate an opportunity to talk to Ron about the products he offers and what's going on. I think I got him on camera here. Yep, I do.
Yeah, there he is.
And so, Ron, thanks for coming up.
Thanks for having me.
And talking to us again today. So you're not just visiting by yourself. You brought your truck as well, and you've got all of your you got some of your stuff here with you again this weekend, so it's great seeing you.
Thank you. We bought the big truck, big trailer, and most importantly, my boss showed up to go and see what I actually do every weekend. So she's down in that trailer because really, what does Ron do all day? No one really knows, but for some odd reason, he just keeps coming back, and there's more stuff in the trailer. So, but no, it's been a great year. Let's see. I have a code here. So is that going to be our camera?
Yep, this is our camera right here.
Okay, put that in front of the camera, and the first person to come to our trailer with this code gets a free helmet bag. Please do not go and race your golf cart at 80 miles an hour that you modified to go and do that, but first person over the trailer, go and state that code, and you just got yourself a free prize.
Excellent.
Yep, go over there. So what I'm trying to do is get better gas mileage on the way back to Dawsonville to Atlanta Motorsports Park. So I figured if I can give away a helmet bag, that will go and bring that dually F450 and 45-foot trailer mileage from like 10.03 to 10.004, something like 304 or something. So that's the plan.
That would be great.
That's the plan. So going to go and probably put on an extra pound or so at the New Year's Eve Super Festival party over at the Sebring 7.
Yeah.
So going to be over there tonight. So, no, this has been an awesome trip. This has been an awesome trip.
Yeah, it looked like you were very busy yesterday, and I imagine you were pretty busy today as well. So tell us about maybe some of the hot new products or some things you'd like to talk about today.
Geez. Let's see. If you were to go and wrap up what happens in Champ Car weekend for sales, it's all over the board. There isn't... Your racers do not like just 3 items. So we're lucky we have, quite a bit of years experience and, we data trend and data plot. So we kind of know what sold at Sebring this weekend or around this season for the past X amount of years. So we'll just go and take those items. If an item has been replaced by something new or current, it's going to auto default. So the analytics that we use over here in our company are really good. We have some of the best procurement people in the industry, period. We're the #1 steel dealer for the past 5 years. And the reason is our procurement department gets ahead of the curve. It's hard to sell out an empty basket. We try to have everything. We do have occasionally holes that, we can move something up or down or to the left or to the right. But our procurement department is what makes the trackside successful. It's not me. It is just me driving here with stuff that they set up for me. So I am extremely lucky to have the team we have in the back who kind of really does all the work,
Make sure you got all those supplies, everything that you need so that you can do your job. So that's awesome.
A lot of the big sales. We did a lot of molecule. So I think it's because really it's not end of season because February we were right at Road Atlanta again. we're going to go and be there for that one. That's always a good one. Bring snow tires, historically. If you bring them, then we won't need it. We'll be 70 degrees like here. A lot of molecule wash. The suit care kits, to go and get that sweat from the entire season out of it. We sold way more than historically was projected. A lot more gloves, a lot of head socks. Some of the newer head socks have flat seams on them, meaning when you put your helmet on, you don't have that big seam right over there. So after some of these cars are going 130, 140 on fuel, a couple of them may even go a little longer. That is a long time to go have a seam pushing on the middle of your forehead like a mean kid in 3rd grade. So a lot of balaclavas, a lot of base layers. Let's see, shoes, gloves, bunch of suits. People, the winter, and also as you get older, summer starts shrinking all of your apparel is what we're finding out. When you get up in years,
that's
for
what
some
it
reason that crazy thing happens. So a lot of that, and of course your fluids, your brake fluids, your brake parts cleaner. I did not have enough JB Weld for the person to put their rim back together that's sitting at the base of the stairs. There's a 1/3 of a rim over there, and I'm thinking if you don't claim it, that could be a really good clock that the wife would probably hate no matter where it lives, but so it's still sitting downstairs at the base. So, but no, such a wide variety of what comes over, but we use the data and historics to go and pull it together. This club is so much fun. The attitude of people coming over, and this is their vacation. This is their Disneyland or Disney World. Or, this is their, Carnival Cruise Line.
Yeah.
This is their Carnival Cruise Line over here in Sebring, Florida.
Yeah, it is nice. So there's so many different things about Discovery that I like. One of those things is that you're bringing all of this to the track. So you're a vendor that brings it to the track. Of course, your home base is at Atlanta Motorsports Park. You've got your store there. But and you do frequently come to the tracks during the events that we race at. Are you able to, or do you even have the schedule figured out for next year? Do you know where you're going to be going at?
So I'm lucky enough I have a little bit more seniority than a lot of people. So I try to go. It's not fair for me to go and say, I'm taking these 12, but we actually go 1, 2, 3, for the people that run the rigs, that run the trackside division. So I like the ride for me. No one else likes going up and down 27. That doesn't bother me going from the turnpike to here. So I almost always end up with the Sebrings, which I'm very happy with. So for the Sebring stuff, I know we're locked in for Sebring next year. Of course, we're going to go do the Road Atlanta. That's less than an hour from our shop. Let's see, the weather lottery has to be in our favor. If you play roulette, which I don't, I think historically this has to be the best one. So if you haven't signed up yet, definitely do that one. Let's see, Atlanta Motorsport Park, our backyard. We're definitely going to go and be there for that one. We're doing the test day again. So if you're early, $200, drive 9 to 5, lunch 1 to 2 with 40 cars. I definitely don't want to be a Dana and try to go and nail Jello to the wall, which is kind of what it seems like on the morning test day and everything with all these moving parts. I like simple, so we cut it off at 40 and we just have a great time. Let's see, what else we got on the calendar in the southeast?
Let's see, we have Sebring, Daytona.
Sebring, Daytona. I put my name on Daytona. There. I hope I get that one because I really love that track. Yeah. And you guys do a great event there. That one is, because that's a 10.5. We go into dark.
14, I think.
Is that the 14?
Usually.
That one.
That's the 14.
That is one of my favorite ones, just to go sit. So when you come through, I went to Daytona for the first time ever, like 3 or 4 years ago. And when you go through the tunnel and you come out, it's like, this is a whole small city. They got their own lake and, everything. And when you go back to that same tunnel, that's going to be the High Bank 1-2 right over there. That is just one of the neatest places. Just sit on the bleachers and you can go and watch the bank behind you. The bleachers face the last corner over there and just hang out. It is just awesome to go see not only the diversity of cars, but the diversity of lines and the diversity of talent that's out there at one time. So, sitting there with a cooler and, just watching racing. It's probably one of my favorite corners out of all the tracks we go and support. So
one of the things I like about Discovery Parts is I'm the guy that doesn't check all of his gear until it's time to leave, pack, and go, I'm the guy that finds out I've got one glove, and is Ron going to be able to bail me out again? And so you've got this will call thing. We can buy it, and you're going to bring it to the track for us.
Yes.
If I break all the tips off of my cool shirt, you're probably going to have what I need. It's that kind of, you're bringing those things and all those services to the track. We can check out the suits that you have there and feel how thick they are, and you're an expert in helping us figure out, budget-wise, what's the best suit options. And so you've helped me out so many times over the years with helmets, suits, gloves, and the cool shirt systems, and I don't know, probably a dozen other things that I forgot about. So
I wish you would have said you lost a shoe, because we had someone who lost another shoe. We got to meet you two, because you can be like the peanut butter and the chocolate going around the corner and meeting each other. But someone lost a shoe too.
Really?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Socks are usually the one.
Yeah.
Usually there's a missing sock. Well, you have the dryer like I do. That thing eats clothes randomly, and it's only the good, your favorite,
the good
nice sock
the
over there, the OMP, the left and the right separate. It's like a marathon running sock with a separate left, right, and no seam across the toe.
Yeah.
So I only own one pair of socks that are $50, and it's that one pair of OMPs. Everything else is, like the 6-pack of Asics or whatever, when they're on sale day after Thanksgiving.
You must bail so many people out. I mean, have you thought about just how many people am I bailing out over the course of a weekend when I'm there? I mean, just all the people that came out here. I mean, with the weather being elevated.
Oh, a lot of cool shirts. Oh my gosh, a lot of cool shirts.
Please, do you have something?
Yeah, and a lot of cool shirt fittings. So we did not start carrying the cool shirt fittings until I was doing a race, and it was a driver change, and I slammed the door. Well, someone slammed the door for me, and I wasn't connected, and it slammed it on the cooler, the hose side that goes to the cooler over there, and smashed the dry brake fitting. And it's like, go, go, go. You have an hour and 30 on fuel. It's like, okay. It's like, and I'm reaching over there, and I pull it up, and it's just running water out. It's like, And then I'm thinking, well, I probably just want to have a lighter car anyway, so I should just dump it. Hold on, it's going to go onto my tire. Hold on, let's see, it's going to be on the track. Well, it's going to evaporate quick, but it's going to be lighter. But then they're going to probably black flag me, because my old Datsun's leaking another time again, because I maintain my own stuff, like that level of good. So I went over there and just turned it off and just did it without a cool shirt. But cool shirts are just incredible.
Yeah.
There's a couple different versions that are out there, and we have both in play this weekend.
Awesome.
So we have the ice-based system, which it is tough to break an ice cube. If you break an ice cube, and then you're an overachiever in category. And then the other one is called chill out systems, which is like the air conditioner in your attic and outside in a suitcase next to you.
Right.
And those are really nice because it's digital. You hit a button, I want 51 degrees, and you're getting 51 degrees. Going to take a little bit of power to run it, but there's no change in ice or anything, and we have quite a few of those out here. So it's pretty neat, just the innovations we've seen, and what has trickled down, into the series.
Right.
So.
Well, man, I appreciate you coming up and spending a few minutes with us. I know you're busy.
Yep, I'm going to go down there and go knock out a couple other sales. I want to say thank you, Evan, for the awesome year. Online at discoveryparts.com. Go and Champ Racer 1, because you're number one. That's your discount code. Get 10% off, almost everything we got there. And just want to say thank you to the Champ Car teams and the family, and we'll see you guys over at the Super Party tonight over at Sebring 7.
Yep.
All right.
It'll be
Take
fun.
care, everybody.
Okay.
Bye, team.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was Ron with Discovery Parts. You can find out more on their website at discoveryparts.com. So appreciate him taking a few minutes to come up and talk to us. Tiffany out there in the car. Yeah, it's awesome that he brings all that stuff with him. It's so cool.
Yeah, he saved me with a set of belts for my Spec Miata quite a few years back. I didn't realize they had expired. And, luckily, he had a nice set just like I needed there on the trailer.
Jeez. See, it's stuff like that, it saves you so many times. All right, so GBU leading the race. Rotary Rocketeers has moved back up into second place. Their last pit stop was at the 87th lap. So let's see. It looks like they're about due for another pit stop here, so that'll affect their position. Burress Motorsports shown in third. Then we've got Clark Motorsports, MBM Performance, Level 1 Racing, Running Bulls, Average Joe's, Team Infinity. So now looking at Average Joe's, they're shown back a lap. That last lap was 3 seconds faster than Running Bulls. They've just done a driver change, and they were turning a 42, a 48, a 46, a 43. Running Bulls also did a pit stop with a driver change of 46, a 44, a 43, 44, 46. It's going to be tough for them to catch them. They're running pretty much averaging those same lap times. So as I said, that's going to be a tough nut to crack right there.
Maintain that gap.
Yeah, Team Infinity, they pitted around the same time. They're right behind Average Joe's, about 33 seconds, running very similar lap times. So maybe these 3 or 4 guys are going to start marching forward. Level 1 Racing has resumed their lead over Average Joe's, and they just turning in 244s, 245s. There they slowed down a little bit, but apparently the pit stop cycling has led to their advantage to be ahead, actually over Average Joe's. So looking at gaps and positions right now, A class being led by Burress Motorsports, B class by Rotary Rocketeers, C class by Running Bulls, D class, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, and EC by Backwoods Racing. And we are green racing at Sebring.
Yeah, it's got that traditional gray look off towards the Gulf. And the clouds are getting a little high off in that direction too. But I'm hoping that will hold off for 3 hours.
Yeah, we were looking at what, that 40%, 50% chance of showers, and so we'll see if it's actually going to happen or not. We got about 3 hours remaining in the race, so we'll see. It's anybody's guess. It's so crazy. It might just happen. But right now, it's Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Just can't seem to put a foot wrong. 122 laps. That's the lap they're working right now, with just over 3 hours remaining in the race. Stay with us, though. You're watching Champ Car Live. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
We're back. Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. The season finale for 2022. It's here, and we just got a report that there is some debris around turn number 7, and might be a rear view mirror laying out there on the track, so they're looking at that.
Yep, like you said, waving yellow there in 7. Somewhere in between 7 and 8, it's laying driver's left.
They're still talking about it, so that might become an issue. They may need to go out there and get rid of that. So it looks like Doc's car, the Doc Waldrop special in the pits. It's like a driver getting suited, sorted to head out for a stint. We noticed that Team Jackie Yake's car has not been turning laps, and they've sunk into 67th position. Stranger Racing right there with them pretty much. Looks like they were going to lift up. There goes the hood. And I think that's Matt there checking the oil. And make sure the car is ready to go for another stint.
Yeah, I got a bit of a soft spot for all of the old BMWs. Very, very first car I ever drove was a BMW 2002. So it was 2 years old.
Oh, wow. Full course caution.
And my mom was taking my sister in to the babysitter's house. She left me out in the car and left the keys in the ignition.
Yeah.
And, stick shift, and before they had the clutch neutral switch. And so I stood up in the driver's seat, just cranked on the key, and it chugged right into the garage there at the babysitter's house and right into her washing machine. So,
oh no!
Yeah. And freaked my mom out because she could hear the car trying to start, and she knew I was in it. So she didn't know if it was being stolen or what, but.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, and then growing up, my dad was business partners with a guy that had moved to Texas from Germany, and had a German car repair business. And my dad ran the parts side, and the German guy ran the service side. And so my mom's car at that time was a BMW Bavaria. And then one of my dad's customers he lived in the valley somewhere, and he owned several grocery stores, and he had a couple of Mercedes that he would always bring up there to be worked on. And he went to an auction, sheriff's auction in Laredo, Texas, and picked up a tractor trailer rig and called up my dad and said, hey, I just bought this tractor trailer rig, and it's got a BMW in it. I think it's a race car. It's got numbers on the side, but I have no idea. So my dad was like, well, send it by. I'll take a look at it and, tell you what it's worth, or, So the guy sent the truck up, and my dad opened up the door, and it was a 3-liter CSL. And so my dad was kind of like, well, I think it had like maybe 4 sets of BBS wheels, 3-piece, BBS wheels, all with,
oh my gosh.
With mounted tires on there. And it didn't have a motor transmission, and there was damage to the front end. So, the guy was like, well, what do you think it's worth? And he said, I don't know about this, He says, well, I paid $5,000 for the truck and the trailer. You give me $2,500 and it's yours. I remember my dad telling me his hand shook while he wrote the check out for that car. Because he had grand visions for this car. Because he could, run in the parts side of that business, he could get stuff at cost. And after a few days of looking up parts, and he got to $15,000 just for the engine.
Yeah.
And he was just like, there's no way in the world that this is going to happen. So he ended up selling it to Alf Gebhardt, who was running one out of Tulsa, Oklahoma in the Trans Am series.
Wow.
And so he ended up selling it for, I think, $10,000 to Alf Gebhardt.
Nice.
And but years and years later, he noticed an ad in the back of Auto Week magazine. There was a guy named Arthur Porter, who was an attorney in Colorado somewhere. I think in Denver, maybe. It may have been Colorado Springs. But he was looking for information on 3-liter CSL race cars. So my dad, we had 2 pictures of the car. The day he got it and the day that Alf came and picked it up. So my dad sent him that, and he sent all the information he had about how he got the car. And thanks to Arthur, we kind of found out some information. I guess John Buffum, who was big in SCCA rally, had imported either 4 or 5 of them from Europe after they kind of outlived their usefulness over there. And there was Team Herdig, which had George Fulmer as one of their drivers, raced 2 of them in IMSA. And they had taken the cars to Road Atlanta for a test, and they blew the motor in that car, and it spun in its own oil and went into a tire wall, which is why the front end was messed up.
Oh, okay.
It had no motor or trans in it.
Yeah.
And so, and that was kind of, and then that was how, and then it came into my dad's hands. And after that, we never really knew what happened to it. But I guess Alf had raced it for a little bit in a couple of long-distance IMSA races up until about 1981, I think was the last race he did with it. And then it just kind of disappeared for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So in 99, my dad and my stepmom went to Goodwood Festival of Speed, and there was a group there, I think it was called Black Forest Motorsports, and they were BMW motorsports experts. And they had a 3-liter CSL on display there. And so my dad had those pictures, and he showed them. And he said, yeah, we got that car in our shop right now being rebuilt. So if you want to buy it, it's 250,000 pounds.
Oh, my gosh.
So he's like, yeah, there's no way I can buy that for.
No.
And but I just kind of about 6 months ago, I just kind of I wonder. So I got to looking and trying to figure out which car it was, and found a website that was put together by a porter, and it listed all the cars. And luckily it had those two pictures that my dad had sent him.
Oh, wow.
And then a couple of the pictures of when Gebhardt had it, and he started tearing it apart and rebuilding it for racing, back there in the late 70s, early 80s. But now, it had, after it had been restored by Black Forest Motorsports, it had its first outing at Silverstone in last year. And so that was the first time it had been on track in probably 30 years,
right.
at least.
Right.
And the name that was of the owner of the car now, and I wish I could remember what it was, but anyway, the only name that I could find that matched that when I did a Google search was a guy by the same exact name that is the CEO of Deutsche Bank. So it's probably in pretty good hands now.
It might take a guy like him to be able to buy it.
Yeah, and but the thing that I found out was it was the very first 3-liter CSL ever built.
Wow.
Yeah, and so the first, Hans Stuck was the first driver in that car ever. He drove it a couple of times in DTM.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and so I was probably 8 years old when my dad had that car. Man, my mom, every time she took me down to the shop, it was hi Dad, run right past him out into the back and jump in that car and just make race car noises. So yeah, I was. Unfortunately, it's in Europe now. I don't know that I'll ever get to see it ever again. Maybe some big event like Monterey Historics. Maybe he'll bring it over one time, and I can go see it again. But yeah, that was kind of our brush with greatness there.
Yeah, they sent the blower out. So obviously they've got more going on here. But there's the Brew Crew car going by. Well, it's the Doc Waldrop Special. The GBU car up ahead. The Average Joe's.
Yeah, Jeff Irwin, but it's spelled Urwin, I think, is the current owner. So yeah, it's a unique enough name that I'm fairly certain that it's the same the same guy. Yeah, that red BMW is almost acting like the pace car out there.
Yeah, I think Tiffany came in and pitted and hopped out. They've Switch drivers again.
Yeah, that wind has changed direction. I noticed there with the flag. So it might be a race here before to see what hits first, the checker flag or the rain.
Yeah, 2 hours and 44 minutes unofficially before they throw the checker on this this race.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping Randy would make an appearance up here. So he used to run in a. They used to have what they called the double sixes here on New Year's weekend for SCCA, and it was a 6-hour event, Saturday, and then 6 hours on Sunday. And he used to run with his then wife Linda and a guy named David Ellis Brown in a Volkswagen Rabbit, ITB Rabbit, and it had the stock fuel tank, and then they had another fuel tank in the spare tire well, and I think it could go 4 hours with both those tanks full. Which made it pretty hard to beat that car because they only had to make one stop. Everybody else was having to make, 3. And the Consulier team used to come over all the time with their little Dodge-powered Consulier GTP and just obliterate everybody. Usually won by about 20 laps. Trying to remember who drove that car. It was a fairly big name. But, yeah, it was a neat little race, and especially because nobody was really running enduros like that unless you were running it in at least the semi-professional level.
Looks like Rotary Rocketeers has taken advantage of this yellow to make a pit stop. Got Backwoods Racing show not turning laps. Start Racing also crossing that pit loop there. GBU leads over Burris Motorsports, Clark Motorsports, and Rotary Rocketeers. And then MBM Performance, the top 5.
Just remembering one point there. I think Linda was driving, and there was a caution out, and somebody in front of Linda was driving at about 25 miles an hour and wasn't catching up to the pace car. And that was when we had the old pit wall. There wasn't the chain link fence up on the wall there. And I remember Randy running across pit lane and jumping up on top of that pit wall, trying to wave that guy on. And then hearing about 5 seconds later, Mr. Randy Popes, please come to the steward's trailer.
Apologize later.
Yep. Yeah, first met him and Linda there when I was working for Vardy. It seemed like almost every track we went to where the Grand Sports were running with Sports and Touring, they were always paddocked right next to us.
I met Randy back in the 90s. I used to work for Toyota Lexus, and when I was working for Lexus, I met him at a it was called a Ride and Drive. It was an event that Lexus put on every year. They would send us out to not only test drive the current models of Lexus, but then the competitors' cars to those cars. And they would have some professional drivers show up, and they'd set up a autocross type, slalom type road course, or not course, but pylon course with cones. And we'd go out there and run through the cones and find out how well they broke and how well they turned and all that kind of stuff. And Randy was there, and that was the first time I met him. This is back in the 90s. This is a long time ago. But yeah, that was the first time I'd met him. And then I'd been kind of tracking him. I'd seen he was, still driving pro, and I'd seen him in magazines and so forth. And then it wasn't until you know, I got into Champ Car. I found, oh, he's racing in Champ Car. So I got more connected with him that way.
Yeah, I forgot to bring my, I think it was 1986, maybe? Or it might have been 88 there. The U.S. Forest Service came out with some baseball cards for IMSA drivers. And it was across all series. The BF Goodrich Radial series, and Firehawk, and the GT cars as well. So I've got one of Randy and Linda, and Randy with his what was the British driver there? I can't remember his name. Mustache.
Oh. Jim, oh man, I tell you, my brain is cooked. I know you're talking about.
But Randy with the mustache there was it was kind of like Jeff Gordon with the mustache. It didn't quite fit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember. I think I brought that with me when he ran with us at Daytona, and I had him sign it. Yeah, well, this is rather. Looks like they're cleaning up everything that they've got wrong out there. Rather lengthy.
Yeah, well, they sent that jet-powered blower thing out there, so I thought maybe somebody had dropped some oil. We're on board with Average Joe's. They've been doing a good job of working their way up through the field. The car seems to be well driven, so we'll see if they can make any more progress. They're trying to catch up with Running Bulls Racing again. The wind coming across the track is still kind of mild. The flag is almost completely, opened up. It's kind of lumbering. And that's giving us some idea maybe of how quickly the storm is rolling in. If there's anything coming as the car number 122 leaves the pits.
Yeah, it could very well just slide by us here to the north. So we might be just on the southern edge of it.
They've got that turbine, she said, over at turn number 2. And they're just seeing if they got anything more. Here we got a turbine up on the front straightaway, working its way down the front straightaway.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it was the blower was going on it, because it's usually pretty loud.
I could hear something, but maybe they just have it running.
Yes, sir, go ahead. That car number that he just called, we're on car part on front or left. Not on track, small little car part. Copy that, not on track. It is driver's left cleared for service, right?
And they're discussing cars that have been off track and back on. And they keep track of all this stuff. So if they see it repeatedly, they'll call them in. We got a car that's pulled off the track. Mike. Thanks, man. I am exhausted, bro. I'm so tired. Just didn't sleep well the last couple nights. But, we're at the racetrack, so it's good. It is good. Okay, we just dropped back to yellow, which means we should be going green here shortly, but we wait and see.
Usually been going pretty quickly, like within about 15 seconds after.
Oh, you meant
There we
Tiffany?
go.
She's not here. She's not up here right now. She is. She should be up here shortly. She just got out of the race car. All right. So the Doc Waldrop Special back under power here.
Going into turn 1.
Yep, they go rushing down into turn 1, over into 2 here. Once again, I will let her know, Mike.
Oh yeah, somebody is smoking rather heavily up there in front of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially those left-handers.
Yep, TLM heading down the straight, the big bend. Brew Crew, not Brew Crew, but the Doc Waldrop Special also heading down there. Getting past as they head into turn 7.
It may have been that first-gen RX-7 there. It might have been the one that was smoking heavily.
We do have a car slow heading through Big Bend, way off the pace. It's probably track right, doing about 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's the Celica, I think from Tokyo with Rust.
Yeah. They're just getting under the Mobile One bridge.
And that RX-7 has almost come to a stop coming out of 7.
What is with turn 7? It's like the Nexus. It's like Bermuda Triangle over there. They've got a standing yellow shown over now at turn 7. The car is now off the track.
And the Celica may pull in behind the RX-7. Yep, it certainly did.
It's funny. Both cars just parked it. They were good under caution. You're going to just have to bring the caution back out. That's the only way we're going to keep doing this.
I found sometimes stuff like a bad alternator.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like the RX-7 is pulled away, but the Celica is still sitting there.
You got to tell them, this is our chance. We're back to caution. Come on. What are you doing?
Yeah, sometimes on a lengthy caution, something like a bad alternator, when you're not turning the high RPMs anymore, it really drains the battery, and then you when it's time to go, it just doesn't have enough juice to fire the spark plugs anymore.
Yeah. Wow, that was exciting.
Yeah, they've already got a safety truck headed to turn 7 right now, so hopefully they can get them off track quick.
Ay. All right, we'll get this sorted out. We'll be back to racing. Still got a lot of racing to do. 2.5 hours remain here at Sebring, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Nice. Yeah, I heard about this.
So I would actually go with the full synthetic.
Ceramic pads, so for the Duralast rotors.
I did it.
You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
We are back to green flag racing here at Sebring International Raceway for the Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5. Level 1 racing has left the pits and they've rejoined the race. And looks like they plugged in a fresh driver and got that car back out there. Average Joe's shown behind them by 1 minute and 39 seconds. Just went back to green. They finally got everything sorted out. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series final race of the year, of course. I'm Paul Veltum, and Brian Beasley joins me this weekend in the booth here at Sebring. And we're watching the skies get cloudier and cloudier
and grayer.
And grayer, and the sun is no longer visible. And we just have that gray Indiana type weather now.
Sure it feels better to the drivers right now.
Yeah, they get a little break from the heat. The road is blocked.
I did a hour and a half SCCA enduro here one time on Labor Day weekend. So it was about 98 degrees probably, and gray skies rolled in about 2:30 in the afternoon, and it was about 1,000-foot ceiling.
Yeah.
And it was just gray, dark gray from one side of the sky to the other, but it never ended up raining during the whole race. But that meant that the humidity was about 98%.
Oh, jeez.
And back then, I was kind of a little bit young and naive and didn't believe in cool shirts.
Yeah.
And I would rather spend money on fuel and tires, and
look at that cloud
rolling that way.
Oh my gosh!
And like I say, we might just be able to catch the south edge of that and avoid the rain, but I don't know.
Thanks, Charles. Appreciate that. Excited about 2023. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a good year.
Yeah, that race was probably the hottest I have ever been in a race car. So I remember pulling off the track. I finished third in Spec Miata. I pulled off the track into the paddock spot, took the window net down, took the steering wheel off, unzipped my suit as far as I could, and pushed the door open and sat there for about 15 minutes. Because I knew if I got out and tried to stand up, I might not be on my feet for very long.
Yeah.
That was miserable hot.
I've definitely had some nasty ones like that. The last one was at Gingerman last year. It was 95. It was kind of humid. It was Gingerman's up in South Haven, Michigan, and we had a cool shirt system, and we had drink bottles, and both of them failed when I got in the car.
Oh.
So I drove the whole stint like this. It was hot.
Yeah.
It was hot.
And of course, those old style suits back then, the 3 layers.
Oh yeah, back when you run the old Nomex. The quilted, the quilted suits. I had a good suit on. I think I had my thin suit on. The key is for me has always been I love using the cool shirts and stuff like that, but the trick is just to be well hydrated. That really makes such an enormous difference.
Makes a huge difference.
You can endure just about anything if you're well hydrated.
I remember I think it was the first race I did with Bradley Fighting Vehicle there at Harris Hill.
Yeah.
One of my co-drivers, Karthik, he was drinking Coca-Colas before his stint, and he got out of the car and he looked like he was about ready to just fall over.
Oh my gosh!
And I told him, man, you got to drink water. He said you got to start a couple of days before.
Exactly.
And so he's done that ever since, and he's been in much better shape when he gets out of the car now than he was that first time I ran with him. So that added sugar will really really get to you.
And caffeine, dude, no. Yeah. About 2 hours and 20 minutes remain here. Working lap 132, and it's all been about good, bad, and the ugly. That Corvette is just churning along. I think
since lap 6, I think.
Yeah, I think it was. I don't know if it was earlier this year or was last year. They pulled out of the race before it ever started because they saw rain was coming. They didn't want to take a chance on balling up the car somewhere, so they just quit and took it home. today that they're kind of getting, they're trying to, kind of get that payback a little bit for having entered a race and then pulling out at the last minute. They actually had the car here. They were actually here and decided, nope, not going to try it, not going to chance it. If the rain comes, I wonder what that's going to do to the Corvette team if they're going to just pull it off the track and call it a day.
How many laps up are they?
They are about 4 laps up from Burris. So,
could easily back off 15 seconds a lap.
Ray Frank, hey, how you doing?
Where's the Doc Waldrop special?
The Doc Waldrop special. Let's take a look and see.
30th or so, wasn't it last time?
Well, it was a little bit lower than that, but okay. So they're shown in 46th, but you've got 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38. Let's take a look here.
Like a couple behind them a while back last time we looked.
Here we go. 43, Trophy Wife. So they're just a little bit ahead of you. A little bit.
How many laps?
Well, let's see. The lap here, there's 1 lap, 2 laps, and 21 seconds. Do you want to hop on the thing and tell us how it was? Or you want to have fun? Or are you busy?
I can.
If you want to. Bend your arm.
What we'll talk about.
Well, I'll talk about your stint. Yeah, tell us what Ray Frank on the headset here with us. He was out early in the Doc Waldrop special. Got some laps in the heat. And having some fun out there.
Yeah, fun it was. First time I've turned any laps in competition here. I have driven the pace car around this place a few times. It was good, man. This place is, she's got some tricks to it.
Yeah?
Yeah, the little car's got an issue somewhere in the tune, I believe it is. I don't think the engine feels weak, but I actually don't think it's a physical part engine. I believe it's a tune or something. It's just something that, because it feels different in different gears, which I mean, but, engines pull, but like in third gear, it just doesn't want to pull. It's just like laying there like, okay, and wait. And once you get it into fourth, it goes for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it starts pulling really good, like it's got really good power, but it only does it in fourth gear. And like I say, some kind of issue. It's got a real big flat spot in it when you first accelerate. It's like, so you kind of got a pre-plan.
Turbo lag.
My leg is sore because I pushed on the pedal so hard for so long. But it's still fun. It's
good.
It's hard to drive a car that won't really get it than it is a fast one. The fast ones are kind of easy. It'll make up for your mistakes and stuff. It's just. But she's a good little car. Handles well. It does really good in all the curvy stuff. Nobody really, you're even with everybody, and it's all great and good. And like I say, if you come off one of the 3 corners here, you got to do in third gear. It's just like, well, but hey, any day on a racetrack for an old redneck like me is awesome. So,
what projects you got going on in the garage at home, or what are you excited about that you got coming up?
Well, I'm building my Miata for this series, and right now I have probably one of the fastest Volkswagens in the country, which I just talked to Jay Bugs, is volunteering with us here, and he's a pretty spectacular Volkswagen guy also, and he actually knows the car that I'm working on.
Oh, okay.
It's a very fast drag car. It's called the Muscle Bug. It's been around a lot of years, and when I showed him a picture of it, he went, "Oh, yeah, that's it." I mean, he's won a lot of races with a drag car, though. I mean, just a straight line thing. It's kind of over and done quick. But it had an issue, came out of the hole in the drag strip and hit a little oil, and just like in road racing, that's not a good thing. And when it did, the front wheels were up in the air, which it totes them about 3 foot for a pretty good ways. In second gear, they're kind of like still up in the air, and that's when it happened. When he was in the power band of second gear, you could see there was a camera angle from the rear, and you could see like a puddle, and you saw the slick like go through it. And as soon as it did, it just spun right around up in the air. It was freaky looking. And when he landed back down and, of course, crossed the lanes and hit the wall on the opposite side. So she's pretty tore up, but we're going to save her because it's such a historic car. And,
cool.
Got to put a whole floor pan and the frame section on, but I'm pulling the body back, and she's going to live. She's going to live.
Yeah, so what kind of 60-foot times?
I don't know.
Oh,
He's a good friend of mine, been friends for years, but I've never been to the strip with him, and that's going to change because he told me I could wheel that thing. So I'm going to give her a whirl one day.
Yeah,
we've been talking.
So so is it running like a 2110 motor or something? Or?
You're
okay.
It's foreign to me. Let's talk Chevrolet, buddy.
Yeah.
I know a little bit about a Mustang or something too, but I just got rid of a Torino that I did, painted it candy apple green with real candy colors, and
nice.
And that thing was pretty spectacular.
Nice.
So the old shop still. I'm still clunking along.
Yeah.
Getting some stuff done whenever I'm not at the racetrack, but
which is very often.
Yeah.
It's like,
but it's good.
TLM car extremely slow coming out of the bend there.
Yeah. Very slow coming out of the bend, and where'd they go? Are they stuck behind the trailer?
Yeah, he's behind the trailer.
Maybe he's come to a stop back there.
I believe those guys purchased that car from Dave Twatty.
From Dave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean it was one of their cars, but he's not here this weekend.
I saw his trailer, but I think he was just practicing yesterday.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen him or his whole spiel, but then again, I haven't been everywhere on pit road, so he might be here. But
yeah, I thought I saw David Lira over there when I came in last night.
And that's something also people don't realize. All of the folks, the superstars in racing, the champions and stuff, IMSA champions, Daytona 500 winners, Lamar winners,
right?
Formula One drivers. I mean, it's just, you never know who's going to be at a Champ Car race, getting out in these cars and just having fun.
Yeah.
And, internet stars, we've had several of those come, and we've had some people say, if you advertised, those guys showing up, a bunch of people would come and watch. Well, the reason they come race with us is because they can actually be normal people, and we treat them so.
Don't get mobbed.
Yeah, there's, a lot of these people sitting right beside them, and they're so into their own race. Nobody's asking for autographs, nobody's hounding them, and they just, they come here to be normal people and have fun on a racetrack driving their cars, and and I don't want it to change. It's kind of a surprise. And sometimes you go home going, was that really? Yeah. Well, yeah, it was.
Mm-hmm.
Everything from, Grammy winner, movie stars and stuff. It's nuts. Basketball players, it's just crazy. We're not a pro series, but still they like to have fun, and Champ Car is fun. We just have a good time at the track. And
the biggest thing about Champ Car is it reminds me a lot about how I worked for Joe Vardy there in the 80s. It reminds me a lot of the semi-pro series in IMSA in the 80s. It was a lot of fun. Like now the Michelin tire series, for the GT4 and the TCR cars, it's almost as serious, at that as it is for the GT series. There's no, smaller, semi-professional tier that's that you can't get into without just being a millionaire already.
Yep, and racing is expensive, but when all the dollars added up, this is about the cheapest. Well, it isn't about the cheapest. It is the cheapest track time event you can do. Now, you can spend all the money you want to. You can waste money in any fashion you can, but if you're smart and follow the rule book and build a car to our specs and everything, you're not going to be hurting anything too bad. It surely is nowhere near what a late model stock car is nowadays, or like I say, anything in IMSA or like that. It's just, I don't know, I'm in love with the thing.
Yeah.
It's just been a good time.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoy it, and it's some really great racing. Sometimes we come down to the end of these things, like, man, you just don't know who's doing what. All the strategies and all come right down to the last couple of minutes, couple of corners, and it's just nuts.
Yeah.
How can all these cars, and how many did we have start today?
Somewhere around 75 or so.
Yeah. And I go back home and tell people, well, there were 75 cars on the track, and they're like, what? At the same time? Yeah, all day? But it's good stuff, man. I love it to death.
Yeah.
We're trying our best to keep it to continue. Everything's strong within the club right now. I think our board's in a good place. Our CEO is lined up on things that, are going to help the club grow, and nothing's perfect, and we aren't either, but hey, it's a whole bunch of fun to be had over here. So any of you people listening want to get in on it, you better come on.
There you go.
Come get you some.
Come get you some fun too.
Yep. All right, well, I got to head back down here and go to work and talk to about 4 different people.
Okay, Ray.
So thoroughly enjoyed it. Love the job you guys do with the show.
Thanks, man.
And
you do a great job.
Yeah, it's a little taxing sometimes and hard on the brain and a little aggravating, but hey, I'm used to it. I'm old. So it's all good. All right, you guys.
Okay.
Well, it was really hard to take Bill. Bill actually outran me a little bit today. He beat me a little bit. So,
yeah, but you brought the car back in one piece.
Yeah, that's it. I did not end up on the roll. I didn't take the rollback ride, and he did. Yeah, that was right. So, hey, wait a minute. I did win. All right, so that's good.
It's one of the things I pride myself on. I bring the car back the same way I took it.
Oh, wait a minute. You remember Road America?
That was not a prideful moment. I didn't say I always do it. I said it's one of the things I pride myself on.
Yes. It's a goal. Because you sure don't win by beating fenders out and stuff and having to fix broke stuff.
No, it's terrible. It's awful.
All right. Well, like I say, my first laps on this place were awesome. This is this is probably the first really flat road course I've run. I mean, there's not any elevation here, but it's still quite challenging. I like the hills of Road Atlanta and everything.
A lot of people come here and they see that it's flat, and they go out there and they try to attack it. There's a lot of places where you got to be just patient, and make sure the car is exactly where you want it, because just off a little, couple of feet from an apex, and you've wasted the whole following straightaway.
Yep, it's gonna take more than one trip to get it. I'll tell you that. But I had a good time, and can't wait till the next time I get to get out there. So
awesome.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Thanks, Ray.
All righty. Bye.
All right. Tiffany was up here just a little bit ago, so maybe she'll.
I think she was getting some water and probably trying to get cleaned up a little bit before she.
You're the man, Ray. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. See you tonight. We'll grab some food.
Yeah, that one of the biggest things that got me into Champ Car was, somebody had told me with with my car, because basically all I ever ran was Sebring and Daytona. And my buddy Jeff there at Auto Technic, had been to several tracks. In fact, he grew up, he and his dad used to run modifieds up in New Hampshire. Yeah. So, he's a tuning wizard because of that, probably running 3 or 4 tracks in a week, all different, different sizes, different banking, and so he was like, man, you need to get out and run some different tracks.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do that owning my own car and then having to drive, and it was just going to be prohibitively expensive to. Because I'd have to take, a week off from work and then drive up, and motel rooms and gas for the truck. And so, Champ Car allowed me to run a whole lot more tracks than I ever thought I ever would. Like I say, Watkins Glen, Road America, Mid-Ohio, VIR, Circuit of the Americas, Hallett. Just a lot of tracks that I'd seen on TV but didn't ever think I was going to get to go to. Champ Car really opened that door up. Once I sold off my car, sold off the race car, and sold off the truck and the trailer. So it's I certainly haven't regretted it.
Yeah. That weather front, you see it coming in there. You can see Sebring's down to the south there. So just like you said, man, it's just like right on the bottom edge of it as it's moving across. This is projected 425, 430. Here's 5 o'clock. Here's projected 5:30. Here comes 6 o'clock. So I don't know, man. There's 5:45. This could definitely hit us. And yeah, this could really make the Corvette guys nervous. This right here.
Yeah,
because that's not the end of it.
With
That's
a 4
another hour of racing right there.
Yeah, with a 4-lap lead and an hour to go, they could probably back off. Only be 15 seconds a lap slower than second place, and still be ahead at the checker.
Yeah, but they'd have to be committed to stay out there.
Yeah, they'd have to.
I mean, that 4 laps isn't going to do anything over the course of an hour. So you're going to have to stay out there. You can't just leave. So
and
we'll see what they do.
They have a windshield on that car? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That's like when I drove the 300Z, it had no windshield.
Yeah.
Which it wasn't too bad as long as you were moving. But, of course, when it rains, the yellows come out. And once that happens and you're trolling around there, of course, back then it was behind the pace car. But, if you're under purple 35, you're definitely going to get wet, because instead of going up and over the car, the rain is now coming straight down into the cockpit. And that can tend to kind of make you a little bit miserable while you're trying to drive and you're soaking wet.
Yeah, I think open cockpit is okay for sprint races, but not great for endurance racing. I don't think it's a great idea. Tiffany's back from her stint. Just munching on some things and getting some water. And we'll hear from her, see how things went for her. And that second stint, they're still doing pretty good. They've got that car out there. A few laps up ahead of the Doc Waldrop Special. Open Top Racing in second place. Lead EC car is just pitted. So it's GBU, Burris Motorsports, Clark Motorsports in third, Rotary Rocketeers in fourth, MBM Performance is fifth. So Tiffany, a guy named Mike D said, how's my favorite announcer doing? I said, I'm not doing too bad, but I'm a little tired. He said, no, not you, Tiffany. I said, well, I don't know. I'll ask her when she gets up here. I thought I was your favorite. Oh, well. It's funny. Well, turn on your microphone there.
I'm in Tiffany. Awkward. Haha. Hey, Mikey. I'm back. Just in time for commercial break, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Which we will do. And then we'll be back. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live. Back in a moment.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
It's nice. Yeah, I heard about this.
So I would actually go with the full synthetic.
Ceramic pads for the Duralast rotors.
I did it.
You see how it's...
You did it. That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. ChampCar.Live. And it's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series CEO Dana Morrison at the wheel of the Doc Waldrop Special. And he's just turned in a sub 3-minute lap in that machine. Managed to get some speed out of it. I know it's having some problems with
I think he's found the most speed in
ignition
it, though,
system
of the day.
Well, when a car's not performing right, then it's just all over the place, and you just never know what you're going to get lap to lap. But he's obviously getting something right.
Well, Bill said he fixed the handling for everybody else, though, so it should be faster.
Start breaking some things.
Yeah, bending things.
He said he towed it in for everybody, right?
Yeah, he messed around a little bit with the toe. And, ooh, man, yeah, he's getting past awfully fast there. That must be that fuel problem that they're all talking about with it, because
yeah, you step on it in third gear and there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So the car that Randy's driving, the Flying Critters Mustang, they've been struggling with issues all day with some loose wiring and causing like misfires. And Kimberly Hendricks is their mechanic, and she's managed to fix it multiple times. They keep breaking it, but she keeps fixing it for them. Good of her.
Is Doc Goldie running with them too?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
2 Goldies. There's a. I think there was 2 names in the Goldie version.
So Good, Bad, and the Ugly leading the race by about 5. Let's see if we count this up. This is a little confusing.
Jack and Alan Goldie.
Jack Goldie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So 5 laps to P1 for the Burris team. So they're 5 laps over second place. Then we've got, Burris Motorsports. We've got Clark Motorsports in third, Rotary Rocketeers in fourth, and MBM Performance in fifth. Yep. So lead A-class car is Burris Motorsports. B-class, it's Rotary Rocketeers. C-class leader is Running Bulls. D-class is Good, Bad, and the Ugly. EC being led by Backwoods Racing. Flying Critters and Treasure Coast Miata both shown in the pits inside that top 30, along with Britannia Racing, Sour Apple Bunch, and Open Throttle Racing also shown in the pits. Full course caution being thrown again. Get a lot of cautions at this race.
Yeah, turn 7 again.
It's a tricksy little turn.
Did we fake it out? We're back to green. Yeah.
Maybe it was just a local. Hi, Kimberly. Thanks for welcoming me back. Got out of a hot, sweaty car. So gross. It's all fine until you get out. And then you're like, I need a shower immediately. So I had a great battle for like an hour with one of the MB Performance Miatas. I don't know which car. You'd think if I spent that much time behind them and in front of them and behind them and in front of them, I'd remember if it was a 689.
Yeah,
it's like 669 and 668. I don't remember which one it is.
Back to caution.
But that was awesome.
Yeah, it's fun when you get hooked up with somebody and you're just going back and forth and
for like an hour. And there'd be like sections where he was obviously doing much better kart, performing better driver, whatever, better line. And then there were clearly places where I had the advantage, right? So lap after lap, I was like, I close it in, and then we get in traffic, and it spread back. I was like an accordion, back and forth, back and forth. It was a blast. And then when I finally made my move, like I got him right, I got a good run out of the last turn. I'm getting him now, right? And so I go to, I don't remember which number the turn is. Let's see, let me cheat. I think it was turn 10 or 13, one of those. So I'm on the inside. I'm taking the turn, right? And I missed the shift.
Oh, no.
Got a downshift and just drop it in neutral. Just missed it completely. But I was like blocking the track at that point in time. So like he just kind of had to wait for me. I was like, sorry, that was kind of a jerk move, but where's third gear? Where is third gear?
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I'm glad you were able to hold him off for a little bit.
Well, no, I got in front of him then, and he stayed behind me after that. So,
okay.
Yeah. But I wanted to make it look a little better than that, a little more professional than that messiness.
Probably into the radio going, this driver's crazy. They just cut me off.
That kind of stuff happens, especially just in that tension of the moment, just a little thing you mess up you see it all the time. There's so many people I've passed, and as I'm passing them, I hear them miss a shift. Because it's like, oh my gosh, he's going to get me, and then they miss a shift. They're trying a little too hard.
They carry it too far and hit the rev limiter.
They forget to shift. Yeah.
So normally when I come out of fifth, I go fourth and then third. And I know a lot of people will skip gears, but I usually don't because I do that. So I try to go from 5th to 3rd and miss 3rd.
Gotcha. Well, at least you didn't.
I found it the second time though, but that had already like kind of messed up the flow a wee bit. It looked much less awesome. Like, you know, it wasn't quite like I had it in my mind, you know.
But you're pretty awesome. You got it done.
I got it done.
Average Joe's rolling into the pits.
Had a really good race with a about an 84 or so Toyota Celica at Harris Hill back in September. And all I had was 4th gear, and all he had was 3rd and 5th.
Yeah. Oh, what a matchup.
Yeah. So we were vastly different, you know, in the corners and on the straightaways, because he just barely inched up to me, and then we would come out of the hairpin, you know, and I'd be in 4th, just lugging it out of there, and right about the time we get to start finish line, you know, I would pull over and try to let him by. Well, that was right about the time he would shift in from 3rd to 5th, and it would just fall flat on his face. And I was like, what's up with this guy? I keep giving him the inside line, and he's not taking it. And so finally, after the race, I went to tell him, you know, hey, look, I was trying to let you by. You know, you caught me, and I was trying to let you through. He said, oh, man, we just had 3rd and 5th gear, so I wasn't too concerned with it. I was like, oh, well, that's 4th.
I could see why that'd be confusing.
So you were talking about earlier someone who's raced in so many states and so many countries. So I got this message of a Jasper Dringler from Wisconsin. He's raced in 46 of the 50 states and 8 different countries. Oh. 8.
Wow.
That's impressive. That's a career.
Yeah, there's a series in Europe that uses Citroen C1 cars, which I'm guessing are, I think if I remember right, they're like 92 horsepower or something like that. Okay. And they run on like 185 70 13s, and they get like 100 cars for these endurance races.
Oh, it's their version of like Spec Miata?
Yeah, and so I watched one. It was from Silverstone. It was a 24-hour race. The car that started dead last took the lead on the last lap and won.
Oh, wow. That's my kind of racing right there.
But they run at Spa, they run at Silverstone, they you know, all these historic tracks all over Europe.
That's awesome.
You know, what's the Hockenheim Ring, and just, you know, I'd really love to go over there and try that once, because like I say, running that car, you know, even with just that little amount of horsepower, but, you know, just almost bicycle tires for a car. So I'm sure they're fun, you know, to just throw around and
have a good time with.
Yep.
So an update from Dang Ernie, which is like Dan Gurney, Dang Ernie. Isn't that cute and clever?
Okay, I got it.
He said they got caught up in an accident in turn 7 earlier, just kind of wrong place, wrong time kind of thing. And they got damage to their headlight motor wires, which then fried their battery. They replaced the battery, went back out, only to find out that earlier issues had also damaged the alternator, which then destroyed the new battery. Now they put in a new alternator and a second battery and are back on track.
Resilience.
Brian, was it Jim Clark you were trying to think of?
Yeah.
Okay. I had Jim. I'm like, can't remember. The last name's not coming to me, and now my brain is starting to wake up.
Starting to wake up. So the Rotary Rocketeers are praying for the rain. They're like, bring on the rain. They feel like they'll be strong in the rain.
They can load my van up in the rain after the race, too.
Right. I'm like, I just put my windows down on my car. I don't know about that.
Turn off our cameras. Yeah, go turn off Bill's cameras and bring those in.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the rain, having absolutely no torque would be of an immense help.
Yeah. They're sitting in 3rd place right now, so I think that would benefit them. So we'll see how it works out.
So yeah, Dana Morrison is in the Doc Waldrop special right now. He's giving some point buys.
I can't see this.
He's curbing it.
Level 1 racing.
He's using a lot of curb.
My share froze, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's fixable or not.
Yeah, we've been having some trouble with it.
At the refresh up there.
I think it has a refresh on this. I think he has to refresh it. That may not be true. That may be a total lie, but. Most of my troubleshooting just involves, hey, Polly, and turn it off and turn it back on again. And then a hey, Polly again.
There you go.
Yay, thank you.
Yep. Doc always used to complain. It says, we're running on pizza cutters. His tires were so skinny and didn't have the money to invest in, you know, the better tires, and then eventually they were able to get them.
Our team is running on the same set of tires that we ran the VIR 24 on. We did the whole 24 on that set. Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, I can remember when, because the GBU Corvette, the rear tires are like 335s, right? Something absolutely monstrous.
I don't know.
But I can remember back in about 2002 or 2003, when in the Pirelli World Challenge, when Champion came out with that RS6 that they were running, and they had 305s all the way around on the car, and all the other teams just went crazy. They were like, you can't allow them to have 305s. That's way too big a tire. You know, and now here you got ChampCar car running 335s. But yeah, I remember that was a big, huge stink when Champion came out and had 305s on the car. Of course, I guess they figured after Cadillac came out with a CTSV with the motor that was sitting about 4 inches back and 2 inches lower than the stock car. Probably figured everything was free game after that.
Looks like Chad Leonardo is driving right now in the Mini Cooper. I'm trying to remember what that team name was. Do you remember which one's it's a blue Mini Cooper, isn't it?
Yeah, I remember it's
Avenue
extremely
Garage?
fast.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I've watched him pass several cars on the front straight and then on the run down to the hairpin.
Ah.
Yeah,
that car's got a lot of top end.
Mini Cooper team. So.
I think that's what it is.
Yep, I'd go with that.
Oh my gosh, Frank says, show more Dana so we can make fun of him.
Yeah, I should a little bit more. Oh no, big lockup.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh, and then he turns through the grass instead of taking the escape road.
Right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That was a huge lockup.
I don't know why he just didn't go all the way down to the old hairpin and stay.
But it's thumping now. That steering wheel doesn't look too bad. You can take a look at the somewhat instant replay. He's coming around Big Bend.
Did he just
I think
get
he
out
put a
to the
tire
grass?
off. I wondered if he got a tire down or he ran over some mud back there. And he forced a downshift.
The car wouldn't stop.
Whoa! And then he cuts across the racetrack.
Yeah, like I say, I don't know why he just didn't stay on the asphalt over there and go through the old hairpin.
Yeah.
Is he at 7?
Yeah,
That's
that's 7.
Okay.
So there he's clearly locked up, and I don't think he's fully on the track anymore. He's got 2 off.
Yeah.
Misses the cone there, and he ended up, kind of pulling
That's
it into the middle of the
runoff
field.
Area where people ended up back on the
Yeah.
road, the regular road, a time or two, right?
What Brian's saying, you could turn right. The road continues around all that grass. He could have up against the guardrail. He could have just drove around it. He's trying to steer.
Yeah, like say where that
once it catches
patch of asphalt is, you've got that little bump. Where they've repaved it at that one particular spot. I wonder if he locked up going over that little hump there where the new asphalt starts. Yeah, you would think that if he had a flat spot on there, it would show up, but it. Oh, somebody really slow there on driver's left. They look like one of the MBM cars.
Okay, so we're going to go full course caution. Full course caution is the call. Now, we did see a car that was off driver's left. He was moving slowly between turns 1 and 2. Again, we're seeing some delay here, so if you're wondering about that pass, it's probably legit. Look at the Flagtronics indicator on the dash. It's still green, so this is back quite a ways. There's the yellow. And you see GBU tap the brakes. They see it at the same time, and they zip in. So we're under caution here at Sebring International.
Looks like we went to purple 35 now.
And we'll see if they can get this taken care of. Shouldn't take very long. But there's one thing they can't do anything about, and that's this weather that's headed our way. And it seems like it's changed a little bit since the last time we looked at it, but nope, there it is, right on top of Sebring as we get to about 5:30. And I can tell you, we're sitting here right now, and you can see it. I mean, the skies are definitely looking more and more threatening. We had, you can have a view there. You can see looking out over the pit road. We can still see a little bit of the blue, but
that's looking back to the east right there.
That's looking the wrong way. This is the direction we're looking, and over here, it's not quite as pleasant. So is that yet to come? What will happen there? There's a possibility we're going to get some rain.
It'd be real fun after everybody's tires are thoroughly worn out.
Yeah, well, not only that, when the sun goes down at what is it, 5:41?
Yes, that's what you said earlier.
Right around the time it starts raining.
Yeah,
possibly.
Because there is not much light on this track.
The conditions would change quickly if you had both of those at the same time.
I may need to go up and down pit lane with my helmet in hand here.
You can do it. Yeah,
I've seen it done before. I've seen it work
probably get
out.
a ride, yeah.
Offer my services. I can run this track blindfolded.
Anybody not feel comfortable in the rain?
You should go talk to the GBU team, because they backed out of a race just because of rain here. So maybe they might take you up on that.
Yeah, boy. Well, that level 1 car sure leaves a lot of room off to the right-hand side there at the exit of 1. course, the other deal is, will that show lightning strikes too on that radar, or?
No, but actually I've got something that does, and I can get that kind of fired up here.
Because that might be the other problem. It might get red flagged.
Oh, one of the MB Performance cars are getting black flagged. 669, is that the one that's up in the top 10? Yes, it is. Currently running in 7th, which is actually 5th. They're in 5th place and they're getting a black flag. That's terrible. Well, it sounds like the Flytronics is not working in his car. Oh, yep. They just came in.
Yeah, that was an MBM car that was slow there on driver's left in turn 1, or turn 2 actually. So I wonder if
there are 2 of them, and I think they
they've
look
got
the
2
same.
cars.
I was trying to figure out if they look exactly the same or just really close. 668 and 669. It was one of those that I was playing with. I'll have to go say hey later. Sometimes those are good chats, and sometimes it's like they look at you and like, wait, it was a girl?
Yeah.
They get like offended.
Yeah.
It's really sometimes awkward when it goes the other way.
Yeah, maybe it was a girl driving the other car.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I see more and more females driving the Champ car every time I come to a race, it seems like. So I think that's cool.
Yeah, there was a woman that ran Spec Miata here when I first got started with my Spec Miata. She ran in Pirelli World Challenge. I forget what team it was. That
Redhead?
It ran a Mazda 3. Because Randy was driving for the factory Mazda team, and then there was another team that was kind of sponsored by Circuit City. They were green and white Mazdas, and her name was Catherine, but I can't remember what her last name was. She and I used to have fantastic races.
Yeah.
Spec Miata for about 6th or 7th, and I could usually get her on the last lap going into 17.
That was your move, huh?
Yeah.
All right, so there's a look at the lightning strike map as well as the weather radar. And so far, we're not seeing anything with lightning, but
all right. Well, that's a
just
good
wait
sign.
and see what happens.
Means probably get to the 6:30 time limit then.
It sounded kind of like they said the 860 had spun and continued. Is Dana still in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. There's
Yeah,
confirmation.
Yeah, it did. Well, and it's
They
just
found the
like
limits.
you don't know. Like what happened to Bill was it was an avoidance. It wasn't a loss of car control. It was like avoid. See, there's go into the grass to avoid smacking this guy, and then it upsets the car, and then you're going around.
I'll look
All
later.
right, so we're going to take a quick break for commercial and be back in just a few. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Good, Bad, and the Ugly is your leader. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done. All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
It's nice. Yeah, I heard about this.
So I would actually go with the full synthetic.
Ceramic pads for the Duralast rotors.
I did it.
You see how it's...
You did it. That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. ChampCar.Live. Looks like Trophy Wife in the pits servicing that windshield. Under caution again. Man, I tell you, they just over and over and over again. I mean, they do get us back out there pretty quickly, get us going again. But Average Joe's now coming into the pits.
Yeah, there was a car out in the way off to the driver's right, up against the tire wall there at the carousel.
Okay.
But yeah, they've already gone behind the wall with him and taken the back way into the paddock.
They're so quick here. Love it. It's like, just get it done quickly. I mean, I don't love the purple 35 because I don't like to try to go 35 and the thing keeps blinking at me to slow down, and then I do, and then I go a little bit above, and then I slow down.
So the trick I used in VIR was I found out when it blinked, and then I saw the RPM that it was at, and I watched the RPM.
Yep.
And that's what I could really make up some time by keeping it right there at that RPM.
I think mine is like third gear, 3,000 is a bright, because it stops blinking there. But then I look down and it starts blinking again, and I'm up to 4, and I'm like, oops, put it back down. Kind of like on the interstate when you're meant to drive 78, and then you look down and you're doing 84. It's like, oh, how did that happen? Speed creep.
Alright, drop your pinks. Drop your pinks.
So I think I've been called that a couple of times. But,
surely it was a compliment, right?
Average Joe's looks like they're working on the left front corner of that car during their pit stop here.
Yeah.
Yep. They had it up on a jack, so firing up, getting ready to head back out on track with it.
Looks like we're back to green. That was quick. So I'm guessing, so Rob just came out of the car, and then Alan is going back in to finish it off for the day, the car owner, Alan Barksdale. So he did the first stint and last stint, because me and Rob are babies and didn't want to drive at night. He loves driving at night, so I'm like, I don't know, my depth perception isn't what it used to be at night.
Yeah.
Alan can see great, so that means to, in our little 3-person team, it's like, okay, well then let's put Ellen in the car.
Looks like GBU was in the pits there too. See them going by the camera there. Yeah, I've looked out on a couple of rentals that way. One time with TLM at Road Atlanta, the first 2 guys, the second guy only wanted to do 1 stint, and then he had to go. The guy that was first in the car, he couldn't see at night at all, and but they had one of the Mike's Come to Jesus meetings, because they were so. I think we had 2 red flags within the first 3 hours.
Oh wow, 2. 2 red flags in the first. Okay.
Yeah. And so they pulled everybody on pit lane, and so by the time they got back in the cars, the guy that started the car, he was back in for his second stint, and he was just like, the sun was going down. He was, after like 30 minutes, he's like, man, I can't see. I got to get out. So I jumped back in the car at that point because no one else was there. They were working on the other car, and so I jumped in the car and I finished out that stint. And then at night, there was nobody left but me and David couldn't do, he couldn't go past the 2 hours. So I got to jump in the car a third time.
All right. Yeah, lots of drive time.
Yeah. The biggest thing I remember about that was I really and truly thought that I had forgotten my Hans device when the sun went down, because the air coming in through the side window was so cold, it hit me in the neck, that I thought for sure that I had nothing covering my neck. And so I kept on feeling. I was like, no, it's there. So then I started checking the collar, making sure it was up. And no, it was just that the air coming in the window was about 35 degrees.
Temperature had dropped, huh?
Yeah. I think by the time we finished, it was like 30 degrees.
Oh, that's chilly.
Yeah.
I did a lemons race way back in the day, and it was, I don't know that it ever got above freezing that whole day, and we would do our stints as long as we could feel our toes. And like, after your whole foot has went to sleep, we'll go ahead and swap you out for the next driver. Never been that cold in the car before.
When I ran at the Corvette Museum, there was actually snow on my rental car when I woke up in the morning. But luckily, by the time it would hit the ground, it was turning to water. So we went out and raced there, and I never really ever felt all that cold in the car.
Right.
But the lucky thing with that car was it was an automatic, so there was plenty of heat coming up through the floorboards.
I'm normally in a Boxster, and the cockpits of those tend to stay relatively warm. So when I was driving that Accord, and it was so breezy because it was originally a 4-door, lots of breeze in there. It was chilly.
About 1 hour and 20 minutes remain in the race. I'll give you a quick rundown. Good, Bad, and the Ugly leads by about 5 laps over the field. Burress Motorsports has they're shown coming into the pits. Clark Motorsport still out there in 3rd place. Rotary Rocketeers behind them in 4th, and they've also shown come into the pits. And this should be their last time in. Yeah, it looks like they really stretched it so that they could get back out there. And I think GBU came in, pitted. I imagine they put tires on it.
Sure, they had to get fuel too, right?
Yeah, and they're talking about headlights on some of the cars, which is going to bring them in. They're issuing black flags now to get those cars in, to either fix them or get them off the racetrack.
It kind of looks like we're getting some sunlight from off to the west.
Yeah, it's kind of peeking through the clouds, huh?
So may luck out here.
RDC Autosport says they remember back in the day walking around the pits at night asking if anybody wanted to drive. I mean, it happens. Like, people get sick, or things happen. Somebody can't make it at the last minute. Nobody wants to drive. I was being the pit boss of our old team way back in the day when we first started, and it was VR 24. It rained 23 of the 24 hours. It's like 3 a.m. It's August, but we're all freezing to death and wet and miserable. It's dark. There's a car off in every single turn everywhere.
Yep.
And I'm like, next up. And like, everybody won't make eye contact with me. Like, nobody wanted to go in the car.
Yeah, the SCCA had a 13-hour race. I don't know if they still run it there. Usually first week of November up there, and they used to invite the Spec Racer Fords, but for a couple of years in a row it rained.
Ugh.
And of course it would get basically into the 30s at night there in November. And so, after so after they've been rained on, then they go out there and run in 30-degree weather. Yeah, the Spec Racer Fords stopped showing up, even though they usually won.
So Bill is informing us that headlights must be on now. So if you don't have your headlights on, turn them on if you're listening to me. Turn them on anyway, even if you're not listening to me. Right?
If you've got us tuned in on your radio in the car.
Radio to your teammate who's driving.
Yeah.
So one of the guys is asking, John G is asking, is it better to be too hot or too cold in the car? I'd rather be cold than hot most of the time until you start getting numb.
Well, yeah, as far as too hot or too cold, oh man,
the deal
cold,
with a lot of heat though.
Yeah, the cold will really sap your strength quickly, but
so will the heat though.
Yeah, too hot will really
fry your brain.
Yeah,
I've had mine frizzled a couple of times. You come out of the car like a baby, like, pick me up.
Yeah,
Oh, Doc Waldrop car has pulled off. Is he? Oh, wait a minute. Now he's going again.
Yeah, was he just kind of trying to let people through, or maybe the. Oh yeah, he was. That's the backstretch, so he was kind of way off there to the left, wasn't he? Maybe he was
sure
just
what's
letting a
going
few
on.
cars through there because he knew that it wasn't going to accelerate because of that fuel issue.
Todd said Betty White flipped me off. The Betty White car is fabulous. Like, have y'all seen that one?
Which one?
The Betty White car.
The Volkswagen Golf.
Yeah, and it's got the Betty White pictures, and she's like telling everybody they're number one on the back.
Yeah.
Like the whole back of the hatchback is a Betty White picture flipping everybody off, and it says something. I read it a time or two, now I've forgotten, but
It's funny.
it's very cute. I was a huge Betty White fan, as probably most of people are. So that's really cool to see.
Yeah,
I just recently watched all of the Golden Girls again, every single season and episode.
Oh.
She was the last Golden Girl.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot how funny that show was.
Yeah, there was a, one of the antenna channels there that I get. It's got Buzzer TV, and so I think Christmas Day, or maybe it was Christmas Eve, they showed like 4 hours worth of Betty White stuff. Yeah.
She's been in so many cartoon movies too, because just that famous voice and laugh and all of that, it's just awesome. Love to see that tribute to her, though.
Looks like Clark Motorsports has repassed Burris Motorsports to reclaim third place.
Oh, that'd be second, because they're EC car in second.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, so that puts them in second and third, and so that was a big move there.
Huge.
Treasure Coast Miata is about 10 seconds behind Family Tradition Racing down there in 20th spot. Both turning, it looks like Family Tradition's made the pass recently, and they just set their fastest lap time of the day with a 2:40. That's after all day of racing here. They just got their fastest lap time out of the car.
My buddy Sam tells me that Betty White died a year ago today.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
How about
Didn't
that?
realize that. I know it was right before New Year's Day. I mean, shortly before that, because I think her birthday was the first week in January, and that was her 100th birthday, or real close.
Yeah, it was.
So I didn't realize it was on New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Nice blue sky off there to the east as they were going through turn one there. One of my most favorite ever stints that I ever did was during a Sebring or a Daytona 14 hour, and it had rained during part of the day, and so as the sun was going down though, all the clouds kind of went away, and you had a really pretty orange and blue sunset, as the sun went down. And it was just one of those deals where I was kind of driving around. And it was like, oh yeah, I'm, doing 120 up on the banking.
Right, maybe I need to stop staring at the sky, right? I mean, the sunset, it rivals the sunrise at Daytona. I've seen both of them, and they're both just been gorgeous. There's just a cool thing about seeing the sun rise, and the cars are still going, like in the 24, Like, I don't know. I always felt that was a little magical. So they're calling in 248 for some reason. That's the Atlas Welding Mazda RX-8. I didn't catch why. They might repeat it for me. Since that's what matters most.
I remember one time at Daytona, I was running there, and I was running F production. There were maybe four of us running, and the one guy had a real F production car, And so I was running second, but he was disappearing away from me, and so I was, it was just kind of hang on for the next 20 minutes, finish second.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a Coast Guard helicopter that was sitting above the NASCAR turn 2, and with the banking there, as I was going through, I could look out the passenger window and wave to them as I drove by.
Oh, wow.
Under them, and so they were close enough that they could see me wave, and next lap they waved back.
Nice.
So Running Bulls is saying that Thomas is running Doc's car right now.
Oh, yeah, he was supposed to have the last stint, so that makes sense.
Oh, that green Miata really shows up.
Doesn't it? It's a good looking car. There's a lot of Miatas here.
Yeah. It's really strange at how much, you would think with all these straightaways and a couple of tight turns that this would not be a Miata track, but they just do so well here.
They're quick. A lot of them.
Yeah, because there's so many places where you just kind of touch the brakes and then you're right back on the gas.
Yeah.
And a lot of other cars, you're on the brakes a whole lot longer.
Yeah, I was surprised to have a battle with the Miata in the E36, but we did. And we're, I would say the drivers probably, me and whoever was driving were fairly equally matched. But I wouldn't have thought the cars to be equally matched. But and I didn't take off on the straightaways either, so I wonder if these are the swapped ones or something like that. Some of them are quite quick.
Yeah, you
Then they
could
handle
see
great too.
Yeah, you could see a little bit of the sunset problem going into turn 7 there. Of course, it's a little bit more south than it is in March during the 12 hours. In the 12 hours, it sets directly over 17 and 7.
I'm sure they love that.
Yeah.
It's like we're going full course yellow. Okay, purple 35. Bring all the cars down to about 35 miles an hour, and yes, they do check.
Yeah, when Trophy Wife comes out of 16 here, okay.
He does that on purpose.
Yeah, you can see the glare.
Oh, yeah.
Like I say, 3 more months from now, that sun will be, over a few more degrees to the right. It'll be right in their face.
I will say that Doc's car is standing tall as they go from 5 through 6 to 7 here. That's pretty cool. It's hard to see from our camera view, but sitting here, it looks really good.
It's been running the whole race other than Bill's little mishap, hadn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that was the majority of the issue they had with it.
What does SIG mean on Flagtronics? Oh, did they
signal loss.
Disconnect their signal?
Yep.
Treasure Coast Miata just did a driver change. Jody Ellis is in the car now. And I would guess that would be to finish out the race, since we only have barely over an hour to go. Yeah. We're going to wind this one up. It's an interesting format to do the 10.5 hours. We do a lot of even hour races where you really, to be truly competitive, you got to have to make those 2-hour stops. And so this is a 10.5 hour. So kind of throw the 2-hour thing out the window on that. And then we had over an hour delay this morning. We didn't start till 9:15 a.m. So kind of just gave us an odd amount of total time that teams could really, they can use it as their discretion. So those teams that don't make a full 2 hours, weren't really penalized as much as they typically would be in the race results. Or the teams maybe that had to swap a radiator during the middle of the race, but
Yeah, I'm sure it makes those teams feel like finally get a chance.
Right. Okay, we're pulling the 35 back, going back to full course. They usually go about 10, 15 seconds and get the cars back up to, race pace, and then let them loose. Okay, we're going back to green. That other MBM Performance Miata, I think we saw come in earlier, it's just dropping through the standing, so they must have retired that car. I still want to figure out which one I was out there monkeying around with. Because both cars seem to have fairly similar lap times, so I think the 668 just has spent a lot of time in the pits here towards the end of the race.
It's not getting a signal, so something in here caused that to be that.
Looks like Falkenstein is not turning laps. They've dropped down to 30th now. Tech Motorsports is not turning laps. Floridians is not turning laps.
Race Hero is still showing yellow right now, but we are definitely green.
So they may not have cleared the start finish yet. Gotta stop touching that button. It's gonna take the radio away from me if I keep tapping that button by accident.
Yeah, there's your Volkswagen there going down to the hairpin.
Okay.
The Betty White car.
That one's cool. So the Rotary Rocketeers are still showing not turning laps. So I'm wondering if they just haven't cleared start finish yet, or if there's some kind of issue, because they're currently sitting in 4th place. And have had a pretty solid race today.
Yeah, I wonder if they had to make their last fuel stop.
Maybe.
So I know that car is a bit thirstier than. Said it will not go 2 hours here.
Okay. I got an update for Treasure Coast. We got a little delayed info. So Jody actually got out of the car at 4:30, and Jimmy Ellis got in, and he's finishing the race. So for all the Treasure Coast fans, little correction. I'm only as good as the information I'm given. I mean,
what are you gonna do?
Nothing.
All right, so that's going to bring us to the bottom of this hour, taking us down to just 1 hour of racing remaining in the 2022 season. You've been with us this long, folks. You might as well stay for the rest. Stick around. We'll be right back.
We promise not to annoy you too much.
I won't.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next-day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Here we have the cars coming at us down that front straightaway. Less than an hour remain. There's the weather system coming in. But will it be a factor in today's race? Well, you just have to stay tuned and watch out. We don't know.
So the Rotary Rocketeers who've had such a stellar race today are falling through the standings and not turning laps. I haven't heard what's going on yet, but I'm waiting for some confirmation on that. But we were hoping it was just they needed a crawl, start, finish, but looks like they're off the track.
Yeah, there's definitely something not right going on there.
Something amiss.
And that's pretty hard for them. They've worked so hard today at this race and really done a great job with it, only to come to the final hour and find some sort of a problem.
That's hard. Like just gut-wrenching. And they won here the last time we raced here.
Yeah.
On Saturday. I thought I remembered that. It was Rotary Rocketeers, Level 1, Valerian Steel, Floridians, and Madwag was our top 5 on Saturday. And Sunday was Valerian Steel again, but I didn't write down the top 5. Because I was probably tired and stuff.
So right now, working lap 161 out here at Sebring International for the Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5. It's Good, Bad, and the Ugly leading the race and D-Class over Clark Motorsports, who's leading A-Class. There's a 5-lap gap there. And we've got Buress Motorsports in third. In fourth, it's MBM Performance. In fifth, Running Bulls Racing is also leading C-Class. D-Class leader behind them, Team Infinity. And then it's Rotary Rocketeers shown not turning laps down there behind them, and they're leading B-Class currently. If they don't manage to keep going here, it would be Average Joe's would likely overtake them in the next hour to claim the B-Class lead. Level 1 Racing's behind Rotary Rocketeers. Then Average Joe's. Floridian Motorsports and their Porsche. Start Racing is behind them. Then it's Sebring Racing Rentals. Missing Link Motorsports. Flying Critters, who happens to be shown in the pits right now. 654, 15. And MS2 Racing and their Volkswagen Jetta.
I heard 241 Dang Ernie's no tail lights.
Oh.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Sometimes the microphone drifts away. Oh, that's loud. Yep, 241 no tail lights.
I almost wonder if that was my old Spec Miata.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. Whoever I sold it to, the last time I saw them, they were talking about they were going to turn it into a Champ Car.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. 'Cause when he bought it from me, he said he wanted to go STU racing with it. And then, like I say, a couple of years later when I saw him, he said, yeah, we're going to go Champ Car racing with it. I said, all right.
Sweet.
It was a red 1990, so.
I had a green 94 one back in the day. The M Edition one. I loved that car.
Yeah, my stepmom had the 94 black M Edition. And she came to a Miata track day event here on the short course. And Lance Stewart took her around for a couple of laps, and I remember her biggest thing was, the look on her face said that she was kind of scared a little bit, but she was like, man, I didn't know my car would do that. And that was kind of what got her started into vintage Formula V.
Oh, cool.
And so yeah, she raced that for a few years.
It's always nice to put a pro behind the wheel and see what the car is really capable of.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, the car can do it. Now I have to figure out how to make me do it.
Now, Team Infinity actually finishes here. That would give them a 6th place finish, giving them 12 points and squeak them into the national championship.
I mean, this is the place for them. I mean, this is a home track for them. So,
yeah, 12 points would put them in. It would be inside handily, no problem. It's kind of close, but it's not in the danger zone, which is where 14 points is right now.
Yeah.
There would need to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars finish above 14. I don't think we have enough. I haven't looked through every single car, but that's one that comes to mind that has the potential at least to jump back up into the championship running.
is Average Joe moving?
No, looks like they parked it.
Yep. Okay.
They have parked it. As I was looking through that, I was not looking at what was happening.
That's coming out of 17 right there. So he's just on this side of the drive-over bridge.
And a full course caution has been called.
It looked like he put it in gear and tried letting the clutch out, and something was bound up.
Yeah, we've got no audio on that car. This is not one of our cameras, but he's giving the across the throat motion of it's not going to work.
Like it did.
It is not going to work. Purple 35 now in force.
Yeah. So if it will roll, they'll be able to get him off the track quickly because it won't be that far to pit in. But like I said, it looked like when he tried letting the clutch out, it would not move. That something was binding it. He's kind of in between both of those cameras, those external cameras. Yeah, that's the safety truck coming up to him.
Another camera car bites the dust, man. I don't have hardly anything left. So they're getting direction of where to take the car. So they're hoping they can get this taken care of and get it back out there, but driveline problems, probably not.
Yeah, the safety guy sticking his head. Oh, both safety guys are there, one on either side of the car.
And he's ooh.
Well, that was interesting.
It kind of lurched. He might have a broken axle or a broken differential.
Looking at how dark it's getting out on the rest of the track, yeah. I forget there's so much light up here on top of the tower.
And of course, the cameras tend to make things look a little bit brighter than what they really are.
Oh,
Yeah, the light is fading.
That's my friend Chris right there in the red fire suit there, safety suit.
What's that like?
Yeah?
What's that like?
Oh.
Having friends.
It's tough. You got to do things for them.
Expectations.
It's not worth it, is what you're telling me.
Quid pro quo.
Sometimes they want you to come to their house.
I mean, what is that about? You know where I live. Come see me. I work all day long trying to get back home. I mean, that's the goal, right? Like,
Yeah, so it looks to me like they are waiting on the flatbed to come pick that car up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Must be trying to circle the track or something. I don't know. Hey,
Yep.
There we go. Our hero to the rescue.
Actually, that one's a tow truck there.
Exactly.
We'll see whether it's a front end problem or a rear end problem, judging by which way he picks the car up. Like you said, that sure looks like a diff or an axle. Oh, no, they're looking like they're going to pick the front end up.
My friend Mikey's on the chat back to say hey again. His favorite announcer, of course.
I know. I told him. I said, Mike, your thanks is good enough for me. You don't have to. You don't have to drum up more thanks.
Me and Mikey hang out at Chin Track Days, and
Yeah.
Yep. He let me. He has a S2000, and he's just smart enough to. Smart enough to let me drive it.
That's funny.
I did the skid pad in it, and then I took it on track at Barber. I went out with one of the pros driving the car, me sitting right seat. And then I went out there and, I was working it up at my pace, getting a little faster. It's a car I don't know, not familiar with. And then I looped it in the hairpin. I was like, my bad, Mikey. I didn't hit anything, though.
Pick it up by the front tire, so I guess they think it's the front end that's messed up, which is strange. But, okay. I guess there's something going on up there.
The other thing is, the way Miatas like to destroy front hubs. I wonder if the hub came apart on him.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely a possibility.
And in 2014, they had the National Corvette Museum had a big event.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had all these kickoff points all over the United States to get to the Corvette Museum. And so the Florida chapter started here at Sebring.
Mm-hmm.
And a friend of mine that I'd raced with for a while, they contacted him about being an instructor, and he asked me if I wanted to. So I was like, yeah. So I came up, and they had I can't remember one guy's name. He was a John Heinersey, of course, a GM engineer, raced Corvettes for a long time, and Andy Pilgrim come up and do, as the hot shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Andy used to be with the Corvette GT1 program there for a while. So at the time, Andy was running the Cadillac, CTSVs there in Pirelli World Challenge. And so his company car was a CTSV Sport, which I'd never heard of until I saw the one that he had. And so when he wasn't taking, people around driving their cars and showing them what it could do, he took me around for like 4 laps in that V Sport, and had 800 miles on it.
Okay.
Totally factory stock. He did a 235 in that thing with me in the passenger seat.
Here?
Yes.
Wow.
totally factory stock CTSV Sport, which I think was about 400 horsepower. And I mean, it just absolutely
mind-blowing,
throwing that thing around here. So yeah, it's always interesting to get in there, you know, especially in the passenger seat, because I know a lot of people can't handle being in the passenger seat at all with somebody who's really, really fast.
It's a little, you know, I ride in the passenger seat with a lot of people. It's a little unnerving when they're really fast until you realize that they're really good.
Yeah.
You know, when they're really fast and sloppy, you're like, oh
yeah.
God, this guy's gonna kill me. You know, but when they're like, after a couple of times, you're like, oh, we can do a couple of turns. You're like, they know exactly what they're doing, right?
Yep.
All right, I'm hanging on for the ride. Maybe I'll learn something. It was Blake Fuller, that's who it was, that I was driving Mikey's car, and I was riding with him. And so we took the S2000 on the skid pad, and he's the Tesla champion for Pikes Peak, Blake Fuller. And so went in the Tesla with him on the skid pad and the S2000, and then we took them on the track too. It was a fun day. He's a talented driver, to say the least. He was giving people rides in his Tesla Plaid too, which guys who are wicked fast all on their own are coming in with their eyes, you know, as big as saucers, you know, like, holy crap. I'm like, I didn't even know you guys were scarable.
Yeah, I remember where I grew up, there was a guy that was the resident, you know, the local alien, and I remember at the autocrosses, he would show up on his lunch break.
What?
So he never got to walk the course. He would go out there on his first run and learn it, which was everybody else's, you know, second time through.
Okay.
And then come back and run his third run, win the class, because he had I think it was like a 96 Z28, you know, set the fastest time in F-stock and then go back to work.
Wow.
So, you know, basically.
Got it like that.
Yeah, he had the one run to learn the track, or learn the course, and then come back in, run it, beat everybody by half a second, go home. Couldn't even collect the trophy because he was at work.
Wow. You know, I think that's the difference between a pro and a really, really good amateur. You know, there's a lot of us who have a lot of time behind the wheel and are really good drivers, but I think that difference, there's that line there, and you see if you get in the car with a pro, they no matter what it is, they get in and God, they figure it out so quick. They figure it out so quick and get the car to its limits so quickly, whereas, you know, somebody else might take a little time to work up to it. I think that's the superpower, personally, but it's interesting to watch.
I remember watching him. They used to run a course there, because there in Corpus there's, I don't know, probably 6 touch-and-go airstrips, because the Navy base there is pilot training.
Okay.
And so when they had the Navy Relief Festival days, they used to do an SCCA national event there on one of those airstrips. And I remember watching him. He was in a 1981 what was it, Citation Formula Ford, when they which still had the outboard shocks. You know, it wasn't hidden under the bodywork, and they were considered very outdated by 1987. Because the Van Diemen's had been introduced then, and they had the shocks were under the bodywork. They were so much cleaner than anything that had really ever come out before in Formula Ford. And there were 3 guys that came down from Dallas, all with Van Diemen's, and there were probably about 10 out of the 30 Formula Fords that were Van Diemen's. And Greg finished 4th in that 81 Citation.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, he gave those guys a hard time for the first couple of laps, but you could just tell that the Van Diemen was just light years ahead of that citation.
He still drove it right up there, the top 5.
Yeah,
that's cool. That's super cool.
Yeah, like I said, he used to. When my dad was racing motorcycles, Greg used to race motorcycles too. So he was a big bull taco rider. So that was his nickname, was Bull Taco. Yeah, I think it was a Spanish bike, if I remember right.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
Not 2 words I've ever heard used together.
Yeah, Bultaco.
Marky the Farmer says, is the dot car leading? In its mind, yes, always. Of course. It has been running most all of the day, so I think that is a success just in and of itself. The car burned to the ground a couple of years back, and they've completely, redone the whole car and still running, other than when Bill tried to kill it. But
oh, there's a black flag for
successfully
somebody.
stayed out all day. Oh,
what was that? The 56? It looked like the orange Miata.
let's see. 56 is a Miata. It's the Barras Motorsports, which is also
About 3rd or 4th place.
3rd place.
Yeah.
You've got 2 EC cars after that, so the next is the MBM Performance 669, sitting in shows 6, but it's actually 4th, and so if that messes them up, let's see how many. 158, 161.
Yeah.
It's only 3 laps in between. Penalty could really hurt.
Yeah, if you're in the pits wearing a headset for Burris Motorsports right now, you're telling the driver, just agree with everything they tell you, keep nodding your head,
right?
Don't argue, get back on track as fast as possible.
When they bring you in for a black flag, the answer is always yes, sir, or yes, ma'am. There's no other answer.
All right, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will rectify that immediately.
Exactly.
Yeah, notice they've got some lights around here that I've never really seen before.
New lights?
Yep, somebody stepped up on top of the bridge there trying to watch the action.
Oh. Didn't get that whole number.
I think he said 5.6 orange.
Orange.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
It sounded like 5.64.
Oh, they're calling the 5.6 around.
Yeah.
He was at 13. So whatever is the offense, they're calling him around. It's interesting. They usually only do that if one has been given the black flag on their flagtronics and has chosen to ignore it.
Yeah, they look like they're getting ready to hit him with it again if he doesn't come in.
That's why they're following him. Yep. That's a good way to get in troubles.
Always kind of like this shot right here. It's all lit up there on the right-hand side.
That's nice.
And then you go around turn 1 and it's into darkness. Actually, they got those, like I say, they've got those 2 lights up there on the right-hand side that I've never really seen before.
We just put them on, I think, for this race. That's the car I was driving earlier.
Yeah.
Alan drives it better, though. It's his car, though.
Caught a little bit of the curb there at 3, but
he and the other guy drive BMWs regularly. I drive them 3 or 4 times a year.
yeah, I was telling Paulie earlier, I got kind of a little soft spot for BMWs. The first car I ever drove was a 2002.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, when I was 2 years old.
Oh, wow.
Jumped up in the driver's seat. My mom had the keys still in the ignition, and they didn't have the safety neutral switches on the clutches back then. And I just jumped over there and cranked that key, and away it just
At 2 years
chugged
old.
forward.
Oops.
All right. We've reached the top of the hour. Just 30 minutes remain in this contest to see what the results are going to be. So you might as well stick with us, folks. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
No. Seriously?
Come on.
No.
You for real?
Dale.
Really?
Wow.
So maybe just a cable?
We can help you.
Welcome to America's #1 battery destination, AutoZone, your battery solution.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's thealarm.com. New Year's Eve, Sebring 10.5. The final 30 minutes of the 2022 racing season for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. ...170 laps completed so far, and so far today it's been all GBU. And we still haven't seen any of the wet stuff that's going to change the plans of anybody at this time. So far, dry conditions, and these cameras make that sky look pretty cool.
Wow, that is beautiful. Stuff. Hi. That's beautiful. Look at that trophy wife camera.
That's dynamic.
This is the first time we've ever run a camera. Well, the first time we ever figured out how to make it work.
Yeah, and it's working. Like, there's only like 2 cameras or 3 that are kind of working. So
yeah, well, they really have that tire wall set out in a way.
Yeah,
we got one of these hotspots that you buy unlimited data for however many days. I don't know. Alan found it. Seems to be working great though.
Yes, it does. I got to give him a hand, but I'm kind of busy with it.
Well, I told him about your tutorial and information on the forum about how to set up those cameras, because it's the Yi action camera.
Yeah.
And he followed all your directions, and he did, not me did. That's too complicated for me. But did what you said and made it work. It's lots of little steps involved, right?
Yeah, there's a lot to it. It's great.
Alan's
it's great
good with
that he was able to do that.
technical stuff too. It's not my strong point.
Yes, I probably could, Marky. The pool is right outside those doors where we're going to have the party tonight, so probably he's going to be very close.
Yeah, $20 to whoever throws Bill in, right?
Somebody, please. And then take pictures.
Level 1 Racing still out here circulating. If Team Infinity can hold on, and they've moved, yeah, they're still in 6th place overall. If they can hold on to this, that will put them into the championship. It will.
That'd be awesome for them. Absolutely. What about Running Bulls? Are they already clearly in the championship? Or
I would say, I believe they are.
They've had
Let me
some
see.
good year. They typically have a good year.
Where they are right now. Floridian Motorsports are already in there. Rotary Rocketeers are already in.
Yeah, did they ever send you?
Running Bulls is already in.
check.
They have 6 points, so they're in.
Okay, back to yellow.
Back to caution. Couldn't get through another. Might as well baptize it with another full course caution before we call it a day.
I messaged the Rotary Rocketeers and asked them what happened, but I haven't heard back. I would think something catastrophic because they're not even responding.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Probably not
still
looking at
showing
their
them in
phone.
12th.
Yeah?
So back out on track.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They're turning laps again, huh? Maybe they'll let us know. Maybe they had to fix something. I mean, doubt they parked it and went and ate ice cream.
Is that Evora that? Oh,
That car is so pretty. Oh my goodness.
yeah. Somebody just went by the trophy wife car in an awful hurry there.
That Lotus is quick.
While the yellow was flashing on the dash.
Well, was it a truck? Was it a safety vehicle? Because that's what they do. That gives them the ability to get by them.
It sounded rather nasty and snarly.
Lotusy?
Yeah.
Maybe it was a delay. Who knows?
Yeah, somebody off there on the left, driver's left, going down into turn 7.
Ooh, it's gotten dark outside.
Yep.
Yeah, we can see it from here.
Oh, yeah.
Safety vehicle parked down there. I don't think you'd be able to see it from our vantage point. Looks like this camera's still kind of working, but we've got another camera I asked Bill to set up.
Getting a lot of reflection of my T-shirt there in
yeah.
the window.
This one shows that flag stand quite a bit better.
Looks like they're coming into the incident there.
Yeah. It's actually, that vehicle's off track left as we're heading to the hotel. Oh, there's a car that's balled up, he said.
Yeah, it looks like maybe they got off and into the wall there. May have touched the grass.
I think that Mini is still running. Let me see. What was that?
Avenue Garage?
Avenue? He's saying an E36 went in pretty hard into the wall.
As long as it wasn't our E36.
No, that's yours right there.
Yeah.
Hopefully it wasn't the tribute car.
No, I think we just saw it pass.
Doc Walder's car is not an E36.
Oh,
it's
an
yeah,
E30. Yeah.
Wasn't that EC car, was it?
Let's see.
Kind of looked like it had a white front end.
Well, the open top car is showing salmon. That's a 95 BMW M3, and that's usually how I find these cars is when they're salmoning up towards the top of the field. Those are usually the cars that are involved. So it could very well be, but may not be car 370.
That looks like an ambulance headed down there.
Missing link motorsports.
That's normal procedures. When we have an impact, they'll send the ambulance out. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. Yes, they're up to 29 now.
Okay, so hearing back from the Rotary Rocketeers, they had their front brakes. You know, this track is really hard on brakes. Their front brakes wore out and had a caliper failure. So they've got, looks like they've got it fixed now, though. They're turning laps again. But fell out of that, you know, that placement that they would have, I'm sure, liked to take home with them. But they're they're hoping they'll still take the class win, though. So let's see. They're B class, okay. So yeah, they've still got the B class trophy as of now. So. It almost looks like snow on the ground. It's like almost like a whitish color. I mean, it's not, but just the way the camera's focusing, I guess. Or maybe I'm just getting tired.
Oh yeah, the top of the concrete
Yeah,
wall
there it looks that way too. Looks like snow.
And unfortunately, we know exactly what snow looks like on camera during a race.
Well,
We've gotten some experience with that, haven't we, Polly?
Yeah.
I wonder if he contacted early, because there's a safety truck on this side of the mobile bridge there going into 7.
Maybe looking at the barrier, huh?
Yeah.
It's a really cool shot. I like that. Well done.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch the headlights.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every time the car hits the expansion joint, the headlights will dance.
Let you really see how bumpy it is through there.
So if the race finishes where it's at right now, we're showing that Good, Bad, and the Ugly takes the win. We've got A class being led by Clark Motorsports, and they're in second place. B class is still being led by Rotary Rocketeers because the Average Joe's car broke down. Didn't get a chance to make that pass and keep it there. Open Top Racing continuing to sink through the standings, so my belief at this point is that's the car that was involved in the accident down at Turn 7. C-Class is being led by Running Bulls. D-Class, of course, by Good, Bad, and the Ugly. And EC now by Giles and their 2010 Lotus.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, please.
What's not to like?
Right. Just a little thumbs up.
Yeah.
A little YouTube love.
What's not to love? Started the race under fog conditions, and that shortened the race by an hour and 15 minutes from the start time. But of course, we're going to throw the checker at 6:30 as planned.
Might as well just keep going, right?
You're in the groove now.
Well, we would, but there's this whole contract thing.
Yeah, and the beverages that have to be consumed after the race. It's kind of tradition. Wouldn't want to mess with tradition. I mean, yeah. Did y'all just hear a whoa?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, seeing that ambulance down there, so like I said, it reminds me of that very first ITC race I did here where I got hit down there in the hairpin.
Ouch. I'm assuming that wasn't fun.
No, it was not. My first ever time in the car. So my dad had raced it on Saturday, and I came out on Sunday, and some guy with an SSB class CRX SI just T-boned me as I was apexing the old hairpin, and he was in the grass, and probably still doing it at least 60 miles an hour. Launched off the inside curb and hit the right side of the car pretty hard.
Ouch.
The Doc Waldrop special still turning laps, still churning away.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I think Thomas is in the car.
Yeah, the
several staff members today driving that car.
we had just bought a chassis, or rolling shell from a guy the day on that Saturday, that the day before the accident. So we ended up having to take it. We had found a guy there that lived a couple of miles up the road from my dad's house, and he used to be a NASCAR driver in the late '60s. Had built a Chevelle, and then he kind of decided he was a much better chassis builder and setup guy than a driver.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah, so he sold his car to some unknown driver named Harry Gant, who went on to NASCAR fame. And then after he moved to Atlanta and was part of a place called Baird and Trevette. They built a whole lot of chassis for ARCA and NASCAR. And then his doctor told him he needed to live in a much warmer climate. So
I thought I had it turned down all the way.
Yeah, so it's one of those guys that has forgotten far, far more about race cars and how to build them and make them work than I will ever know.
Mm-hmm.
So the stuff he could do to make a car handle or rebuild, he rebuilt that whole car for us. He cut both cars in half. The rolling chassis that we had and the race car. Stuck the good halves from each one together and went out, and we used the same motor, same transmission, same rear end, same type of tires.
The good halves together.
And,
I like that.
Yeah, and the car was a second faster when we came back to the long course here at Sebring.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, he like I say, he really, really knew what he was doing. His name was E.J. Trevette. And now that I think about it, I probably need to try to go by his house and see him. It's been a while. Said he was a good man to know.
Yeah.
He built cars for Smokey and the Bandit movies.
Really?
He built cars for commercials. He's built land speed record cars. Just
very talented person.
Oh yeah.
Huh? Yeah. Randy Pope's dressed up as Burt Reynolds in Smokey and the Bandit for Halloween. He pulled it off so well. Those pictures were fabulous. We're winding this one down, just about 7 minutes or so to go ish.
Yeah, it's like I say, it looks like they're having to rearrange tires over there.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to be able to get back to green before we get to checker. It's usually the way we prefer to do it. I think I've only seen like one Champ Car race that I can think of that ended under caution or announced or whatever. I've seen some end under red conditions.
Is there any close battles?
Oh my gosh, yeah. As far as like close finishes, you mean?
Well, I mean for
today,
what we've got going on, looks like
I don't think anything's close now. Especially if you're under caution, there's nothing that's going to happen. Nothing's going to shift. There were some that were getting kind of close, but most of those have been worked out. There's a 6-second gap from Treasure Coast to MS2. But their MS2 is the faster car.
Yeah, 10th and 11th. It shows they're on the same lap, but they're almost a half a lap apart.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, they're bringing it back down the midway there. Yeah, boy, that front end is tore up.
Mm.
It looks kind of like a silver and black BMW E36.
Yeah, it looks like the crews are still working on that wall. So, 5 minutes left in the race. So that might be about it. I'm not sure they can get everything done and get us back going again. So we just got word that we are going to finish under caution here. We're going to being given the 1 to go this time by.
1 to go. Gonna finish out just kind of like it is, I guess.
Yep.
Then on to impound, and the teams get about 30 minutes to review each other's cars. We put the top 5 cars in impound and all of your class winners so that they can be reviewed, peer reviewed. And then if everything checks out, then our chief tech guy, Ray Frank, will call the race official. And then we can get New Year's Eve on. Hopefully there's a cold beverage somewhere with my name on it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure there is.
Yeah, flag stand has the checkered flag in hand there, but I think that...
Oh, somebody may have run out of gas on the last lap.
Yeah, they should be good.
Oh,
but
that's
35
the Team
miles an hour, you would help.
Right, that's Team Infinity they're talking about.
Oh, yeah. What?
They're in
Do
7th.
you have to take the checkered flag to...
No.
Oh, okay.
And they are on their own lap.
Yeah,
they should be
like I said, I think
fine.
10th and 11th are the only two, or the first two that are on the same lap, but they're, under caution, they're 3 minutes apart.
Right. So, Polly, is Bill going to be doing the interviews with the winners?
Interviews will be done, but they'll be uploaded later.
Okay.
So once we get through the finish here, that will be the conclusion of ChampCar.Live for the year.
For the year. Another one in the books?
Yep.
We're going to have the national championship at Road Atlanta this year. It will be our first race of the year.
Yeah, was it February 4th?
4th.
Ooh.
Michelin Raceway.
Oh, yeah.
Road Atlanta.
Oh, yeah.
Sponsors and stuff.
Mm.
That we always appreciate. Everybody does.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to remember that one, though. It's always just... Road Atlanta in my mind.
Yeah, looks like they're...
That nice new race control, though, is very nice compared to the old building. So,
oh, yeah.
Thank you, Michelin.
Yeah, the biggest thing I remember about that thing was how steep the stairs were.
And there was no elevator when they had to carry all the equipment up there to do the broadcast. Like, oof. And there was like only one bathroom up there for everybody. Did not always work out great.
Cars coming through turn 17. You can see headlights peering on the front straightaway again.
Yep, are they going to send them around one more lap?
Well,
that's Rotary Rocketeer there, so yeah, I don't see GBU.
Let's see. They
They're
should be
giving
calling them around.
one to go for those.
.350 past 16. They're saying the Shark car has a flat tire.
Oh, no, he really needs to finish. That's not good. That's not good. Let me see. That puts a question mark there on him getting in. Oh, man. If he can't make it just over a flat tire with 1 lap to go.
Well, GPU should be headed towards the finish line soon, so this would be done.
Yeah. Yeah, he may not need it. He might be okay. What he needs is GPU to cross that start-finish line.
Mm-hmm.
Did they just miss GBU going
They may
across?
have. There's throwing hands in the air from the starter. What they do in these night races is they call that car around corner to corner to corner. They call it out so the starter knows exactly where that race car is as they come around turn 17. And there may be some confusion now.
Yeah, he's holding up 1 finger again.
Are they going to go one more?
It's looking that way.
Oh, there's the checkered flag.
There's the checkered flag in the air for Good, Bad, and the Ugly. The 1979 Chevrolet Corvette takes the wind here at Sebring International Raceway. The Alarm.com New Year's Eve Sebring 10.5 comes to a close, along with the 2022 Champ Car Endurance Series season. And the win goes to Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Clark Motorsports is going to take second place. Burris Motorsports is going to take third. Fourth goes to MBM Performance. Running Bulls is going to take fifth. Sixth place is going to go to Team Infinity, and that will put them into the championship race in February. Behind them, it's Level 1 Racing and Floridian Motorsports. So A-Class captured by Clark Motorsports. B-Class captured by Rotary Rocketeers. C-Class captured by Running Bulls. D-Class by Good, Bad, and the Ugly. And Giles is going to take the EC trophy because we had at least 5 cars that were EC in the race today. So, yes, Happy New Year's to everybody. We hope you had a fantastic season racing in Champ Car, and we're all excited and look forward to 2023. I'm already looking forward to 2023. Let's get on to it.
You don't have long to wait now, Polly.
Yeah, I know. Let's get to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and do this again.
Yep. So 5.5 hours, and it's 2023.
Maybe it'll be better than 2022. 2022's been challenging.
All right, so that's going to do it for us, folks, for 2022. Thanks for joining us so much. Congratulations to Good, Bad, and the Ugly today, and all the teams that raced with us throughout the 2022 season. We look forward to seeing y'all next year in 2023. So for Tiffany Alexander, Brian Beasley, for the Passion of the Sport, I'm Paul Veltum, and we'll see you next year. So long, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.